The Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respects to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. And I give the call to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to speak as the new chair of the Standing Committee on Petitions for the 47th Parliament. I present the first report of the Petitions Committee for the 47th Parliament, together with 77 petitions and 94 ministerial responses to petitions previously presented. As in the previous Parliament, the Petitions Committee has started with a large workload that built up during the election period. The popularity of petitions with the public is continuing to grow. Despite the sitting break for the election, 703 petitions were presented in the year ending 30th of June 2022, compared to 628 the previous year and 498 the year before. Australians are enthusiastically using the electronic petition system established in the 45th Parliament, with the overwhelming majority of petitions now being submitted through the Parliament's website. The petitioning system is one of the few direct ways that members of the public can reach our Parliament. Although petitioning Parliament in the United Kingdom has a history dating back to the 12th century, it has readily adapted to the modern era and remains one of the most frequently used ways for voters to interact with their elected representatives. Although most of our petitions are now electronic, I'd like to mention one paper petition that was considered by the committee. This is the Everyday Climate Crisis Visual Petition that was tabled in the House by the member for Canberra and referred to the committee for consideration. The visual petition contains over 1,200 photographs showing the impact of climate change. The photographs were crowdsourced from women and non-binary photographers across Australia. Together, the photographs form a body of work that is both politically important and a delight to look at. The committee did, however, conclude that a petition containing only photographs doesn't comply with the requirements of the standing orders, and the petition will not be taken further. Nevertheless, I'd like to thank the member for Canberra for tabling this document and thank all those who contributed, and we're ensuring it remains in the custody of the House. Mr Speaker, I present my first report and look forward to presenting many more petitions to the House in the 47th Parliament.
I'm going to give the call to the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 1, Crimes Legislation Amendment, Ransomware Action Plan Bill 2022.
I'll give the call to the member for McPherson.
I present the Crimes Legislation Amendment, Ransomware Action Plan Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum.
I give the call to the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend legislation relating to the criminal law, law enforcement and proceeds of crime and for related purposes.
I call the member for McPherson.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Speaker, I rise today to introduce the Crimes Legislation Amendment Ransomware Action Plan Bill 2022, which proposes criminal law reforms to implement a new standalone offence for all forms of cyber extortion and tougher penalties for those who prey on the vulnerable online. As the current government flounders in search of a plan on a range of issues facing our nation, the Coalition stands ready to advocate for and support sensible legislation in the national interest. In this case, we are putting forward legislation that is ready to go. This legislation will ensure cybercriminals found guilty of using ransomware face an increased maximum penalty of 10 years imprisonment, and those targeting Australia's critical infrastructure will receive a maximum penalty of 25 years imprisonment. It's designed to disrupt and deter cybercriminals who engage in ransomware and cyber extortion activities targeting Australians and Australian businesses. This bill is not new to the Parliament. It was introduced in February this year to address an urgent need to combat the rising scourge of ransomware and cybercrime. Unfortunately, time for debate and passage was not forthcoming, and the bill lapsed with the dissolution of the last Parliament. As well as the standalone offences and penalties I mentioned earlier, this bill introduces an aggravated offence for buying and selling malware for the purposes of committing a computer offence and dealing with stolen data, with a maximum penalty of 10 years. This is designed to halt the effectiveness of the ransomware business model. Further, it ensures that law enforcement can monitor and freeze cybercriminals' ill-gotten gains by extending current powers that cover financial institutions to digital currency exchanges. It ensures that the powers to seize digital assets, including cryptocurrency, reflect the operational environment, and that confiscated funds are available for action under the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002. In simple terms, it hits the cybercriminals where it hurts them most, and that's in their hip pocket. These are all sensible measures that will create a greater deterrence and therefore reduce the incidence of ransomware attacks on individuals and businesses. Now, I'm not suggesting that this bill on its own is the solution to all challenges relating to cybercrime. Indeed, it was just part of a suite of reforms that we were planning to introduce to build even stronger cybersecurity and law enforcement capabilities to protect Australian businesses and communities. But it is a step in the right direction. It is a positive move, and certainly in the last Parliament there appeared to be bipartisan support for these measures. So today I implore those opposite to support this bill. It is literally ready to go. It has not been significantly altered in any way, so it has been carefully crafted by government legislators. In opposition, the Labor Party repeatedly called for legislation to address the threat of ransomware. They said it was urgent, but I did not see any mention of ransomware legislation in their first 100 days, and certainly no legislation has been presented in this place. There have been plenty of reviews and summits, but where is the sensible, practical action? Well, the most sensible thing that they can do today is to put their pride and their ideology aside and support this bill in the national interest. So let's achieve something together. This bill has no budgetary impact. It's literally about giving law enforcement agencies the tools they need to pursue and prosecute ransomware gangs and track, freeze and seize their illegally and dishonestly acquired gains. Now, while Labor comes up with a plan, cybercriminals are coming up with new ways every day to use malware and specifically ransomware to do us real and long-lasting harm. I note with great regret that the government has indicated that they are basically tearing up the Cybersecurity Strategy 2020, which was a $1.67 billion investment over 10 years. And whilst they're in government, that is their call to do so. But why would you cast uncertainty over a range of cybersecurity programs? Why would you say that you're getting rid of something when you don't know what you're going to replace it with? Where's the policy detail? Because it wasn't in the one-paragraph policy Labor had before the election, which contained a motherhood statement about lifting cyber resilience across the nation and appointing a dedicated cyber security minister. That was the extent of their cyber policy. So I guess that they consider that giving the Minister for Home Affairs a secondary ministry title delivers that promise. But as we all know, that is just symbolism. It doesn't stop a single cyber attack. Now, I put to those opposite that there is something positive and tangible that they can do right now that can help stop cyber attacks. They can support this bill, and they can do so in the best national interests. Mr Speaker, in the brief time that is left to speak on this bill, I would like to give the member for Fisher the opportunity to speak. And in doing so, I take the opportunity to congratulate him on his election to the very important role of Deputy Chair of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security.
Is the motion seconded?
Second the bill, Mr Speaker, and I'm pleased to do so for this bill that's been introduced by the Shadow Minister for Home Affairs. Like many bills which I've spoken in support of in this 47th Parliament, this bill is coalition policy, which, because of the effluxion of time, was unable to be passed in the 46th Parliament. Last year, the Coalition launched our Ransomware Action Plan, a practical response to the menace of ransomware attacks which affects Australian families and their businesses, and indeed communities the world over. Technology is advancing beyond measure, and both organised crime and sophisticated state actors continue to wreak havoc with our global rules-based order. It is essential that the Australian government do what it takes to protect our critical infrastructure. Mr Speaker, ransomware attacks have affected some of our most important services on the Sunshine Coast, and I'm referring to, for example, the Uniting Cares Buderim Private Hospital, which is just a stone's throw away from my electorate. We're seeing attacks on construction, healthcare, manufacturing and media, and just last week there was an attack which we're all aware of on Optus and its 9 million Australian counterparts. 1 in 3 organisations around the world were affected by ransomware attacks in 2021, costing the global economy over $30.3 billion. This is tipped to rise to $402 billion by 2031. And Australia is not immune, with an estimated cost of as much as $2.59 billion lost just each year. It's vital that our law enforcement agencies are empowered to detect, disrupt and deter cybercriminals and foreign state actors who seek to do us harm. That is why the Coalition introduced this bill, but for the lack of time, it might well have already been law. And I want to congratulate the Shadow Home Affairs Minister on this initiative, going onto the front foot in the absence of a credible, or in fact any bill, from the government. This is a bill that, as the Shadow Minister has pointed out, was introduced in the last Parliament. It's ready to go. This is a bill that, for all intents and purposes, the government were prepared to accept and work with us on a bipartisan manner. Well, they haven't taken the initiative. The opposition has, at the behest of the Shadow Home Affairs Minister, and this is a bill that now the government, having essentially agreed to its contents whilst they are in opposition, have nowhere to go. This is a bill that they should be supporting, and it will be very telling as to whether they stand up in this place and support a comprehensive bill. It's not going to fix everything. It is, as the Shadow Minister said, it is a step, just one step in the right direction. But I urge all members to support this bill and call on the government to build on our work both in defence and in security. Don't dismantle what we are seeking to build for the benefit of Australians and the Australian community and Australian businesses.
The question is that this bill now be read a second time. The time allocated for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I inform the House that, pursuant to Standing Order 110, the Honourable Member for Kooyong has withdrawn notice number 2 standing in her name. The order of precedence of remaining private members' business notices, as determined by the Selection Committee's report adopted by the House on the 7th of September 2022, remains unchanged. I give the call to the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 3, a motion in relation to aged care.
I give the call to the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Speaker. I move the motion relating to aged care in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. The Albanese government has made an important commitment to all Australians. We will take better care of your loved ones in aged care. And to do this, we will also better support the workers who are crucial to their care. We are now delivering on those promises. After 9 years of neglect, reform in aged care has finally begun. This bill implements several urgent reforms that were key recommendations of the Royal Commission into aged care: care, dignity and respect. We know that funding cuts, inadequate staff-to-patient ratios, low wages and a casualised workforce have all led to an aged care system buckling under intense pressure. This was happening before the pandemic, but became a full-blown crisis during the pandemic. The former government's neglect and its failure to prepare and plan contributed to residents being locked down, isolated and disorientated. Who can forget TV footage of an aged care resident with dementia who is regularly tied to his chair with a lap belt, sometimes for a total of 14 hours a day, heavily sedated with psychotic drugs? Our fathers, mothers, grandparents, aunties and uncles deserve better in their aged care. Such stories are appalling and have rightly shocked the community. Severely neglected, underfunded and poorly resourced, the aged care sector's reputation has dropped to an all-time low. Over recent years, I've hosted forums about aged care. Sad, tragic stories were commonplace. Tears flowed as family members, care workers and aged care residents told their stories. Aged care workers do some of the most important and compassionate work in our communities, and yet many get paid $21 an hour, less than someone who stacks shelves at a supermarket. This must change if we are to retain and attract skilled aged care workers in the sector. I met earlier this year with nurses from the Australian Nurses and Midwifery Federation who were incensed about what has happened in aged care. They told me harrowing stories that illustrate the crisis. They spoke of being overworked and overstretched, understaffed. They spoke of the devastation at not being able to provide the quality of care that they want to give to the elderly. But it isn't all bad. I believe that aged care workers and providers are generally trying their best to give high-quality care to residents, and our government will support them. But it shouldn't be a game of chance. That's why, as part of a package of wider reforms, this bill implements the government's most urgent election commitments. From July next year, the bill will introduce a responsibility for approved providers of residential care and of specified kinds of flexible care to have a registered nurse on-site, on duty, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This is a fundamental change that will save thousands of stressful, expensive, ultimately unnecessary trips to hospital emergency departments. Importantly, it will ensure older Australians living in residential aged care have access to the nursing care they deserve. The bill also delivers on the government's commitment to cap the amount that can be charged for admin and management. The Royal Commission heard that up to 50% of some home care packages were being eaten up in fees. That's money that should be spent on care. The government is also committed to improving integrity and accountability in aged care and providing greater transparency on what and where aged care providers spend Commonwealth funding. The bill requires the Secretary of the Department to make information on residential aged care services and provider expenditure publicly available. That includes information about labour, care, food, nutrition, cleaning, admin, maintenance and profit or loss. Deputy Speaker, Labor is committed to moving quickly to reform aged care. This bill, coming early in the life of the Albanese government, gives faith to that commitment. Older Australians have worked hard all their lives, contributed to their community and to our nation. They deserve the best. They deserve to be supported in their frailer years with dignity and humanity. This bill is about respect for older Australians. It ushers in a new standard of respect for those in aged care and for workers who care for them. Thank you, Speaker.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my rights.
I call the member for Cunningham. Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for this motion, because aged care is so important, and I've got to say I'm very pleased that the government has committed already so much in this early term of the parliament, their interest and their investment in aged care. And so I do welcome the passage of the Implementing Care Reform Bill, and think back to the private members' bills that I've brought into this House, which very much come and form part of that bill. And that's really, I guess, the point of what we do in here, is that we do, I think, lean on each other and work on each other and work collectively. I would like to talk about the aged care workers, though, and I don't think talking here enough about the good people who work in aged care, and as the member quite rightly pointed out, on very, very low wages. And so I too supported the Fair Work Commission's application to lift those that pay, because it is backbreaking work working in aged care, and it is work that tears on the heartstrings for those who work in this area and care very deeply for the people that they support. So I think it's really important, and every time I stand and talk in this place about where I see the need to make changes with respect to aged care, that we also talk about the good things in aged care. And one of those, I think at the very top of those, are the people who care and work for them. And I'd just like to reflect on some of the wonderful events that I've attended at some of the aged care facilities in my electorate, where you could see the workers in there, particularly the care staff, but the nurses as well, and the cooks have gone over and above to make a special event for the residents, whether that be recognising Melbourne Cup, whether that be recognising even International Women's Day. The work that the aged care workers do is extraordinary. And they do it, for many of them, they do it for love. They certainly don't do it for the money, but it's really critical that we make sure that we can lift, with staffing ratios, the number of people who are working in aged care, because 6 minutes is not enough time to get someone out of bed, showered, and get them ready for breakfast. And so in many cases, workers are working beyond their hours of shifts to get this done. I'd also like to talk about the fact that we actually don't talk about working in aged care as a career, and I think that we can, and government policy can do a lot more, and it was in the Polaris report around how we can support people who work in aged care to be part of the broader allied health profession, and how we can encourage people to see working in aged care as a career, and what we can do to make sure that there's career progression in aged care, because we lose too many good people out of the system, whether they be burnt out or whether they be picked up and go work in the NDIS space, or indeed work in, if they're a nurse, go into the hospital system or other allied health areas, and simply because the pay is so much better. And I don't think that we can talk about career progression and we can talk about the value of aged care workers until we actually pay them a wage that is attractive and appropriate for the enormous work they do, where often they are the last person that a person is holding the hand of when they say goodbye and depart this world. So it is extraordinary work that people in aged care do. I thank them for all the work they do in my community and including those who work in home care. And I thank the member for this wonderful motion. Thank you.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Cunningham.
The aged care system in Australia is in desperate need of repair. For almost 10 years, those opposite wasted opportunities to fix our aged care crisis. And now, as always, it is up to a Labor government to deliver the big reforms needed to ensure our ageing Australians are looked after. The Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety brought to light some of the worst atrocities older Australians have faced. The findings reflected failures of public policy, failures that hurt real people seeking care in our communities. For years, older Australians have been calling on the government to act, to help them, to ensure they receive the care that they need, care that they deserve after building modern Australia, a country we are so lucky to call home. With the Aged Care Amendment implementing Aged Care Reform Bill 2022, Labor has begun the necessary work to fix our aged care system. This reform makes 3 urgent changes to restore security, dignity, quality and humanity back into aged care. The first of these changes brings registered nurses on site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in residential care and specified kinds of flexible care from the 1st of July 2023. This is such an important reform because it will save thousands of unnecessary trips to hospital. This will help to ease the pressure on our strained hospitals, which are providing incredible service in extremely difficult times. It will also reduce unnecessary stress on both the patients and the aged care workers looking after them. Aged care workers are so important to our society. They look after our elderly, helping them with day-to-day tasks like shopping, bathing, preparing meals, assisting with mobility and countless other tasks. They also provide social interaction, human connection that is vital to good health. But, as is the case in so many female-dominated industries, these workers are overpaid and overworked and underpaid. Labor knows this, and this is why we have supported a significant, meaningful pay rise for aged care workers. We have written to the Fair Work Commission in support of a pay increase for aged care workers, because it is only Labor that has the will to look out for working Australians. During the election campaign, I visited an elderly gentleman in one of our aged care homes in the Illawarra. He loved where he lived, but he was worried about the staff and their workload. As the member for Mayo has indicated, we have heard reports of staff being allocated 6 minutes to help elderly residents get out of bed, help them shower, help them with medication, help them with their breakfast and help them with a cup of tea. There is no way I could do that in 6 minutes. We have committed to fund the Fair Work Commission's decision because, unlike those opposite, we know that if you want to attract and retain aged care workers, you need to pay them more. It is fair and it is right. Quality aged care is worth the investment. The second change implemented in this reform places a cap on administration and management fees for people receiving home care packages and removes exit amounts entirely. This is good for old Australians and it is good for the aged care providers who are trying to do the right thing. As the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety heard, up to 50% of some home care packages were consumed by administration and management costs. This change will ensure that more of the money spent on care goes directly into care. It is what consumers expect and what good providers are already doing. And lastly, we are increasing transparency and accountability in the aged care sector. The bill will require the Secretary of the Department to publish information online about residential aged care services, including provider expenditure breakdowns. This will help older Australians and their families make better informed decisions about their care. This will create healthier competition amongst providers as it rewards good practice and increases transparency. This bill will change lives for the better by repairing a sector that has been crying out for help for far too long. For too long, older Australians were neglected by the previous government. For too long, the workers who care for older Australians were left behind and forgotten. For too long, those opposite buried their heads in the sand as Australians suffered. But this bill brings positive change to a system in crisis and will start the healing process for the aged care sector and for so many Australians let down by the previous government.
Labor is listening. We are listening to older Australians and their families. We are listening to workers and their representatives. We are listening to the peak bodies and the smaller providers, and we are taking action. Action to develop effective and evidence-based policy.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to speak against the motion moved by the member for Corangamite that the Coalition are responsible for the mess the aged care sector is currently in. Mr Speaker, the Coalition's 2022-23 budget delivered $522 million in funding for aged care reform. This is on top of the funding contained in the 2021-22 budget. The Coalition delivered record investment across the aged care sector during our time in government. To paint a very clear picture, Mr Speaker, the Coalition committed $30.1 billion in 2022 to 2023, compared to $13.3 billion committed by Labor government in 2012-13, a growth of 126%. The total investment made by the Coalition in response to the final report of the Royal Commission exceeded more than $19.1 billion. By 2025-26, funding in aged care was estimated to grow to $34.7 billion per year under the Coalition. Mr Speaker, speaking to this bill is very close to home for me. At the age of 86, my father is currently in the aged care system. This has given me an acute understanding of the issues families face. The aged care staff who care for my father work tirelessly, and I wish to thank them. But while visiting him, families of other residents have grabbed me in the corridors to share their own experiences. They've asked for my help to find doctors for their parents or their elderly loved ones. In my electorate of Capricornia, I met recently with the CEO of Benevolent Aged Care, Alison Moss. Alison told me they are struggling to provide quality care due to a lack of staffing. Benevolent Aged Care have 22 beds available in their newly built state-of-the-art facility, but sadly these beds remain vacant because of struggles with staffing and a shortage of doctors and nurses. There is potential to put on qualified nurses from overseas, but the hoops that providers have to currently jump through to recruit this staff is prohibitive and time-consuming for all. I was notified recently that the Access Aged Care, who provide clinical services to residential aged care facilities, will soon be withdrawing services from Rockhampton. Sadly, even with a vigorous and far-reaching recruitment effort, Access Aged Care have been unable to secure the services of a GP in Rockhampton and will no longer be providing services. The knock-on effect of this is the impact to those already stretched emergency department of the Rockhampton Base Hospital. Deputy Speaker, Rockhampton Base Hospital currently has one of the worst ambulance ramping rates in Queensland, sitting at a rate of 45%. The dedicated, hard-working staff are now further stressed as elderly patients are being sent to A&E for scripts or checkups, which would normally be done by a GP in a nursing home. Deputy Speaker, the election mantra from this new federal Labor government was Medicare, aged care, we care. During the recent election, I heard this over and over and over again. The public were told that a federal Labor government would listen, they would consult and they would care. Deputy Speaker, as far as issues that would be of a bipartisan nature, surely fixing the aged care system is one. I will soon be hosting an aged care forum in my electorate of Capricornia and have written to the Minister for Aged Care, Annika Wells, to invite her along. I've also written to Minister Wells on many occasions about the situation with aged care in Capricornia and about Access Aged Care pulling out of the primary health network. Deputy Speaker, in our time in government we engaged in generational reform of the aged care system, and I'm urging the new federal Labor government to continue this reform for the benefit of all older Australians and their families. Deputy Speaker, I am proud of the Coalition's record funding in the area of aged care, but there is still much work to be done. We remain committed to providing older Australians with support to live in their own homes for longer. It is imperative, Deputy Speaker, that this new government continue our work to support the aged care sector. Finally, I'd like to thank all the workers in the aged care sector for going above and beyond what is in their job description. From what I have observed, they are so dedicated and amazing people. I look forward to working with the government so we can make the system better for everyone. Thank you.
Thank the member for Capricornia. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the member for Corangamite for putting forward this motion. Like me, she cares deeply about the residents and workers in aged care and wants to see the essential significant changes which we have already begun. I want to start today by speaking about the need for a pay rise for Australia's aged care workers. The Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety recommended the government contribute to the case before Fair Work that aims to raise workers' wages. Now, unlike the previous Liberal National Government, we're doing just that. We are speaking out in support of the workers. The government made a submission to the Fair Work Commission that unequivocally supports a significant wage increase for aged care workers. Our submission reiterates the government's commitment to fund any increase to award wages made by the Independent Commission in this case. This is absolutely crucial to bring workers back to the aged care sector and to keep them there and help fill the shortages created by 9 years of neglect. We need more staff in aged care, and a pay rise is the start of seeing workers being rewarded for the absolutely crucial role that they play. Of course, whatever the decision by Fair Work, that on its own won't be enough. We've established a wide range of programs to attract staff and support retention, including a program with 1,300 transition to practice places in aged care for newly graduated nurses, 1,900 scholarships, support for 5,250 clinical placements and the nurses' retention payment. And that has to happen so we can lift the standard of care for Australians in aged care. It's well known that until his recent death, my father spent 2 years in aged care, so I've seen firsthand, through one of the most difficult times in history, the reality of care in aged care. What I've seen reinforces what unions, media coverage and the Royal Commission told us, which is that good people working in the sector don't have the time they want and need to provide the care that residents deserve. And I acknowledge how challenging the current situation remains for residential aged care in my own community, where Anglicare has decided to close the Carol Allen facility in Richmond, and other facilities are sharing with me their concerns, having faced such a difficult few years. I'll continue to advocate for these local facilities, some of them quite small, who provide a really important home for locals who don't want to be in their last years a distance away from family and friends. Change is going to take time, but we have to remain committed to it. Our Aged Care Amendment Bill, which implements 3 of our government's urgent election commitments, puts security, dignity, quality and humanity back into aged care. From the 1st of July next year, the bill requires approved providers of residential care to have a registered nurse on site and on duty at each residential facility 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There's obviously a cost to this, but there's also a saving. It will save thousands of stressful, expensive and ultimately unnecessary trips to hospital emergency departments and ensure that older Australians living in residential aged care have access to the nursing care they need in their home. There's also the ability for smaller facilities in regional and remote areas to have temporary exemptions in recognition that it can be hard to find the RNs that they need, and this is a sensible measure. But I want to note that 80% of residential facilities already have a registered nurse on site 24/7, including many in my electorate. All of that should be standard. We've also acted to make information about aged care more transparent. We're making sure information on the services and provider expenditure is publicly available, including information about the workforce, the care that's delivered, food and nutrition, cleaning, administration, maintenance and profit or loss. And all of that is published online so people can make more informed decisions. And it'll also incentivise good practice. I know only too well how hard it is to compare like for like when you're seeking a place for a family member. I also just want to talk briefly about home care. This is, of course, a preference for many people, and in the Hawkesbury and Blue Mountains there remain challenges. But I'm pleased to see the cap on admin, because no one should be paying more for admin than the care that they receive. We'll change these.
I thank the member for Macquarie. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In speaking to this motion, can I start by saying that I'm sure everyone in this chamber have very personal experiences with the aged care system. It's important to absolutely every Australian. 3 of my 4 grandparents have gone through residential aged care. One, thankfully, is still with us, so he's in a residential care facility at the moment, and 2 of my 2 grandmothers both had excellent care in the aged care system. And I just really want to start by saying, despite some of the issues in the Royal Commission, etc., how amazing the care was and is that has been given to members of my family, and how it's certainly my judgment that, by and large, particularly the people that work in the aged care system do such an amazing job in caring for older Australians. And I really hope that no one that works in the aged care system feels that they are unfairly maligned for the great work that they do because of some bad examples that have and should have been highlighted by the Royal Commission. It's important that we use the opportunity of the Royal Commission to make changes and to improve some terrible circumstances that were discovered through that process. But equally, I want to make sure, I, like all members of Parliament, visit a lot of aged care facilities in my electorate. A little bit more difficult over the last couple of years with COVID, but I'm always so impressed and grateful for the amazing work that people do in our community to look after older Australians and any of those that work in the care sector, and that's certainly the case in the aged care facilities that I visit in my electorate. Yes, the Royal Commission highlighted some important areas of reform, and probably not surprisingly, it's also worth just remembering when we talk about the Royal Commission and talk about reform in aged care that the Royal Commissioners weren't unanimous in the recommendations that they made in that Royal Commission. And that really underscores that it is quite legitimate and quite reasonable for people to have different perspectives on what reform and what change needs to occur in our aged care system. And the fact that with all of the resourcing and the very comprehensive inquiries that were undertaken by that Royal Commission, by 2 very eminent people to be Royal Commissioners, that they weren't in unanimity on all of their recommendations that they made, and that probably underscores some of the real challenges we have in reform. But look, other speakers have touched on workforce and the challenges in workforce, and they are particularly significant in aged care and, frankly, across the care sector and, frankly, across the economy right now. We all understand that, and that's why it's really important that we get past the political bluster in some of these debates. And this is a motion in this chamber, but when we're talking about bills and reforms, that we understand what some of those serious issues are. And workforce is going to be one of the most significant challenges in this sector and many others for this government to address and look at what they are doing, and probably take a, frankly, much broader view of workforce challenges than just within the aged care sector. We've got concerning issues in the broader care sector. In South Australia, for example, there's something in the media today about nurses being lured from the state of South Australia to the state of Victoria because of certain inducements that are being provided by the Victorian government, who are addressing their own workforce challenges with nurses. Well, us losing our nurses to the state of Victoria because of a program that the Victorian state government puts in place to do so is not the kind of equity we want in our health system and the care system more broadly. And that's one of the issues we're going to have with aged care reform as well, how we make sure that we're increasing the workforce, not seeing people move from one part of the workforce to another part of the workforce, and therefore having the benefit in one part of a particular sector at the cost of a loss of those resources somewhere else. We just need more people. I don't think anyone's debating that. I think we all understand that. And it's very important that we as a parliament are working together on that challenge, because there's some important things we can do together to help improve how we're providing the workforce that is only going to be even more substantial needs-wise into the future. So with those comments, I just reiterate how grateful we are for the people that work in the aged care sector, what they're doing to care for some very cherished members of our own families, of our society, and commend the work that they do.
Thank the member for Sturt. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Patterson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Corangamite for putting forward this motion and giving us the opportunity to speak on aged care. My mother passed away at the age of 90 in March of this year, and she spent the last 8 months of her life at an aged care facility in our hometown of Kurri Kurri. She had a very, very good time at that facility, and in fact yesterday I was cleaning out some of Mum's things. You might think from March till September is a while to be doing it, but I had them at my house, and sometimes you just can't do these things so quickly. And I came across a very small, simple Christmas card, and it said, "Dear Joy, it is such a pleasure to care for you." And Mum had kept that card. It was from one of the staff at the nursing home that Mum was at. And I knew that it must have meant a lot for Mum to have kept it. She had it tucked in with her 90th birthday cards, and I knew that Mum received many more Christmas cards than just that one, but she'd kept that one. And to me that spoke volumes, not only about my mother's sentimentality, but about the fact that an aged care worker on very meagre payment would go to the trouble in a busy life of penning a note to my mum saying, "I love caring for you, you're such a pleasure to be with and care for." And I think that speaks so much to aged care in Australia at the moment. There are people who love their jobs. They enjoy caring for our older Australians, and they say that it's a far richer experience than the money they're paid, and they don't do it for the money. But it would be better if they were paid more. And that was the overriding sentiment that I got from many of the staff when I talked to them at the facility that my mum spent the last 8 months of her life in. They were good people, highly trained, doing an incredible job under incredible pressure. There's always lots of buzzes and beeps and whistles in healthcare facilities, but I can tell you that when monitored patients in an aged care facility are, wanting to have a shower or they've had a fall out of a bed, those beeps and those monitors are going off continually, and that person who's responsible for those people at that time is constantly having to prioritise, who do I go to next, how do I make this all fit in? So that's where that care time, those minutes of care and having those increased are so important. And also increasing the wages of aged care workers, because at the end of the day they are doing, it's a very important job. Yes, we all want to be cared for in our last days professionally and well. But not only that, it's a hard job, and they should be recompensed appropriately for it. And we're not wasting a minute in the Albanese government. We said that we couldn't have a Royal Commission titled neglect and not turn our focus to it straight away, and that's what we're doing. And in my electorate of Patterson, we have a very high population of older Australians. In fact, when I was last at a nursing home, a very lovely gentleman said, "Meryl, welcome to God's waiting room, darling." It's affectionately known that way, especially up in Port Stephens, but we say it in jest, but it is true. It is critically important that we ensure that people are being cared for adequately, and our bill will ensure that registered nurses are in aged care facilities 24/7, unless those facilities are in very small towns where it's just not possible. There will be provision for that. The bill also is going to introduce a new responsibility for approved providers of residential care and specific kinds of flexible care to have those registered nurses on site and on duty at each facility so it works for them. And I think this is such a critical point, because we need to be taking the pressure off our emergency rooms. But not only that, we need to be taking the pressure off our older Australians. For someone like my mum, who was getting pretty frail in the end, to have to be put into a patient care transport unit or an ambulance and be taken off to emergency because there wasn't a registered nurse or a doctor on site at the facility. It was traumatic, and it takes away so many resources because usually someone will have to go with them. So if we can at least take some of that pressure off our older Australians, that is a good move. I recommend this bill to the House.
I thank the member for Patterson. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned. The resumption debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 4 for a motion in relation to National Police Week.
I call member for McPherson.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to National Police Week in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
I call the member for McPherson.
Mr Deputy Speaker, our heroic police officers sacrifice much for our safety, most notably their own safety. Each day, thousands of police personnel go to work with the great duty of sacrifice to keep our communities safe and to keep the law and order that we cherish in this country. We often don't notice just how much our officers are willing to sacrifice for us, but we feel the impact when they do. The 29th of September is National Police Remembrance Day, where we as a country acknowledge, remember and honour those who have died serving their community in the line of duty. It's a day of great reflection for many in our police forces who have been confronted with the death of their co-workers, of their brothers and sisters. This year, we have lost one serving police officer in the line of duty. On Friday, the 8th of April 2022, Senior Constable Bria Joyce was tragically killed in the line of duty at just 25 years of age. Bria had been in the police force for just 6 years and had risen to the rank of Senior Constable. She had a great passion for the service and she had incredible potential. Whilst on her patrol in the country Victorian town of Redcliffs, a vehicle travelling in the opposite direction veered into her lane, resulting in a head-on collision. The result of this terrible tragedy will be felt long into the future. For her service and her sacrifice, we thank Bria and extend our sympathies to her family and close friends, still grappling with the loss of a bright soul. Leading Senior Constable Thomas Kinane was with Senior Constable Joyce on the night of the 8th of April during their regular patrol. The devastating physical and mental toll that night has had on him is unimaginable. And today we thank Constable Kinane and all other police personnel for the sacrifices that they have made. And of course, in the face of such tragedy, we must renew our national gratitude for the policemen and women that serve every single day. We must stand by our police officers who stand in the face of danger, who work tirelessly to uphold law and order, and who keep us safe. It's a duty bound like no other, with commitments incomparable to most lines of work. For police officers and their related agencies, we as a parliament must continue to prioritise the protection of our values and laws in this country. We are a proud liberal democracy that prides itself on community. At the heart of that is the need to preserve it and ultimately support those who selflessly do. The 29th of September 2022 marks 33 years of commemorating National Police Remembrance Day. Since 1989, we have experienced much change within our communities and country alike. While society may have shifted over the past 3 decades, the police force's dedication to serve our community has not. They will always continue to support us in our communities, and for that we do all thank them. In my time as Home Affairs Minister, I saw firsthand the work that our law enforcement agencies and their personnel carry out. And that covers the whole range of work. It includes the work that's done by our officers to protect those that are affected by domestic and family violence. It's those officers who work on our local crime. And it's all the spectrum right the way through to those officers who are engaged in tackling serious and organised crime. Much of the work of our police officers is unnoticed by our community, but we are very grateful and very thankful for their work. So, Mr Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I do wish to convey the House's gratitude to our police force, those that keep and preserve peace across our great country. To those who serve as police officers, protective services officers, to those who work in the likes of family violence units, we thank you.
I thank the member for McPherson. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion.
I thank the member for Bean, and I call the member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, on the 29th of September will be the 33-year anniversary of National Police Remembrance Day. The day holds a special significance for police throughout Australia, New Zealand, Papua New Guinea, Samoa and the Solomon Islands. It is a day to remember the crucial role police officers play in our local communities and to honour the lives and memories of those police officers who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the course of their duty. We also pay tribute to the families and friends of police officers who have been killed in the line of duty throughout our nation's history. We are forever indebted to those who choose to wear the police uniform in their commitment to ensure the peace, safety and well-being of our communities. Deputy Speaker, throughout the pandemic, police officers have displayed extraordinary resilience and patience. Taken away from their core duties, they'll put on the front line to control state borders, enforce hotel quarantine, stay-at-home orders and other COVID-related compliance. At times, their response included crowd control at various protests, where they were directly in harm's way. And sadly, at times they were personally attacked for just doing their duty. Assigned with additional duties in response to the pandemic, police officers were often stretched in their capacity to attend to other public needs and victim-related crime. Nevertheless, their dedication and commitment ensuring the safety and well-being of our communities never faltered. At times, police officers compromised much-needed planned leave to meet the increased workload. I would like to acknowledge and thank police officers across Australia for their service throughout the pandemic and assure them that it has not been unnoticed or taken for granted. Frequently, our police officers are first responders, delivering the initial response in emergency situations involving serious injury or death, or a threat to life, safety or property. They do this in circumstances where their own safety is often at significant risk. Often facing long hours and fatigued, they need to make critical decisions under time pressure. Compounded over years, the traumatic events and pressure first responders are exposed to increases the risk of serious ongoing stress, and it can impact their mental health. It is a risk that most of us will never have to encounter, and it takes an inspiring amount of courage to undertake such a challenging career to help and protect our community. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the role of police unions. The Police Federation of Australia and my old workplace, the Australian Federal Police Association, for the extraordinary work that they do to support police members and their families. And I'd also like to acknowledge the work of my friend Chris Hayes, the former member of Fowler, in advocating for better recognition of policing work. And colleagues, take the opportunity to join with me and the member for Wide Bay, Lou O'Brien, as members of the Parliamentary Friends of Policing. Many of the events leading up to National Police Remembrance Day have gone ahead this year, with a remarkable display of support from the public. Police Week kicked off across the country, starting with the 13th annual Wall-to-Wall Ride for Remembrance, a major fundraising event for Police Legacy. Hundreds of riders participated and an outstanding $188,000 was raised. Deputy Speaker, to all the police officers who've made the ultimate sacrifice, to their families and friends who've dealt with this ongoing loss, and to all members of the police force, past and present, this parliament honours your courage and commitment, and we sincerely thank you for your service.
I thank the member for being. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Cowper.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'm once again very pleased to be able to rise to speak on this motion, and I thank the member for McPherson for acknowledging the significance of Police Remembrance Day. It's been 27 years since the murders of Senior Constable Peter Addison and Robert Spears while they were on duty at Crescent Head on the mid-north coast of New South Wales. Both men were only 36 years old, with wives and children waiting for them at home. Senior Constable Addison had been in the police force for 8 years, with Senior Constable Spears a 14-year veteran. On the 9th of July 1995, the two police officers from Kempsey Police Station, the same police station where I worked, were called to an address on Walker Street in Crescent Head at 12:35 a.m. to investigate a domestic violence report. They arrived at the house just after 1 a.m, which time they were targeted by gunfire from a heavily intoxicated offender crouching in wait in the dark near the property's carport. The gunman, whose name shall not be preserved in this place, was at the time dressed in camouflage gear and carrying a high-powered Ruger rifle with clear intent to do harm to the attending officers. Senior Constable Addison and Spears attempted to return fire with their inferior standard-issue weapons and scrambled to find cover behind their police car, at which point Senior Constable Addison attempted to call for backup at a neighbouring property. Unfortunately, that property did not have a functioning telephone. At the same moment, just after 1:20 a.m, Senior Constable Spears was shot and fatally wounded. In a continued brave attempt to call for help for his fallen colleague, Senior Constable Addison then attempted to run to a second neighbouring property, was shot and killed by the gunman before he could reach it. The offender then turned the gun on himself. A month after their deaths, in August 1995, the pair were rightfully awarded the police force's highest honour, the Commissioner's Valour Award. These officers died in an attempt to protect and serve. They answered a call, they stood their ground and defended themselves and their community from a cowardly offender. Together they made the ultimate sacrifice, and they should not be forgotten for it. As a direct result of this incident and loss of life, the lives of future police officers would become better protected. Following this tragedy, major reforms to frontline policing in the New South Wales Police Force were introduced, including the transition from revolvers to semi-automatic pistols, the introduction of ballistic vests as standard use and improved radio communications. Tactical training routines were also updated and rolled out across the state to better prepare officers for situations like this. The families of both senior constables would go on to be bonded together not only by their loss, but remarkably by the marriage of their children, Glenn Addison and Jade Spears, who were 16 and 15 at the time of their father's deaths. From a truly tragic event came positive changes, and that legacy lives on today. National Police Remembrance Day, observed on 29 September each year, is our opportunity to reflect and honour the memory of the brave Australian police who have given their lives in service of the community. Sadly, this year we have added another name, Senior Constable Brea Joyce, who was tragically killed in a motor vehicle accident while on duty. Our thoughts and our prayers are with her family, her friends and her colleagues. I would like to thank all members, sworn and unsworn, past and present, of all our police forces around the nation for your service. Thanks must also go to your families for their own sacrifice in enabling you to do your jobs every single day. Thank you for your service.
I thank the member for Cowper. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I acknowledge the member for Cowper and the story that he told in the House this morning. I can imagine, as serving with these men, it was a very difficult time for you. September is a designated month to recognise police forces all around the country and the men and women who service our community. Australia-wide, there is in excess of 66,000 serving police officers who put their lives on the line to serve their community and keep us all safe. They risk their lives every day, and their commitment to our community is unwavering. We are eternally grateful for their sacrifice and service. Being a police officer is a unique profession. They can be confronted with dangerous situations hourly and often are responding to the most distressing moments in people's lives. They show leadership, patience, integrity and empathy. It is the police officer who often makes the difference about how a person responds and recovers into the future after a traumatic event. When our community of Werriwa was hit by floods 4 times this year, they have been an important part in keeping us all safe, ensuring roads are closed. They put their lives at risk to ensure our community can get safely home to their families. And thank you does not really seem enough to recognise police forces for what they do every day. Recently I was present at the 2022 Liverpool Police Officer of the Year Awards. The Liverpool Awards are the second longest police awards in New South Wales and recognise the outstanding commitment and dedication to the Liverpool Command to the people of South West Sydney. The awards have been held for over 20 years, with Mrs June Young as a passionate and tenacious organiser. June unfortunately was not able to attend the night due to illness, which quite frankly is really the only thing that would keep her away from this event. June was missed and all speakers recognised her organisational abilities and friendship. Over the years, it's been June and her committee who have rightly ensured that police have been recognised for the work they do. This event this year was the first one held since COVID, with last year's awards being presented at the Command instead of in person. In Werriwa, we are served by 3 highly skilled commands: Fairfield, Campbelltown and Liverpool. The awards at this event were for the Liverpool Command, and Chief Superintendent White spoke about the work that they have been doing, especially over the last few years. He noted their work in lockdown. Police didn't just make sure that order was kept, they also assisted in delivering food packages, welfare checks, as well as making sure members of the community were isolating as required. He noted how much our community came together to ensure that the safety of each individual during COVID was organised and how well everyone worked together. The awards recognised both sworn and unsworn officers and their commitment to our community. It was Team 1 and Officer Lachlan Kay who were the overall winners on the night. The hard work of police in our area can be seen in the excellent results with arrests, and all crime statistics in our part of the world are the envy of the rest of New South Wales. The Liverpool Command is a very busy command, but the results in the area are a reflection of the hard work and professionalism of the officers and the leadership of Superintendent White. I also want to acknowledge the families of our police officers. I can only imagine how difficult and stressful it is to support police officers and worry about them every day as they go to work. Family and friends support officers to do their difficult and sometimes distressing work. They are the ones who help them debrief. Since the 1800s, there's been more than 700 police officers who've lost their lives in the line of duty, and they are all commemorated at the National Memorial in Canberra. National Police Remembrance Day is one of the most significant days in the police calendar, and as a nation we should pause and remember those officers who have lost their lives fulfilling their duty to protect our community, to honour their courage and commitment. I also want to acknowledge Police Legacy, who provides financial and emotional support to the loved ones left behind. They ensure that families have someone to help them.
Police Legacy provides financial support so children can still receive the education and opportunities they would if their family member had not died. I again acknowledge the police officers who serve our local community, Superintendent White and his team, for their dedication and for keeping us safe.
I thank the member for Werriwa. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Forrest.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I want to acknowledge and thank the member for McPherson for bringing this very important motion to the House. And it is with the deepest respect that I rise to speak on Police Remembrance Day, the 29th of September, to honour police officers who have given their lives serving our local communities. 86 names are listed on the WA Police Force Honour Roll who have died in the line of duty. And behind each one of these is a loving, grieving family and friends. And I would like to thank those families as well in this speech today, Mr Deputy Speaker. I would also like to recognise and thank all officers, past and present, for the work they do and have done, day and night, providing critical and often life-saving selfless service every day of the year. In my electorate in the southwest of Western Australia, at the very moving services held usually outside Southwest Police Complex in Bunbury, we focus on the loss of Senior Constable Jamie Pearson, who was killed while on duty in a traffic crash near Capel in 2004. His passenger and work colleague, Senior Constable Lindsay Harding, survived the accident but sustained serious injuries. The naming of the Pearson Room is a respectful recognition of Jamie. Day in and day out, our police officers are our first responders, first into some of the most risky and tragic situations, the ones who have to knock on the doors of families to break heartbreaking news, often to families within their own communities. They work closely with the communities they serve, and they often have to deal with some of the most aggressive and extremely violent situations, a time that's directed at the officers themselves. They help out in bushfires and floods and every emergency. And when those of us are at our greatest risk or in genuine fear of our lives, the arrival of the police can not only be life-saving but so reassuring to desperate people. In my hometown of Harvey this year, we saw an outstanding police response. An elderly couple towing a caravan lost control. The car and caravan rolled and the couple were trapped inside. The car caught fire. It had 125 litres of petrol in it, and there were 2 gas bottles in the caravan. Senior Constable Kylie James and Probationary Constable Reece Josmans were quickly on the scene and worked out how to help the couple, cutting the seatbelt and dragging them out of the wrecked car, which exploded very quickly afterwards. 4 officers, including Joe Dainty and Wayne Byram, did an incredible job that day, putting their own lives at risk to save others and working with assistance from local volunteer services and emergency services and people at the scene. But each time I attend the service in Bunbury, I'm profoundly moved by the respect shown for our fallen officers. The touching of the rock memorial in the forecourt and the reciting of the police prayer that I would like to read into this today. And the police prayer is, God of all people, we know it is from you that we've learned what goodness and justice are. You've given us the task of maintaining law and order in our community. We seek the strength to meet the many challenges encountered in this endeavour. Give us the courage and the resolution to do our duty at all times, and such a respect and love for justice that neither promise nor threat will ever make us depart from it. Help us with your guidance to be the guardian and the friend of the whole community, a friend to children, an example to youth, a counsellor and advisor to all citizens. Grant us the skill and the wisdom to make us always stronger in protecting and supporting the community. Guide us in knowing when to enforce and when to relax the letter of the law. Help us to be a personal example of honesty, the goodness and the justice which it is our duty to maintain, and grant that our actions will inspire in our community confidence in its police officers. We make our prayer to you, confident in your love and your compassion. Amen. That is the police prayer that says it all about our current and past serving police officers. And I want to just thank also each of our local police officers, wherever they are in Australia right at this moment. We know what they face every day. We know the courage, the selfless approach they have to their work. And I just want to focus back again on how much comfort they bring to the community and they are the first into every situation. Wherever there is threat and risk, they help out ordinary people every single day, and they do it quietly, often unseen. But I want to take the opportunity, as others have today, to honour and thank them for their service that they provide, helping us in our community to stay safe every single day, and I thank the member for McPherson for this motion before the House.
Thank the member for Forrest. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. September 29 is National Police Remembrance Day in Australia, New Zealand and the South West Pacific. The day commemorates the around 800 police officers who have died in duty in Australia alone. Over 60 of them were from my home state of South Australia. For all of those who have died, many more have sustained and been left with serious lifelong physical and psychological injuries from their service. Here in Canberra, there is a wall of remembrance with the names of all those officers who died in duty. It took many years and persistence to have the memorial approved, funded and constructed, and was eventually dedicated on the 29th of September 2006. The memorial finally provided important national recognition to those officers who had died, as does National Police Week and National Police Remembrance Day. However, the over 65,000 police who serve our country and their families need and deserve more than recognition whilst they are on duty, and particularly if their life is cut short or they are badly injured in the course of their work. Police work can be rewarding, but it can also be unpredictable, dangerous and traumatic. As first responders, police are always there when tragedy comes. Horrific road accidents, violent assaults, gruesome killings. These events eventually take their toll on officers and their families. I quote a submission made by former AFP officer Grant Edwards, which describes police work so well. And I quote, "What other job requires you to be in a constant state of hypervigilance and alertness, yet at the same time be a counsellor, a social worker, a lawyer or a prison warden? What other profession authorises you to take a person's liberty or potentially use deadly force, but then mandates that you attempt to save the person's life that just tried to kill you? What job causes you to wonder whether you will come home to your loved ones after you bid them farewell each and every day as you head off to work?" End of quote. Mr Deputy Speaker, so when injury or death occurs, our police officers should be supported. Regrettably, that is not always the case, with each jurisdiction having their own set of support rules. I note that in the lead-up to the May federal election, the AFP prepared a policy paper referred to as Operation Recognition, calling for a range of measures that would ensure more support for police officers. The AFP submission very likely equally applies to all other police jurisdictions, and I trust it will be given the consideration it deserves. In recognising our police today, can I particularly acknowledge and thank Superintendent Guy Buckley and all of the officers under his command in the Northern District of Adelaide. They have always been incredibly professional and helpful in their interactions with my office, as have been all other police whom I have had cause to interact with over the many years I've been in public life. Mr Deputy Speaker, I conclude by reading verse 4 of a 7-verse poem about policing written by Vince Pannell, NPM, of the AFP back in 1995, which talks about the fallen and brings perspective to the National Police Remembrance Day. And I note, and I don't know if he was related, that back in 1957 there was a Constable Harold Ray Pannell that was killed whilst on duty in South Australia. And in that poem, and I'll only read verse 4, I would have loved to have read the whole poem, but time will not permit me. It says, and I quote, "I died in Walsh Street and Russell, and then at Crescent Head. I have died before so often, for sworn oath such I've bled. I ask no retribution, nor hurtful anger dealt. Just guard for me my family, hold my children such loss now felt. and of my grieving sweetheart, comfort for now alone, explain in words of kindness, no more will I be home. Mr Deputy Speaker, I think that verse and that poem really sums up what we are commemorating today, and I commend the motion to the House.
I thank the member for Macon. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I also rise to speak on this motion regarding National Police Week, and I very much thank the member for McPherson for bringing this motion forward, and also for her role previously in the Home Affairs and in particular looking after the Australian Federal Police. National Police Week, 17th of September it starts, and we also have National Police Remembrance Day on the 29th of September. And I just want to pay tribute to the Police Federation of Australia and Scott Webber there, and all the presidents and secretaries right around Australia of all the police associations for their work, and I very much thank them for the tie they provided me as a former Victorian police officer. And I also just acknowledge Wayne Gatt, the President from Victoria, and we worked a number of years ago providing $5 million of federal funding to Blue Hub to help police members in Victoria, and obviously we want to do this right around the country, suffering from the duties they have been involved with. Now, the difference between a police officer compared to most occupations, when you have a bad day at work, you have a really bad day at work, and anything can happen. You'll be on the divisional van, and 1 minute it's all quiet, next minute you go into a domestic. And the saddest thing too, when it comes to occasions like Christmas Eve, you'll think they would be really celebrated occasions. In actual fact, that is the worst time for family violence and domestics. And I just really want to thank all the men and women right across the country for the work they do every day, putting on the uniform and going out to protect others. It is a really, really tough job. On the memorial, on National Police Remembrance Day, we remember the 823 names of those who sadly have been killed in action, their name, their rank and their jurisdiction. And can I just make the point too, when there is a death in the police force, it really has overwhelming impact on police members. Now, I didn't know Angela Taylor, Constable Angela Taylor, but in 1986 she actually died in the Russell Street bombings. But that's still a name I'll never forget in honour of her. That was such an awful incident. When it came to the Roll Street shootings in 1988, Constable Stephen Tynan, 22, Constable Damien Eyre, 20 were murdered, and in actual fact Constable Stephen Tynan I actually did know. We were actually in the sister squad when we went through the police academy, and he was an incredibly nice guy, someone you'd realise would be the nicest police officer ever, and he was caught up in this ambush and subsequently murdered. And the impact again on his family, his colleagues and even the wider police community has been huge. The Silk and Miller murders again in 16th of August 1998 in Moorabbin. Sergeant Gary Silk, Senior Constable Rodney Miller died in Cochrane's Road. And all they were actually doing is doing a stakeout. I think it was Bundaly Debs who ended up being charged for this, who ended up opening up fire on them. And this is one thing sometimes people don't understand when it comes to law enforcement. And this is what the bad guys have made it very clear to us in the past, is police have to be bound by rules, and they can't actually just go out there and think if someone's got a weapon, shoot them. In actual fact, when it came to a number of these police killings, the police have waited to see the response of the criminal, and sadly over time so many police officers have lost their lives. So I pay tribute and thank all the men and women out there every day protecting us and doing a great job. And it has been really tough in the last couple of years, and I think in Victoria in particular some of the duties that the rank and file of police got to do was really tough when it came to the COVID pandemic. And they've always upheld themselves with honour and integrity, and it's something I'll always be very proud of. My 17 years in Victoria Police Force, from being a constable at Boronia police station to going to the organised crime squad and also the counter-terrorism unit. And I thank all my former colleagues who always SMS me and give me some tips of what we should be doing as government. But again, I thank the member for McPherson bring this motion forward, and we must honour our police members especially, and never forget the families of those officers who have died. Thank you.
I thank the member for Latrobe. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the Assistant Minister for Social Services, the Assistant Minister for Preventing Family Violence, and the member for Richmond.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I also rise to support the motion and acknowledge all of the previous speakers. Of course, Police Week 2022 commenced across Australia from Saturday the 17th of September and included the 13th annual Wall-to-Wall Ride for Remembrance. And this Thursday, the 29th of September, National Police Remembrance Day will be observed. And as a former police officer myself, I'd like to thank and recognise all those police right across the nation for the incredible work that they do. And Police Remembrance Day commemorates police officers from all Australian police services who've made the ultimate sacrifice to protect our community. And the day is a day for a time for us all to reflect and remember the very real risks that our police officers face on a constant day-to-day basis. And it's a time when we pause and honour the lives and memories of police who've had their lives tragically cut short in their work protecting us. It is also a very solemn day and an important day for police officers, their loved ones and the wider police family. I'd also like to pay tribute to the very enduring work of Police Legacy, an incredible organisation providing services to police legatees right across my state of New South Wales. On this day, we do pay tribute to the men and women of the service who've made the ultimate sacrifice. Together, we must all ensure their legacies are preserved. As a former General Duties police officer myself, I've seen firsthand some of the situations and challenges and complexities that police officers face day in whilst serving their communities. And indeed, they often have to face confronting dangerous situations and also have to attend fatal incidents and horrific tragedies. There are also many specific challenges in policing, particularly in regional areas like mine on the New South Wales North Coast. And as I've publicly said many times and commented on before, I continue to stand with my community in calling for more police and more resources to ensure regional police and their communities remain safe. Deputy Speaker, I'd also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge my newly elected colleague, the member for Tangi. And of course, the member for Tangi was born in Malaysia and immigrated with his family to Australia in 2002. The member for Tangi was a member of the Royal Malaysian Police Force, and upon coming to Australia, he joined the Western Australian Police Academy in 2006. And the member for Tangi was named Police Officer of the Year in 2020 for his work with multicultural communities during the COVID-19 pandemic. And now, as the member for Tangi, he serves right here, serves his community in our federal parliament and joins the ranks of many current and former members of parliament who've proudly served as members of police services. So welcome to you. Deputy Speaker, as this motion states, we acknowledge the crucial and often challenging and dangerous work that the men and women of our state and federal police do on a daily basis. I'd also like to take the opportunity to especially mention the Tweed-Byron Police District Superintendent Dave Roptel, APM. Now, Superintendent Roptel took command of the district in 2019 and has served in the New South Wales Police Force for over 30 years. Mr Roptel has greatly assisted our community on the New South Wales North Coast through many challenging and difficult times since he took that command, notably, of course, the public health orders in response to the pandemic and also coordinating the emergency responses at the height of our devastating floods earlier this year. And most recently, Superintendent Roptel was recognised for his more than 30 years of service to the New South Wales Police as part of the 2022 Queen's Birthday Honours List, being awarded the Australian Police Medal. And I'd like to take this opportunity in our federal parliament to congratulate and commend Superintendent Roptel APM for this award and acknowledge his commitment to our community safety. I'd also like to make a special mention of all the police associations, police unions and the Police Federation of Australia for all their tireless work in representing the interests of Australian police officers. And indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker, in my electorate of Richmond, I pay respect to our local police who serve and protect our community. I know firsthand the outstanding work that they do. So on Police Remembrance Day, I encourage locals in my area and right across the country to take the time to think about the role that police officers play within our community, in our state and indeed right throughout the nation. The 29th of September is an occasion for us all to recognise these services and acknowledge the work they are doing to keep us safe. And particularly on this day, remember those police who've made the ultimate sacrifice to protect our community. Deputy Speaker, I commend the motion to the House.
Thank the Assistant Minister. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the motion put forward by the honourable member for McPherson, and I thank her for giving me the opportunity to highlight the importance of National Police Week, which was last week, the 17th through to the 29th of September. The week is a reminder to all Australians to acknowledge the work and dedication of the brave men and women in the police force. These courageous officers should hold their heads high for the way they respond to their challenges and often dangerous roles. Their services require them to be prepared for all things, both physically and mentally, and we should do everything we can to support their mental health. Deputy Speaker, while I can only speak on behalf of my electorate of Dawson, I hope that we will all stop and give thanks to the police women and men across the nation, as theirs can often be a thankless job. For it is the police who run towards an act of violence when we run the other way. It is the police who deal in situations with an unknown factor every day. It is the police who, more often than not, are the first on the scene of accidents and witness people dying in front of them. And it is the police who are the ones to deliver the horrible news of the death of loved ones to a family and watch those families deal with the immediate grief. I also believe it is important that we should thank all the families of the officers for their support and the sacrifice that they make. Deputy Speaker, it is also National Police Remembrance Day this Thursday, the 29th of September. This day gives everyone the opportunity to remember and honour those officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty to keep us safe. When we go to sleep at night, there are thousands of officers around the country patrolling the streets, often through places we would not dare to tread. During my time as Mayor of the Whitsundays Regional Council, I was fortunate to develop strong relationships with the local police in my region, and I'd like to mention a couple of those in this place. Senior Sergeant of Police in Bowen, Craig Shepherd, and Sergeant Craig McConnell. Nathan Blaine of Whitsunday Police, and Mark Flynn of Proserpine Police, and also the Superintendent of the whole region, Mr Glenn Morris. There are moments when I would call upon these fine gentlemen and ask for advice, and they would give me frank and fearless advice. I could always trust the information that I received. During my time, the Whitsunday region suffered through and was decimated by one of the largest and most fierce cyclones in Australian history, Tropical Cyclone Debbie. Having open and clear lines of communication with the police and their leaders across the region in the lead-up to, during and the aftermath of this horrific event, I believe this is what helped keep my region safe. It is not every day that you request how many body bags are in stock, or instruct people to leave their homes in order to keep them out of harm's way, preparing for the worst and praying for the best. Deputy Speaker, up my way now, we have a different kind of disaster, ripping through our communities. Only this time it is not a weather event. Young criminals are destroying our once peaceful way of life. In the beautiful city of Townsville and across the Dawson region, squads of kids, some as young as 9 and 10, are breaking into our homes and our cars, taking what they can and trashing what they can't. People are scared to walk down their own street, and the police are frustrated, and they've had their hands tied for too long. It is important that we give the police any and all resources that they need to do their job properly. This is what National Police Week is all about: understanding, recognising, thanking and reflecting. Candlelight vigils and Remembrance Day ceremonies will be held in my electorate of Dawson and, of course, right across our nation. I would encourage all Australians to attend one of these ceremonies where possible, and I urge all members of Parliament to show their thanks and gratitude to our police force. So, to the policemen and women, I salute you.
I thank the honourable member for Dawson. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Tangi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And thank you, Member of Richmond, for her kind word just now. I've spent more than 15 years in WA Police Force as a frontline police officer. I retired this May after I got elected as a sergeant. I'm also honoured I have worked alongside with many wonderful people in the police force. Police officers facing many challenges in doing their job. Police operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they must work in many different shift patterns: morning shift, afternoon shift, night shift. Everyone knows shift work is unhealthy to your body clock and also to your family lives. But as a police officer, you have to do it. When we are on duty, we never know what situation will arise and what will be called to attend. It may be a serious family violence, maybe a fatal traffic crash, maybe a group fight, armed robbery, sudden death, and many more. Almost every day, police officers must attend to aggressive and confrontational situations, handle angry people where someone needs to be arrested, and no one likes to be handcuffed or escorted to the police van. As a result, our police officers often been verbally abused, been kicked, punched, beaten, and spat on. One of my female police officers, when she was trying to arrest a female drug addict, she was being needled by a blood syringe. As a result, her husband and her was not able to live together for almost 1 year because they were in fear of transmission of blood-borne disease. All my brother and sister in blue, they attend from job to job, often thanklessly. They may be tired and they may be affected by what they have been encountered. But whenever they receive a call, they turn up and do their job professionally without complaining. Then at the end of the day, they return home to their families, keeping a brave face of normality from what they have been experienced. And the next day, they start the process all over again. Many police officers have experienced bad things while doing their job. For me, I could clearly remember the first dead body, which I have picked up some 15 over years ago. And whilst I'm saying this, the smell of that dead body appearing at my nose tip now. 15 over years as a police officer, I've attended many sudden death cases, pick up many dead bodies. And this is just part of our daily jobs as a frontline police officer. One of my colleagues, he worked as a police officer for 35 years. He resigned from police force when I was working in a country station. Later, I met him in one of the Bunnings stores in Perth. I was so happy to see him, and I greeted him with a cheerful smile. But he looked at me into my eyes and walked away without even wanting to speak to me. I was puzzled at the time. But 3 years later, I met up with his wife, and she told me my friend was being forced to resign because of his mental health issue. He has suffered from PTSD as a result of his work. After his resignation, every time he drove past a police station or see a police van pass his car, he will be shaky, shivering, was unable to handle himself. And he does not like to see any of his police friends because it refreshed his memory as a police officer. My friend and his family have not received enough support from police force or the government. And the community has no idea how much a police officer have to go through while performing their daily duty. Mr. Deputy Speaker, police are only human. Police officers have put their life on the line to serve and protect the communities. All of us respect the Defence Force because they fight for our country. The police officers are our guardian angel, protecting our life and property from harm and danger, and keep our community safe. They deserve our appreciation too. This week is a National Police Week. I want to say thanks to all of them from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Order. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Fisher.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this very important motion, and I want to acknowledge the member for Tangi and a great speech from the heart. And I want to acknowledge all. I'm not too sure of members on the opposite side, but I know that members on our side of the chamber, the Leader of the Opposition, member for Wide Bay, member for Cowper, member for Latrobe, and any others that I may have missed, I apologise for their service to policing in this country. It's a tough job. I've never served as a police officer. I have a nephew that is currently serving, and I want to pass on my acknowledgement and thanks for the great work that they do. Our police personnel are exceptional, but their work is essential. I recently visited the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation in Brisbane as part of my continuing work to keep kids safe, particularly with the emerging threats posed by advancing technology. The extent of the risks faced by vulnerable Australians, and particularly kids, highlights the crucial role police and law enforcement have to play in making our communities safer. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to come at this from a slightly different angle. We talk about mental health a lot in this place. We talk about mental health, particularly in relation to veterans, and that's very important. But from my experience as an ex-barrister and my dealings with a lot of police officers and, in fact, emergency service personnel suffer terribly from PTSD. And the member for Tangi touched on this a moment ago of his own personal experience. It's right that we acknowledge our veterans from the Defence Force and the work that they do and the risks that they run. But the average Australian emergency service personnel will more than likely see far more death and carnage than what many of our serving personnel see, especially in peacetime. And yet we so very rarely talk about the mental health of our emergency service personnel, particularly our police. These are the men and women who will come out to your house when there is a call made out in relation to a domestic violence dispute, whether the house is being burgled, whether there's an accident on the highway, all sorts of multitude of reasons why we pick up that call, that phone, and ring 000. They don't sit and draw lots as to who's going to go out. They do it. They do it because of a sense of duty, and by and large, they do it extremely well. And this country is indebted to the services of our policing, both at a state and territory level and at a federal level. And it's important that we have this conversation around their well-being. That's why I was very proud to advocate for and see Fortum share in $11.5 million in response to the Black Summer bushfires. And again, I was delighted that an additional $1.4 million was provided in the 22-23 federal budget for Fortum Australia. The organisation was launched to do for law enforcement and emergency service workers what Soldier On has done for our defence personnel, and it is extraordinary work. A project in my electorate which I've been proud to support and in part secure is the National PTSD Centre, to be housed in my electorate thanks to $8.3 million secured under the Coalition. The centre is the first of its kind in this country, which deals with the research and treatment of emergency service personnel and defence personnel who suffer from PTSD. I want to give a big shout-out to the University of the Sunshine Coast team for their leadership in this sector. They are doing tremendous work with the Thompson Institute, and I salute them. Their work is making a difference right across the country, and I couldn't be prouder of our government, when we were in government, providing in excess of $20 million to the Thompson Institute for this sort of research. Thanks to their efforts, ably supported by this coalition government, law enforcement agencies seized 39 tonnes of drugs and chemical precursors in 2021 alone. We saw mandatory minimum sentencing and tougher penalties for drug and illegal firearm trafficking. We will stand by the great work that our police services continue to do, and we are very, very proud of the work that they do, and looking after them is the least we can do.
I thank the honourable member for Fisher. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I very much appreciate the opportunity the member for McPherson has provided for us to put on the record our appreciation for our law enforcement personnel in this country, and commend comments made by a number of previous speakers. It's obviously an issue of complete unanimous view of the House. I wanted to touch on two areas. The first was what we've seen from our police and other law enforcement agencies over the last couple of years supporting our society through the challenges of the COVID pandemic. And it reminds us of what a police force is there to do. Most of us hope not to have too much to do with the police force if we can help it. Because sometimes instinctively we think policing is really about finding people that are doing the wrong thing, and of course our police force do exactly that. But through COVID, of course, we saw just how the breadth of the sort of things that police officers do in our society. Being from the state of South Australia, of course, we had a border closure and a number of directives that were in place. Our Police Commissioner, Grant Stevens, no relation to myself, was the dedicated person under the Act for an emergency declaration as the state controller to take the lead of the response to COVID and all the measures that were put in place, and of course the police force that he leads and led through that period of time with a lead agency and a whole range of things that had never occurred before, like border measures, etc. And so I think a lot of us came into contact with the police force in new and different ways and saw exactly the dedication, how much they do in our society and the value of the work that they do, and other members have talked about how taxing it is as a career, shift work, the horrendous experiences and things that police officers see and the mental health pressures that brings to bear on them, as it would for anyone to go through those experiences. The member for Fisher mentioned the Centre for the Disruption of Child Exploitation, and the work that they do. I've had the. It's not a privilege. It's obviously a terrible area of policing, where you're dealing with some of the most horrendous, awful, disgusting human beings on the planet. People that seek to exploit children, and particularly the sexual abuse of children. And the people that are engaged in tracking down these scum, finding them, stopping that from occurring and bringing them to justice, they are great heroes in our society. And imagine what sort of a mental toll that would take on you when you're having to look at some of the most disturbing images, when you have to investigate some of the most disturbing circumstances of child abuse and child exploitation. And there are people, we don't often think of it because it's of course out of sight, out of mind. There are people that are doing such emotionally draining and mentally straining tasks that work in our police forces to make sure that they're protecting us from some of the worst people in society. And National Police Week, of course, is an opportunity to reflect on, to think about the contribution of what they make to our society and the very hard work they do and the risk to them. And other speakers have talked about injuries and at times death in the line of duty, and that is something that we should always acknowledge and take an opportunity to be very grateful for as a nation. So we have that opportunity in this motion. Looking at National Police Week from the point of view of the service that our law enforcement officers provide, but also the risks that they take and the pressure and the toll it puts on them and their families. So I'm very grateful to all the police in my electorate, in my state of South Australia, the other law enforcement branches, the Federal Police, of course, that look after us in this building, and the way in which they work together to keep all Australians safe, to properly police the laws of the land, and also the broader work than that they do that, of course, is extremely taxing. We appreciate their service, we acknowledge their service, and we thank them very much for what they do to keep us safe.
I thank the honourable member for Sturt. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order for the next sitting. Order. I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent of the following bills: Climate Change Bill 2022 and Climate Change Consequential Amendments Bill 2022. Clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 1, Jobs and Skills Australia Bill 2022, consideration in detail.
Order. I call the Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I present a supplementary explanatory memorandum to the bill.
I call the Minister.
Thank you. I move the government as circulated. Can I firstly indicate that, as the government made clear, this is an important piece of legislation. It was the first bill to be introduced into the parliament in this parliamentary term, and it's because we are looking to effectively respond to skill shortages across the economy and labour market, and to do so in an effective manner. And we believe that having a body such as Jobs and Skills Australia will provide that device. It will certainly contribute to a more precise understanding of labour shortages and skill requirements, and will more precisely anticipate, Deputy Speaker, the emerging areas of demand in a fast-changing economy. And for that reason, we want to have this legislation enacted as soon as possible. It is the interim step, but it is an important piece of public policy responding to the needs of a workforce, of employers, of workers, of our labour market and economy. Can I start by thanking the members for Indi, Kennedy, Goldstein, Senators Faruqi and Barbara Pocock on behalf of the Australian Greens proposed amendments to the Jobs and Skills Australia Bill. We've had very significant engagement with members and senators who have a considered interest in these issues, and they come from sometimes different standpoints. I think they all agree that we need to do better in terms of investing in skills and ensuring we invest in areas where there are skill shortages, but also we need to provide more advice, better advice to government and to employers, to industry generally, that will enable greater access to the labour market for people that miss out. And whether that be people, workers in regional and remote Australia, whether that's women that have been locked out or limited in access to the labour market, whether it's people with disability who have had great challenges in seeking to be just treated fairly when it comes to employment participation, whether it's First Nations people where there's been entrenched disadvantage and discrimination historically and still exists today, we know we can do better. And I'd also add to that those very significant parts of our society, over 55s, who, again, as a group of people, have often been subject to discrimination. So the advice of this proposed body, yes, is looking generically at skill shortages and is indeed looking to more precisely forecast areas of emerging demand when it comes to skills and labour. It's also looking to find solutions to impediments to employment for many Australians. So I'd like to thank the previous senators and members that I've mentioned and thank them for, through those discussions, allowing me to move this amendment, which goes some way to expressing their concerns. I also want to foreshadow, and I think it's important to do so, that there'll be another engagement with this place and the other place, with more legislation to come so that we can finalise this body. We believe we needed to move very rapidly to enact an interim body to supersede the National Skills Commission. We do think there's further work to be done, and I make this pledge to the opposition and to the crossbench that we will engage with them genuinely and fully in ensuring we get those reforms in place as well. The government has accepted effectively the substance of these amendments, and they will be proposed as government amendments. The amendments recognise the distinct circumstances faced, as I said earlier, by people living in regional, rural and remote Australia and those that have historically experienced labour market disadvantage and exclusion. The revised explanatory memorandum notes that those more marginalised, whether by way of age, health, gender or background, are among the cohorts the body's analysis will assist. The revised explanatory materials will also clarify that when consulting with other persons or bodies, these may include, for example, bodies representing the university sector, persons from regional, rural or remote Australia, First Nations persons and recent migrants. This revised explanatory memorandum will be tabled in the Senate. The amendments being moved will also ensure that, as the responsible minister, together with the Secretary of the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations, I can be provided with advice by the JSA in relation to additional matters that will help to improve employment opportunities for individuals and strengthen Australia's economy. These important government amendments will add to the functions of Jobs and Skills Australia, so its responsibility for providing advice on issues relating to skills and training and workforce needs in regional, rural and remote Australia, pathways into VET and pathways between VET and higher education, opportunities to improve employment, VET and higher education outcomes for cohorts that have historically experienced labour market disadvantage and exclusion. Deputy Speaker, this amendment also clarifies that the advice Jobs and Skills Australia develops from its analysis will allow consideration of governments and potentially industry to improve access to training and employment outcomes, and clarifies that Jobs and Skills Australia analysis will also ensure the experience of priority cohorts are better understood to enable governments to develop targeted policy improvement to address access and equity in the jobs and skills system.
Order, the minister's time has expired. Does the minister require further?
I do.
Is that agreed to? I ask the assistant minister, the opposition minister.
Leave's granted.
I call the honourable minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. These amendments together. Thanks, Bob. These amendments, together with the feedback received from over 55 submissions to the Senate committee inquiry into this bill and across the two-day Jobs and Skills Summit, reinforce the importance of establishing Jobs and Skills Australia urgently so it can begin its important work in addressing the skills and workforce needs of the country.
I thank the Minister. The House will now consider the bill in detail. I understand it is the wish of the House to take this bill as a whole. The question is that this bill be agreed to. All of those of that opinion? The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of this amendment to the Jobs and Skills Australia Bill and the new subsection 4, which adopts the amendment circulated. This amendment adds an additional function to Jobs and Skills Australia to provide advice to the Minister and Secretary in relation to skills and training and workforce needs in regional, rural and remote Australia. I'm grateful for the input and support of the member for Kennedy, who also represents a large regional electorate and will speak to this amendment as well. This bill started off repeating a mistake from the initial National Skills Commission bill, which overlooked the unique skills and workforce needs of regional, rural and remote Australia. And I also moved a regional focus amendment to the previous bill, which was voted down by the former coalition government, astonishingly including the National Party, which claims to represent the interests of regional Australia. It was eventually rebranded as a government amendment and it became law, which I supported. So I'm very pleased to stand today and support this amendment, as it's a significant enhancement to an important statutory body. I'd like to thank the Minister for working constructively with me as I've sought to address a blind spot in this legislation. This oversight has too often been the experience of policy making regarding rural and regional communities, which is so often an afterthought rather than a key player in the economic prosperity of this country. We cannot lose sight of the unique needs and opportunities in regional Australia in developing labour markets, skills and training needs, and vet training. My electorate is ready to go. We're ready to thrive and prosper, and we want to take up the jobs of the future and contribute to our country's economic growth. We don't want just fly-in, fly-out. We're ready to grow our own. Increasing vet places in TAFE is, of course, an admirable goal, but our TAFEs are struggling with ageing infrastructure. We can't train our young people for the jobs of the future when their facilities are stuck in the 1970s. My electorate is at the forefront of the regional transition to renewables. But how do we train engineers to install renewable energy facilities and mechanics to service electric vehicles when the facilities are still only appropriate for petrol engines? We simply can't train them to their full potential, so I want the government to be looking at this. Access is another unique barrier faced by rural, regional and remote Australians. We shouldn't need to move away to gain secure employment or the right training opportunities. We all know the transformative effect of education, but for many rural and regional people, it comes at too high a cost if they need to leave their family and community for that step up in their careers, and they often don't return. In this context, I believe the time is right for a Regional Australia White Paper. This was a central recommendation of the 2018 Regions at the Ready report. This would involve a comprehensive consultation process and a look at improving education and training of young people and the development of a national regional higher education strategy, both aims that relate to the goals of this bill. We owe it to the millions of Australians who live outside the capitals to do better than the decades-long piecemeal approach that does justice to no one. In closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, I will keep speaking out for rural, regional and remote Australia so that we attract the best candidates, offer the best jobs and provide our people the skills and training for the jobs of the future.
I thank the honourable member for Indi. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Kennedy.
God bless the member for Indi for her perspicacity and initiative, and we thank the minister for his enlightenment. We are told it's going to be a reasonable government, and here is a good example. And I say that with all sincerity because previous governments have not listened to a good idea and inculcated it. They've been too arrogant and too obfuscating, and I'll leave it at that. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, I have a meeting this afternoon with the Minister for the Army because we have 10 truck drivers that we simply cannot get to take the sugarcane from Mareeba to the Mossman Mill.
And if we can't find those, then that cane will rot in the field, and not only will the farmer lose his income from that cane for this year, but he will also have the cost of disposing of that cane as well. And many of them have been now 15 years below cost of production, and they're not going to survive. One example, can't get 10 truck drivers. It's been on the national news, Mr. Speaker. Doctors, we've got no doctor at Mission Beach, we've got no doctor at Julia Creek, we've got no doctor at Cardwell. We're in a desperate situation in Innisfail with two of our leading medical practices where people are over 70 years of age, and they're not going to continue, cannot continue much longer. Fruit pickers. I saw half a kilometre long mangoes almost up to my waist. Just can't get pickers. It's a bloke who owns it, and his son, he's 83 years of age, he's down there picking mangoes. He's one of the bigger operators in Australia. There's avocados on the ground all over Australia. We can't get pickers. Roadhouses, I pulled up dying of hunger, and also we needed petrol in the car. The roadhouses were all closed. They couldn't get anyone to work there. Roadhouses are now being closed. We can't get people to work there. Chemists. Lady came over to me at Mount Isa the other day, desperate for chemists. Just simply can't get them. Steel fabricators. A little tiny job. I've been to 7 of them, and they can't get anyone to work in steel fabrication. Now, there are 2 Australias. The honourable member for Indi and I represent one of those Australias. I call it the Golden Australia. And there's the other Australia. And if you're in New South Wales, of course, you know NSW stands for Newcastle, Sydney and Wollongong, and nothing else, and nothing else. In Queensland, there's South East Queensland, and the rest of us simply do not exist. We simply do not exist. And, you know, the democratic system is the winner takes all. If you've got the majority, you've got the power, and the minority gets nothing. And that's the nature of democracy, and it's one of the shortcomings. But the Golden Australia, guess where the coal is? We only export 2 things, of course, iron ore now and coal. And we're going to close the coal industry down, which rather intrigues me. But guess where the iron ore and coal? It's like 2/3 of our entire exports. There's 2 big ones up there, and there's sort of nothing underneath. But if you say, well, what's underneath that? Yeah, I suppose aluminium and cattle, maybe, you know. But iron ore, coal, silver, lead, zinc, copper, aluminium, cattle are all in the Golden Australia. The part of Australia that every single redistribution in Australia we lose a seat from rural Australia. So that 1.2 million people that are on 95% of the continent, they're leaving. They're leaving. And if you think that the world accepts a vacuum, no, it doesn't. 265 years ago, we Australians said, oh, no, we don't need population. No, we don't need an army. No, we don't need any of those things. Well, I don't think we Australians have changed very much. The colour of our faces might have a bit, but nothing else has changed. So, Mr Speaker, it is very, very good, the initiative taken by the member for Indi, and I commend her and I commend the Minister for accepting these proposals, because the only way we can address these problems, and let me give you one example before I sit down, the United Kingdom backpackers, we desperately need them. They're the biggest group of backpackers that we had, and the government said, oh, you don't have to go in rural areas anymore, backpackers from the United Kingdom. So now we've got no fruit pickers and no backpackers. They're not coming back. Mr Speaker, that's the nature, and hopefully this will address those problems.
I thank the honourable member for Kennedy. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of this amendment, and I appreciate the consideration given to me by the Minister and his office, and for including gender in the context of labour market disadvantage and exclusion in this amendment. This amendment may seem a small step for women, but it should have significant implications. I hope that, apart from anything else, it's a sign that this government will be taking every possible step to enhance women's participation in the workforce for the sake not only of productivity and our prosperity, but of course for gender equity. As I said at the time of the Jobs and Skills Summit, government must not become bedazzled by the high-vis side of the workforce, leaving the pink workforce at home yet again. Employers, as has previously been said, are bemoaning labour shortages in many sectors of the economy. The answers are staring them and this government in the face. For example, a survey of 6,500 mainly female retail workers conducted by the University of New South Wales found that 35% of mothers surveyed would work more hours if the rosters were more predictable. The SDA estimates that there's a pool of at least 40,000 underemployed, mainly female retail workers, and it's much the same story in aged care. Empowering women to work must be central to all legislation, all policy. I've said in this place that all legislation should include a gender impact statement, and this amendment to the legislation and the explanatory memorandum effectively does that. It means that Jobs and Skills Australia and its Commissioner should have a laser focus on empowering women to enter the workforce, because women are done with being secondary. At a time when we have chronic workforce shortages, there is no more appropriate moment to shift the dial. Businesses large and small across my electorate of Goldstein are crying out for staff. It is crimping their ability to recover from the ravages of the COVID pandemic, inhibiting their ability to contribute to our return to a high-growth economy. While I welcome employers and unions joining forces to promote more support for apprentices, we all know that with few exceptions, like hairdressing, trades are overwhelmingly male-dominated. Highly feminised industries must be revalued. This means closing the gender wage gap and providing ready opportunities for enhancing skills to recognise the importance of their jobs. It means providing cheap, affordable, accessible childcare and early childhood education so that women and children, and indeed families, can thrive. It means supporting the proposals of the member for Warringah in her motion today to provide at least 26 weeks of paid parental leave, to set the beginning of next year as the start date for lowering the cost of early childhood education. A decade ago, the Grattan Institute found that an extra 6% of women in the workforce would increase GDP by $25 billion. KPMG modelling in 2018 found that halving that gap between male and female workforce participation would increase GDP by $60 billion by 2038. What are we waiting for? It's a question of priorities. As Grattan's Danielle Wood has put it, if untapped women's workforce participation was a massive iron ore deposit, we would have governments lining up to get it out of the ground. It's time to finally ensure that women get the opportunities they want, and we as a parliament do everything possible to make sure they do. This amendment is one small but effective step, and I look forward to the parliament doing much more. I thank the minister once again for his consideration, and I commend the amendment to the House.
I thank the honourable member for Goldstein. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable minister.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Well, I just wanted to very briefly respond to the members who've contributed to this discussion around the amendment that's been moved by the government, but it's as a result of discussions with the members for Indi, Kennedy and Goldstein and others, and senators as well. And it is certainly, I think, an improvement to the bill. I want to make clear the government certainly did believe and has always believed that remote and regional Australia matters, but I think having it expressed in this way improves it and clarifies, if there was any clarification required, the intent of the government to ensure that we do things in a way that will be providing support to communities beyond our major cities. So too with respect to the need to ensure that women have better opportunities. Again, I think the engagement with the member for Goldstein was an important discussion, and indeed the member impressed upon the government that it would be good to make clear how important this vehicle would be to providing more opportunities for women in the workforce or wanting to increase their participation or access participation to the labour market, an absolutely vital role for the government and therefore for Jobs and Skills Australia. And so too, of course, the member for Kennedy's concerns about regional and remote Australia too. This amendment, I think, goes a long way to ensuring that the concerns of the members engaged with the government are met. And we want to continue those discussions, not just on this matter, not just on the full maturation of Jobs and Skills Australia. But these issues generally, we do believe governments should play a more proactive role in providing opportunities, whether it's for prospective workers in a remote community or whether it's women who have found that there are too many impediments to accessing work that they merit. And for that reason, we'll continue those discussions with subsequent policies that will contribute, I believe, to improving both our economy and our inclusive approach to our society and to our labour market more generally.
I thank the honourable minister. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that this bill, as amendment, be agreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. This bill, as amended, has been agreed to, and I call the honourable minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? I call the honourable member for Hume.
Leave is granted.
I thank the honourable member for Hume. I call the honourable minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill now be read a third time.
I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 2, Jobs and Skills Australia, National Skills Commissioner Repeal Bill 2022. Consideration in detail.
Clerk. I call the minister.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk. Order. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Griffith has moved as an amendment.
Oh, no.
No?
And then I'll do
I call the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 1, Jobs and Skills Australia Bill 2022.
I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to establish Jobs and Skills Australia and for related purposes.
Clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 2, Jobs and Skills Australia, National Skills Commissioner Repeal Bill 2022. Consideration in detail.
Call the minister.
There's two bills. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to repeal the National Skills Commissioner Act 2020 and for related purposes.
Clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 3, Treasury Laws Amendment 2022, Measures number 2, Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Griffith.
Order. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Griffith has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this bill and in particular the very important amendment moved by the member for Griffith. We are in a cost of living crisis and wages are going backwards in real terms for millions of people in this country. We've seen energy bills because of the reliance on expensive and outdated fossil fuels and their unregulated nature around many parts of this country going through the roof. We've seen rents rise by 7 times as much as wages, putting people in a massive, massive housing crisis, to the point where we now have in this wealthy country of ours people sleeping with their kids in cars because you can't get a place to rent, let alone buying a house which is now out of reach potentially for a whole generation. The massive cost of living crisis that is hitting people right now is something that governments can do something about. We can't keep saying, oh, it's up to the so-called Independent Reserve Bank, they set the interest rates, there's nothing we can do about it. We can't keep saying, oh, it's up to the Fair Work Commission because they set the rate of minimum wages. We can't keep saying, oh, well, housing is all in the private market and that's up to the landlords. There are things the government can do about it, and do about it right now to deal with the crises that we're facing. And we know that because we saw during the pandemic, when we were facing another crisis, we saw government step in and say, in places like Victoria, we're going to freeze rents. We saw government step in and say, we're going to do things to make sure that no one in this wealthy country of ours lives in poverty. And the crisis that we're facing now is making a massive difference to many people's lives and are making many people's lives unlivable. And we can and we should do something about it right now. The government could step in and get dental into Medicare. The average Australian household spends about $900 a year on dental bills. Right? Medicare makes it affordable for many people to go and get health care in a way that they otherwise wouldn't. One of the great things about this country is that we have the system of Medicare, which means that people can go to the doctor if you can get in, if you can get an appointment, and in many places that's difficult. But we have a system in this country where, unlike in the US, if you get sick, they don't check your credit card. If you've got a Medicare card, you can get in and get the health care that you deserve. But dental is not in Medicare, and that means many people are putting off the treatment they need. And when the average cost to a household is about $900 a year, and we're dealing with wages going backwards and rising costs of energy and rising costs of housing, it is one thing the government could do, and could do now, that would make a difference to people's lives to deal with the cost of living crisis, is get dental into Medicare. The government could also make childcare free. We could make childcare free in this country and start thinking about childcare the way that we think about primary school or secondary school, where you should be able to send your child there, know that they're going to be able to be there for as long as they need to be, and you can do it without it hitting your hip pocket. Now, the Greens have long campaigned against those so-called voluntary fees in public schools, and we need to do more to stop the rising out-of-pocket costs in public schools. But in childcare, it is massively, massively expensive. Right? It is massively, massively expensive. And the government says, to its credit, that it's an area that needs reform. So why not go the whole hog and start thinking about childcare and early childhood education the way that we think about primary and secondary schools and make it free? Now, we could do those things, making childcare free and bringing dental into Medicare, plus building affordable housing, would make a huge difference to this cost of living crisis that we're facing at the moment, to everyday people. Why isn't the government doing that? Well, because they're taking $244 billion out of the budget to spend on tax cuts for politicians and billionaires, instead of doing things that would make everyday people's lives easier, like making childcare free, getting dental into Medicare and building affordable housing. $244 billion is what it's going to cost the public to give tax cuts to politicians and billionaires who frankly don't need it and don't deserve it. $9,000 a year is how much politicians and billionaires are going to be better off as a result of Labor's stage 3 tax cuts. $9,000 a year. While every day people in this country are struggling to put a roof over their head or afford healthcare or afford childcare, Labor's priority is to give a $9,000 a year tax cut to politicians and billionaires. It has to stop. This bill that's brought before us today is about amending a number of tax measures and about dealing with some financial matters. Well, the most important thing that this government could do is deal with the financial crisis that is facing so many people around this country and ditch the unfair stage 3 tax cuts. Now, these stage 3 tax cuts, the top 1% of income earners in this country will get as much as the bottom 65% combined. It is going to turbocharge inequality. Australia is already at risk of going down the road of becoming a US-style society where the gap between the haves and the have-not grows. The stage 3 tax cuts will turbocharge that. And it will make gender inequality in this country worse, because men will get twice as much of the benefit as women. Twice as much of this $244 billion will go to men as going to women. And the average tax cut for men will be twice as much as for women as well. So, from a government that on the one hand is saying it wants to bring in legislation to this place to close the gender pay gap, which is an ambition that needs to be supported, on the other hand is saying we can rip $244 billion out of the budget to make the gender pay gap worse by giving twice as much to men as we will to women. So, there is no excuse for not making childcare free and getting dental into Medicare, because when the government says, well, where are you going to get the money to pay for it, the answer is simple. Don't give tax cuts to politicians and billionaires. Don't spend $244 billion when that amount of money would fund free childcare, dental into Medicare and building affordable homes in this country. The money is there if we have the courage to stand up to the powerful, to the billionaires and say, you don't need more money, but the average person in this country needs better services. And it comes back to the central point of the member for Griffith's amendment here, which is, when the government says to you, all of this is in the hands of the market, all of this is in the hands of others, there's nothing we can do about the massive pressures that you're under, that is simply not true. There are things the government could do right now that would make a difference to people's lives. We know the Medicare system works. We've already got line items in there for dental care. Let's just put dental in as part of it so that you can use your Medicare card when you go to the dentist. We know that we can have free childcare in this country because we had it during the pandemic. We've got a system in place for funding childcare and early childhood education in this country. Let's make childcare free on an ongoing basis. How are we going to fund it? Well, don't give Clive Palmer a tax cut. Don't give politicians a tax cut. If you ask most people in this country, do you think it is fair that Labor wants to give $9,000 a year to billionaires and politicians, but nothing to someone on the minimum wage? Most people will say no. There is better things to spend the money on than that. So we have an opportunity here. We have an opportunity here to address the cost of living crisis, make this country more equal, and we can fund it by stopping giving tax cuts to politicians and billionaires, and I support the member for Griffith's amendment.
Order. The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Kennedy.
Speaker, if you're going to secure an increase in taxation, I find, after spending 48 years in parliaments, that we've reached a stage in Australia where government bears no relationship to reality. And I couldn't agree more with the previous speaker, the leader of the Greens. in his comments. What sort of a country sells all of its gas for 6 cents a unit and then buys it back, its own Australian gas, at current prices of around $32? Not 6 cents, which we sold it for, but $32. Qatar produces the same amount of gas we do and exports the same amount of gas as we do. It gets 29,000 million for its people out of its gas, and the moronic governments of Australia, we get 600 million. So if we want to do the sort of things that the previous speaker, the leader of the Greens, spoke about, well, I mean, there's one answer straight away. The only country on earth that has no import charges is Australia. In fact, the first act of this government of significance was to subsidise imports of motor vehicles. Now, we might all feel, and we've discussed moving forward on electric vehicles, even an old troglodyte like myself is going along on this one, electric vehicles, but they're going to subsidise their introduction to Australia. Where in sharp contrast, the crossbenchers want them to be built here in Australia. If you're going to put out money, then put out money to have them built here in this country. And why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you do that? Are you so locked into the primitive laissez-faire capitalism of the 1800s? Didn't they teach you in school that little children worked for 20 hours a day, believe it or not, at the ages of 8 and 10 and 12 in factories? That's what laissez-faire capitalism delivered to you. And we may not be as dramatic at this stage, but there is a lot of people, you know, even in North Queensland, I can see people now living in the streets. In the wealthiest country on earth, there are people living in the streets. Well, you gave away all of your mining companies. The 4 of the big 5 are Australian-owned. The price of metals has gone up 300%. 300%. What do Australians get out of it? Nothing, because we don't own the mining companies. You let them all be sold to foreigners. So all of our mineral resources are foreign-owned. So we don't get any benefit from the huge surge in mineral prices. And in fact, you know, my own union, we've got to get much more aggressive. My own trade union and my honourable colleague, a great supporter of the CFMEU, we must get much more aggressive because our wages have actually gone down. We've gone down in the coal mining industry from close to 200,000 down to close to 125,000. They've actually pushed our wages down in mining, thanks to their FIFOs and their labour hire companies and their Section 457 workers, all initiatives of ALP governments. I would say all initiatives of ALP governments. They provided the levers that have pushed our wages down in mining. And our blokes have got to get much more aggressive. And I serve notice on the foreign mining companies that we're not going to sit back and watch our wages be driven down through the floor while your incomes went up 300%. Now, as for the cost of living, I mean, I live in a town called Charters Towers, and we were under the Mining Act, as was Mareeba, another big town in my electorate, as was Mount Isa. We're under the Mining Act. Under the Mining Act, if I went out and bought a piece of land, wanted to subdivide it, a bloke called Michael Power signed a document. My wife and I own 20 acres and we weren't wealthy enough to complete our little demountable house that we bought. So we had to subdivide the 20 acres into 2, and it took my wife about 20 minutes, 15 minutes to fill out the form. Michael Power stamped it and signed it, and she walked out and she sold that block for $3,000 the next day. Now, Malcolm Turnbull, no less, and an Oxford professor, an Australian, but he teaches at Oxford in London, they did a report on why housing costs are so enormous in Australia. It's because we can't get at the land. The subdivisional impositions that you have imposed upon the people have skyrocketed the land in Charters Towers. A good example to use, because we had no restrictions. We had just one person, a local bloke, that made the decisions, and he made good decisions, as most local blokes do. The land went from $7,000, a housing block, to $72,000. It's just government intervention in the marketplace, imposing ridiculous conditions, impossible conditions to meet, just drove the price of land straight up through the roof. And Malcolm Turnbull, the Oxford professor, said the cost of land, which is now $890,000, the average cost of a house in Newcastle, Sydney and Wollongong, $890,000. Well, you can get a good demountable house for about $140,000. So where's the land? In a big empty land, 125 kilometres from Sydney, you can buy land for $5,000 an acre. I'll divide that into quarter-acre blocks, and you've got a piece of land for, I don't know, whatever it is, 20 grand with a few add-ons, I suppose. But you try and get a block of land to build a house on within an hour's drive of Sydney for that amount of money. And also, of course, the government is required to build high-speed highways that will enable us to do 120 kilometres an hour so we can get to work within an hour. Spoke roads, they should be designed in there now, which of course is not taking place either. And as for allowing two people, there is no country on earth that has anything like the centralisation of market power in food as Australia. I mean, there are only two people to sell food to in Australia and only two people to buy food from in Australia. So is it any surprising that when they deregulated the sugar industry, the price of sugar on the shelf went up 300 or 400%? When they deregulated the price of milk, the milk on the shelf went up 200%, and the price to the farmer went down 30%. I mean, the price of peanuts, the price of potatoes. My potato farmers pick the potatoes and get paid about 52 cents last time I looked for a kilogram of potatoes. And in cans, I saw them for $3.90, which was less than they were down here in Canberra, or $4.20. How about that for a markup? How about that for a markup? And what's the most staple element of your diet? Potatoes. Potatoes. And as far as milk goes, Carl said, oh, we sell 2 litres and it's so cheap. Yes, check out how many 2-litre volume of milk is on the shelf. It's 1/15. Yes, they brought the price down for 1/15 of the milk sales and put the price up double for the rest. In the meantime, the farmers are out there shooting themselves. And that's quite literally true. I had the most centralised dairy area in Australia, and the highest suicide rates in Australia were in that area, the Atherton tableland. We had 248 dairy farmers, and the biggest dairy farmers in Australia on average, about 400 or 500 milkers. And I said the other day we're down now to 54, and the state member of parliament corrected me, and he said 48, and then a lady there corrected him and said 32. 32, that's all that's left. 6,000 went in Victoria. What? To make Woolworths and Coles rich. And as the honourable member has said, what are the head of these corporations paying themselves? Like, the head of Qantas pays himself $25 million a year. So therefore Woolworths and Coles thinks they should pay themselves $25 million a year. Instead of coming to grips with the monopoly and the monopoly powers of the foreign mining corporations and the giant supermarket corporations, instead of coming to grips with that and giving Australians a fair go and taking away your stupid restrictions on land subdivisions in an empty country, what are you doing? No, you're giving a tax break to the super rich, to the boys on $10 million a year. They get a tax break. And that's your initiative. Your two major initiatives are to give a tax break. This is the new government. Your two major initiatives have been to give a tax break and to subsidise imports. To subsidise imports and to give a tax break. Madam Speaker, Every pub in Australia, not that we've got many left, I always reflect upon the fact the first thing the revolutionaries did in France, the revolutions were made in the coffee houses, and the minute they took power, first thing they did was close down the coffee houses. Well, every revolution in Australia has been made in the pub, and they're desperately trying to close the pubs down. But there's a few of them left, and if you go into them, you'll realise that every single one of you in this place is a laughing stock. They have nothing but contempt for you. You've gone down to the second lowest ranking of respectable people in this country, and you deserve it. And you deserve it. We can't afford to buy food. We can't afford to buy a house. We can't afford to buy a car. We can't afford. We subsidise the import of cars. But we're on the crossbenches. I hope that we're a little bit more reactive and listening to the people, and we will be bringing forward legislation that will reduce at least the cost of fuel in this country, and also do something for lowering CO2 emissions, which is more than I can say that the government and the last government has done for Australia or the planet.
I thank the member for Kennedy. I call the Honourable the Minister.
Thanks. I'd like to thank all of the honourable members who have contributed to this debate, particularly the last. Schedule 1 to the bill makes it easier for businesses struggling with their record-keeping obligations. If a business does not comply with their record-keeping obligations, the Commissioner of Taxation will be allowed to offer them a choice to undertake a record-keeping course rather than paying financial penalties. Something that may have been lost in some of the debate is that this choice will not be available to businesses who are disengaged with the tax system or who are deliberately avoiding their obligations. Can I turn quickly to Schedule 2, which didn't get as much focus during the parliamentary debate, but it is important. Schedule 2 extends the existing third-party reporting requirements to operators of electronic platforms, market platforms in particular. Platform operators will be required to report to the Australian Tax Office information regarding certain transactions that occur on their platforms. To ensure they are meeting tax obligations and to ensure that there is not an unfair advantage over the majority of other businesses in the economy that are already complying with their reporting obligations. If I could turn to Schedule 3 of the bill before the House. Schedule 3 of the bill reduces compliance costs for individuals claiming self-education deductions by removing the exclusion of the first $250 of deductions for prescribed education courses. This will be of particular benefit to small businesses and their staff. Now, Schedule 4 of the bill allows small businesses to seek orders from the Administrative Appeals Tribunal that stay or would otherwise affect the ATO debt recovery actions, while the small business is in the process of disputing the underlying tax assessment in the Small Business Taxation Division of the AAT. By applying to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal rather than having to go through a court, it's going to save a small business both time, but just as importantly, money in court and legal fees, and as much as 60 days of waiting for a decision to be made. These orders will be subject to integrity checks intended to prevent aggressive taxpayers without genuine disputes from receiving stay orders with the intention of merely frustrating the inevitable tax recovery of debts. Schedule 5 to the bill expands eligibility for those aged 55 years and over to make downsizer contributions into their superannuation. This will allow more Australians to consider downsizing to a home that better suits their needs, thereby increasing the availability of suitable housing for Australian families, quite simply by adding to the supply of housing. Older Australians moving into more suitable, smaller housing, freeing up a larger house for being purchased by another family, adding to the supply and, by its very nature, putting down pressure on housing prices. So with those comments in summing up, Deputy Speaker, I'd like to commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Griffith has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Call the bells. Ring the bells.
Hello. Hello. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Gray for tellers for the ayes, and the members for
Melbourne and Brisbane as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 68, noes 6. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I put the question. All of those of the opinion say aye. Against noes, I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Second reading. Bill for an Act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
The House will now consider the bill in detail. I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I move that debate be adjourned and made an order for a later hour this day.
Put the motion. All those of the opinion say aye. Against noes, I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Next item of business, ministerial statement.
And I give the call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask leave of the House to make a ministerial statement relating to the government response to the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide interim report.
Leave is granted.
I call the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present a copy of the government response to the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide interim report. When a person enlists in the Australian Defence Force, they are signing up to be something more than themselves. They are signing up to serve their country, to serve the people of Australia. The rate of veteran suicide in Australia is a national tragedy. It is a rate that is significantly higher than across the general Australian population. It is devastating that Australia has lost more serving and former serving personnel to suicide over the last 20 years than through operations over the same period in Afghanistan and Iraq. It is a great tragedy that the Australian government, successive Australian governments, have failed those who have served our nation. Governments have also failed the families of those people, families who have carried a heavy burden of their own through the pain and suffering they have experienced. This is why the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide needed to happen. This government called for this Royal Commission when we were in opposition. That is why, when the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide provided its interim report to the government on 11 August, the Albanese government saw that it was tabled in Parliament and made public that same day. That day, on behalf of the Australian government, I welcomed the report and provided the government's initial response. Today, I am following through on the Albanese government's commitment that the government would provide its formal response to the Royal Commission's interim report as soon as possible, which I do now here today. As a nation, we have an obligation to ensure that all defence personnel are kept safe mentally and physically here and abroad. When a person joins the ADF, they undertake a commitment of service to our country, a commitment that may place their life, their health, their well-being in harm's way. Families join them on this journey. It is a duty to meet their commitment in kind. It is our duty to meet their commitment in kind through looking after our service members and their families during and after their time in the ADF. The interim report to the Royal Commission makes clear that while there have been improvements in Defence and Veterans Affairs processes, with a greater recognition of the importance of good mental as well as physical health, some systems and approaches across Defence and DVA are not sufficient or fit for purpose. I have, in my short time as Minister, met with senior leadership in Defence and DVA and also been out visiting rehabilitation facilities, transition centres, Defence member and family support officers and regional DVA officers. The staff working in those roles are dedicated and committed to doing their jobs well and to helping serving personnel, veterans and families as best they can with the resources available to them, and I thank them. It is clear, however, that the lived experiences of people interacting with Defence and DVA can vary dramatically, whether in relation to decision-making, processes, and in how serving personnel, veterans and families are engaged with at a human level. Unfortunately, in some cases, the policies, processes and cultures that have evolved in Defence and DVA over time have been counterproductive, causing distress to our veterans and defence communities. The Royal Commission's interim report is replete with examples. It is clear that things are not right. On behalf of the Australian Government, I say sorry. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is a pivotal opportunity to give those impacted by defence and veteran suicide an opportunity to share their story, to honour their loved ones and highlight how approaches can be improved, and to enable leaders to come forward to acknowledge mistakes, explain improvements made and outline ways to make things right. I want to thank the Royal Commissioners, their council assisting and their teams for their work to date. Thank you also to the Royal Commission teams across Commonwealth agencies, including in Defence, the Department of Veterans Affairs, the Attorney-General's Department and the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, for your tireless work as you assist the Royal Commission. Thank you also to the state and territory government agencies who have provided their ongoing support. Many stood together to fight for this Royal Commission. Families who never expected, never imagined finding themselves in a situation where this was a fight they needed to be having. I want to give special mention to Julianne Finney and Karen Bird, who both lost their sons, men who proudly served our nation in our ADF, to suicide. Thank you for your and your family's unwavering determination, and to everyone involved in the campaign who worked tirelessly to bring us to this point. And finally, thank you to each and every person who has provided evidence to the Royal Commission. It's through your bravery in coming forward that the Royal Commissioners have been able to make their recommendations. I encourage anyone who has information to give to come forward and give evidence, publicly or in private session. The Royal Commission wants to hear from you, and the nation needs them to hear from you. Submissions remain open until the 13th of October 2023. Today, the Australian Government provides its formal response to the recommendations in the Royal Commission's interim report. This Albanese Labor government is a responsible government. We will take the necessary action. I said on the day that we received this report, the same day the report was handed to the Governor-General, the Government, the Parliament, the media and made publicly available. No doubt, some of these recommendations will be easier and quicker to implement than others. As the Royal Commissioners themselves tell us, whole systems for serving and ex-serving members need to be reimagined, re-engineered. We have quite a task ahead. To quote further the Royal Commissioners in their interim report, it is clear to us that Australia's veteran compensation and rehabilitation legislative system is so complicated that it adversely affects the mental health of some veterans, both serving and ex-serving ADF members, and can be a contributing factor to suicidality. Indeed, as the Law Council of Australia points out, the first principle of the rule of law is that the law must be both readily known and available and clear and certain. In this regard, we have much work to do. The Government agrees to Recommendation 1. We will develop a pathway for simplification and harmonisation of veteran compensation and rehabilitation legislation. Funding will be considered in the context of budget processes and fiscal constraints. The timing of implementation will be informed by what is required for necessary consultation and the passage of legislation. Recommendation 2 goes to eliminating the claims backlog. The Government agrees to this recommendation. Far too many veterans and personnel are waiting far too long for their claims to be processed. The current backlog is unacceptable, and that is why at the last election we committed to employing 500 additional staff for DVA. This recruitment process is already underway. We are already seeing positive results. It is the aim of this government to have the claims backlog cleared before the end of 2023. Recommendation 3 seeks to improve the administration of the claims system. The government agrees to this recommendation. There's no doubt some veterans and families have not had a good experience and have not been able to access the support they deserve. For that, we are sorry. We are looking to improve the veterans' experience of the claims system, remove complexity, enhance efficiency in supporting veterans and families as they navigate the current system. Work is already underway with the employment of additional staff to support claims processing, as well as an internal system changes and upgrades, but there is more to be done. The fourth recommendation is that the Department of Veterans Affairs provide on a regular basis advice to government on its funding needs. The government agrees to this recommendation. Recommendation 5 suggests removing the Department of Veterans Affairs average staffing level cap. As a Labor government, we know the importance of secure work. That's why at the recent election we committed to abolishing the artificial staffing cap across the public service. The work that DVA undertakes is complex. We need the best trained individuals to work on processing claims and supporting veterans. Yet the cap resulted in a counterproductive reliance on labour hire arrangements with higher staff turnover and higher costs. The cap is now removed. This means staff have job security. It will also mean that staff are processing claims more efficiently as they build their own knowledge base in a complex system. Recommendation 6 calls for increased protections for people who engage with the Royal Commission. The government will take forward suggested legislative reforms to the Royal Commissions Act 1902, widely consulting on the drafting of those amendments. The government will also work with the Royal Commission to ensure serving and ex-serving ADF members have protections to communicate information to the inquiry without breaching general secrecy offences in the Criminal Code. To achieve this, the government welcomes continued engagement with the Royal Commission. We note Recommendation 7, recognising the importance of Royal Commissions being able to thoroughly investigate and provide recommendations in relation to their terms of reference while protecting the freedom of speech in Parliament. Parliamentary privilege is a well-established concept that many Royal Commissions have engaged with in the past without coming into conflict with the Parliamentary Privileges Act. There are alternative approaches available to the Royal Commission to engaging with materials to which parliamentary privilege might apply. We also note Recommendation 8, recognising the need for Royal Commissions to have access to information they need to ensure their work is effective and efficient. The government will improve policies and practices to streamline and introduce additional rigour around the use of public interest immunity claims in Royal Commissions. Recommendations 9 to 13 all relate to improving the release by Defence and DVA of information to family about a deceased family member. The government agrees to these recommendations. There is no doubt that the communication between Defence, DVA and impacted families has left a lot to be desired. This has been raised by many families in their evidence to the Royal Commission. This has also been acknowledged by the agencies. We must improve how Defence and DVA communicate with veterans and families, including in facilitating access to information about their loved ones. Work on this has already begun. Defence and DVA will work together to produce guidelines for improved administrative release of information, embed trauma-informed practices in information access, co-design targeted education materials on ways to access information and how redactions of personal information apply, and prompt the regular updating of consent information from ADF members. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is an important opportunity to strengthen our approach to the mental health and welfare of ADF personnel, veterans and their families into the future. There's no doubt there are things that are and things that are not working now in Defence, Veterans Affairs and the supports for veterans serving personnel and families. We are taking action today. We've already removed the ASL cap and have begun recruitment of 500 additional staff for the Department of Veterans Affairs. We'll roll out 10 additional veterans and families hubs across the country. We will boost home ownership for Defence personnel and veterans by expanding the eligibility criteria for the Defence Home Ownership Assistance Scheme. We've started work on delivering a comprehensive veteran employment program to better support Defence personnel as they transition to civilian life. We will deliver a Defence and veteran family engagement and support strategy to provide greater support to our military families. And we will provide more emergency housing for veterans experiencing homelessness through Labor's Housing Australia Future Fund. Our government is committed to the task of saving lives and ensuring a better future for our defence and veterans communities. As we engage on all these important issues and tasks ahead, I wish to emphasise that all veterans are not broken. As the Royal Commissioners themselves identify, the majority of veterans go on to lead productive, fulfilling civilian lives. After leaving service, most veterans have a smooth transition to new employment and civilian life. For the most part, veterans have equal or higher education than the general population. Ex-serving personnel generally have higher weekly personal incomes and are more likely to be employed. However, it is also the case that many veterans find the process of leaving the ADF and reintegrating into civilian society to be a significant and challenging life event, particularly for those who don't make that transition by choice. It can be difficult and disrupting time for veterans' families. While the transition process is improving, we must continue to work to improve understanding and knowledge of the process so people better understand what to expect and what is available for them when leaving the ADF. We must ensure the best supports and services are made available to transitioning personnel, including in relation to employment, health and wellbeing, submitting compensation claims and rehabilitation, to deliver a seamless transition for veterans and families. Those individuals have excellent contributions to make to our community. We need to set them up for that success. Families are central to supporting the health and wellbeing of serving and ex-serving ADF members. I cannot stress that enough. As Ms Deborah McKenna said while giving evidence of her own personal experience to the Royal Commissioners, a soldier may receive the paycheck. Only in the Australian Defence Force the whole family is employed by the government. It's our family lifestyle, our legacy. We need to make sure families receive support too, as their health and wellbeing is important in its own right and can also significantly impact ADF members and veterans. The Royal Commissioners have spelt this out in their interim report. Family support can mean the difference between life and death. Families matter. The welfare of the family matters. Many people, extraordinarily, are unaware of the supports available to them in service and following. One ex-serving ADF member told the Royal Commission, "I went 24 years not knowing that I was even eligible for DVA assistance. There was no education to help me transition out of the army. It was only the advice of my fellow veterans that told me about DVA." That's not good enough. The Royal Commission and the government's response is an opportunity to shine a light on the supports that are available, and we will continue to improve the promotion of them into all corners of the defence, veterans and families community. After years of reports, too many deaths, too many lives changed for the worse, and endless discussion, it's time to get on with it. That is the clear message from the Royal Commission. Our government is committed to the task of saving lives and ensuring a better future for our defence and veterans communities. The measures outlined in the Australian Government's formal response to the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide's interim report recommendations, as tabled today, is a key part of how we can begin delivering on that better future. Can I conclude by saying to those listening today, if you are a current serving member of our ADF or family member, you can reach out to the ADF All Hours support line, available 24/7 on 1800 628 036. If you're a veteran or family member, you can access Open Arms Veterans and Family Counselling Service on 1800 011 046. I thank the House.
Thank you, Minister. Call the member for...
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his presentation. Most importantly, I'd like to acknowledge both Karen and Julianne, who are in the gallery today, and note the tragic loss of Jessie and David, and have you know that this House remembers them and remembers their service to our nation, and that they will not be forgotten unless we forget. I'd also like to acknowledge those who have served here, and we have so many people who are ex-servicemen and women. I'd like to acknowledge the member for Herbert, the member for Canning, the member for the Gold Coast, Braddon, a member for Braddon, which have all served our nation so well, and no doubt the member for Solomon, who was here earlier on. I'd like to also acknowledge all those on both sides who have served our nation. Madam Deputy Speaker, you mightn't think that Veterans Affairs is something that is pertinent to everybody, but it's actually pertinent to the tapestry of our nation. It was basically from after the Boer War, where basically I think the best you got were 2 service medals. It was in 1917 that a senator from this place, Edward Millen, worked on the process of setting up the repatriation body, which was then started. Madam Deputy Speaker, at that point in time there were about 160,000 people still in Europe after the end of the First World War, and Sir John Monash, who was instrumental in making sure that people made that transition back to Civvy Street with some sense of dignity and making sure that they were moved into a process of education. What you saw, Madam Deputy Speaker, across this nation is the tapestry of returned servicemen and now returned servicemen and women, as no better noted than in so many areas, but repatriation in the form of soldier settlers blocks. Now, you mightn't think it's part of your area, but if you're the member for Cowper, you'd be very aware of Dorrigo and soldier settlers blocks at Dorrigo. If you were the member for Riverina, you'd be very aware of Tarcutta and soldier settlers blocks at Tarcutta. If you were the member for Flynn, you would know also about the Boyne Valley and the soldier settlers blocks in the Boyne Valley. If you were the member for Kennedy, you would know about El Arish and the soldier settlers blocks that are there. You would know about the soldier settlers blocks around Mildura, for which there are a number. This is part and parcel of the nation's purpose to bring people back to Civvy Street with a sense of dignity, and at that stage we failed miserably. For those people who went back to soldier settlers blocks, around about 35% of them had gone within about 5 or 6 years. I acknowledge that actually the work my family did right back then. They're all both grandfathers returned servicemen. One of them, who was from Adelong, had a meeting with then Minister Sheehan, who was a Labor minister, saying we cannot create those starvation blocks like we did for the First World War. The people coming back from the Second World War must receive a proper capacity to have a crack at it. And so the Second World War soldier settlers blocks were better. But the task goes on. Things change. In 1976, we changed from the repatriation body to the Department of Veterans Affairs, and of course with the advent of the Vietnam War and the circumstances of people returning from that presented new challenges which had to be dealt with. And this goes on now. Right now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have about 340,000 veterans who are who are basically circulating around and need our assistance. Madam Deputy Speaker, something is terribly wrong in the fact that if the Australian Institute of Health and Wellbeing did a study and presented its report in 2021, you are less likely, especially with the issue of suicide, to die for that tragic issue if you're a serving member. You're less likely. You're about a 50% less likely if you're a serving member, slightly less, but less likely if you're a reservist. But if you have been taken out of the service, especially involuntarily on medical reasons, it's massively higher. If you are a woman, it's massively higher. And this is an issue which we must address. It is the essence. It is a tragedy. It rips us to our being. And especially with Karen and Julianne here today. So many good people who've lost their life on being at home, on being away from harm. And we must do something. We must do something, and this is it. I want to acknowledge the work of people such as the member for Wide Bay, the member for Braddon, the member for Herbert, in their stands to bring about the Royal Commission, to fight for the Royal Commission. The member for Canning. I was part of the coalition backbench for Backbench from Defence, and we wanted to make sure that we brought this thing about. I must admit, I don't concur with the sense of partisanship on thinking that this is on one side of the House or the other. We treasure the lives of other people just like you do. Just like you do. There is no differentiation on that. And we want to make sure that we do our part. In regards to the 13 recommendations of the interim report, I would say, in deference to my backbench, who I'll now correspond with, communicate with, negotiate with, I don't see any real problems with where your position is to where ours is. I can't see any major gulf. I understand too the issues we had are pertinent to parliamentary privilege that had concerns for us, and obviously, as I noted in yours, with it being noted, it concerns for you. There are other ways around this. There are other ways around this, and we want to be able to do that. But we did, all the way through, we've been putting more money to Veterans Affairs. All the way through. I want to acknowledge the work done by former Veterans Affairs ministers. I can see former Veterans Affairs Minister Tehan. I know former Veterans Affairs Minister Stuart Robert. I can see one here, former Veterans Affairs Minister Michael McCormick. On secondment now in the United States, there's former Veterans Affairs Darren Chester and the member for Calare, the former Veterans Affairs member for Clare, Andrew Gee. I'd like to also acknowledge the work that they did to try and make sure that we brought this about. We have been putting money towards this right before the election. I know I was there as part of some very involved discussions to make sure we got more money to deal with the backlogs. One of the reasons we got backlogs is we've made it vastly more accessible for people to get access to it. I think it was in 2016, 2017, there were around about, I think it was around about 47,000 people, 47, or thereabouts, 47,000 people who had who were in the application process. 2021, there was about 137,000. So it's about 2.5 times. Of course, the volume of people who were needing access went through the roof. So the resources we had to put towards it had to go up as well. And each year we were putting more and more money towards it. I think it was in the last coalition budget we had $22.8 million was provided for the next 2 years of additional resources. Additional. That was right, one of the last things before the election was called, that we were trying to make sure that we got into this process, understood the issues that were before us, understood how we had to get through that backlog. I know that's one of the seminal points of where the Royal Commission is. Now, on the issue of wellbeing centres, it's incredibly important to us. We put in the budget and paid for 14 wellbeing centres. I want to acknowledge the member for Cowper here, because I was up in his neck of the woods at Sawtell with Louise and Robert Freeburn and also Richard Kellaway, if I've got that correct, Richard Kellaway. Now, there we're going to have a hub-and-spoke arrangement. Now, I note that you said during the election campaign we went from 14, you've gone down to 10. You should take it back to 14, because it's in the budget. Don't cut that expenditure. Make sure those wellbeing centres are there. And what's going to be important to that, like even when Sawtell's are more of a sort of hub-and-spoke arrangement, I think there was 4 you've noted in your campaign that you're going to have one on the North Coast, and you said during your campaign it's in the Tweed, but we need something for Coffs Harbour. We've got to look after people in places like Coffs Harbour and Sawtell, Nambucca Heads. There's also another one here with the member for Riverina, with Kapooka, with the HMS Penguin. What's the Air Force one base? Albatross. Now, the Riverina should have a wellbeing centre. The Riverina, if it's ever a place that should have a wellbeing centre, it's the Riverina. It's Wagga. And for all the people who've been through Kapooka, I've got one training group, Wacol, not quite Kapooka, but within sight. These are incredibly important. You haven't got that. You haven't got anything for the Riverina. We should have something for the Riverina. 10 to 14, maybe we'll just match it up, make it work. Go to 14. And this is going to be incredibly important, because our issue is, and my personal belief is, noting the differentiation of the Australian Institute of Health and Wellbeing and what they are saying about suicide rates amongst regs, reservists, general population, and people coming home, we've got to give people that step back into Civvy Street. It can't be out the door onto the street. It's got to be, there's got to be a step back into a reserve unit. That's a big one. Back into a reserve unit. And reserve units should be where people can get access to them. The reserve units should be where people can get access to them, and they're kitted out in such a way as they look like an authentic reserve unit, so that people can go back to Tamworth or go back to Rockhampton, or where I was with the depot was at Roma. It's gone now. That there should be that position, because we know that helps. And also making sure we acclimatise people that there's an understanding of what military service is about. And this is why I think in the start we have to look also at issues such as cadet units, so that people understand what they're doing. Because we know, and as I said, my father, he was buried him the other day, but he was repatriated, so I get this. He was smashed up. There's got to be that step back into Civvy Street that is less abrupt than what we're having. Because we know that the longer people have an engagement in the military, it's actually the less they're likely to cause harm to themselves. So we've got to make sure that engagement goes over a longer period of time. Look, I don't want to detain the House and should never speak longer than the Minister, because it's impolite, but I do want to say one thing, okay? I want to thank you, first of all, for your engagement with me, because as much as possible, we want to bring about, on this side, outcomes. We're not looking for blues, we are looking for outcomes. But you should be on the front bench. You should be on the front bench, mate. You know? And, well, we're almost got the votes in. A couple more, we got them. But this is important. This is a Royal Commission. There's 340,000 veterans out there. There are people's lives who are on the line. I'm not going to, but there are people's lives who demand the fact that you have that section in that cabinet table, where you've got to go in there. And the Prime Minister should not have removed Veterans Affairs from the front bench. It should be there. It should be from cabinet. It should be there. So I ask, politely, that you get reappointed back in. Because as this goes forward, it's going to get more complicated, and you're going to have the capacity to bring things immediately into the cabinet room. So you've got to be there. I'd like to close where I started, and I'll close where I started by saying to Karen and Julianne, look, we thank your sons for their service, but we absolutely, forevermore, with Jesse and David, it'll be for the rest of your life, the cross you have to carry. And we can't, for 1 second, start to mimic or understand or give some implication of comparability of the pain that would go through your hearts and your lives and your head every night when you put your head on the pillow. But know that no matter what side we're on, we understand and we care and we remember the service they gave. And we know our nation is safer because of Jesse and David. We know that they did their bit. We know that you are families of honour. Forevermore, you are families of honour. And our nation will always remember you. Always remember you. Remember the service that not only your sons gave, but the service that you give by right of your attachment to them every night. So thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I say for all those who have served, for all those who have paid the supreme sacrifice, you're always in our hearts, lest we forget.
I thank the member for New England. I call the Minister.
I give the Minister the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the House take note of the ministerial statement on the government response to the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide interim report.
Thank you. I'll put that to the House. Thanks very much. So the question is that the House take note of the document. Thank you. And I give the call to the assistant.
Great.
You're taking that for permission? Thank you very much. So I will move that the debate be adjourned and that the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House and to refer the matter to the Federation Chamber for debate.
Is leave granted? Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the resumption of debate on the motion to take note of the government response to the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide interim report be referred to the Federation Chamber.
Thank you. Move that it be referred to the Federation Chamber. Thank you very much. You're seeking leave there? Do you agree? I'll put the question that it be moved to the Federation Chamber. All those that opinion say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. The time being 1:30, debate is interrupted for member statements. And I give the call to the member for Forde.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to bring to the House's attention the outstanding performance of Marsden State High School in my fabulous electorate of Forde. I wish to express my congratulations to the teachers, support staff, students and parents of Marsden State High who have walked away with the top honours at the 2022 Australian Education Awards. Marsden State High was named Secondary School of the Year and Best Professional Learning Development Program. Alison Fullbush was also awarded Principal of the Year at the awards ceremony in Sydney in August. It's the third year running the school has taken out the top gong for Principal of the Year, with Kylie Steinhardt winning in 2021 and Executive Principal Andrew Peach winning in 2020. Marsden State High School is Australia's largest school with more than 3,600 students and has now taken home the title of Secondary School of the Year twice in the last 3 years. These awards are recognition of the hard work and dedication of the entire school community and their commitment to striving for excellence, and should be a great source of pride for the school and the entire Logan region. Marsden has also been able to strike a balance as an academic and sporting powerhouse, with NRL legend Cameron Smith and cross-code footballer Israel Folau amongst its students. On behalf of the constituents of Forde, can I once again say to everyone at Marsden State High School, congratulations and wish you all the best for the future.
Thank you. Member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to congratulate Deirdre Flynn, Client Service Manager of Catherine House, for her Backbone Award at the South Australia Women's Awards over the weekend. Deirdre is a social worker by trade and she has worked at Catherine House since 1999, 23 years of making a difference to the lives of women experiencing homelessness in South Australia. Deirdre is one of those quiet achievers that our society depends upon. Her understanding of the issues affecting women experiencing homelessness, her knowledge of the services and the ways that women can rebuild their lives so that they not only exit homelessness but exit permanently. Countless women have found housing, addressed health issues, addressed legal issues. Some, having left high school, now find themselves with university scholarships. They've reunited with family, with children, set up businesses, rebuilt their lives. And we know that women account for 43% of people experiencing homelessness, and that women 55 and over are the fastest growing demographic experiencing homelessness in Australia. Deirdre and the team at Catherine House are part of the solution, one woman at a time, changing lives, rebuilding lives. SA Women Awards is a community-based awards, community nominations and voted on by the community, and it's fantastic to see someone who truly makes a difference in the lives of others being recognised in this way.
Thank you. Member for Casey.
I was pleased to attend the Lilydale Croquet Club official season launch for the coming summer season. It was the first opportunity for the club to launch the season since 2019. I was warmly welcomed by Club President John Thompson, Club Secretary Craig McCracken and all the members. We enjoyed the sunshine while the Australian flag was raised and I was over the pavilion and participated in the running of the hoops. I was pleased to have the Victorian State MP, Bridget Valance MP, join me in officially declaring the season open. Having never played croquet before, I was given expert coaching and enjoyed the opportunity to play with club members Glenn, Patrick, Dawn and Wendy. Deputy Speaker, I enjoyed myself so much I found myself staying for lunch and playing a second game. The popularity and membership of the Lilydale Croquet Club has been enjoying steady growth before COVID hit, and they are now eager to bring the sport to the wider Lilydale community. There are exciting plans to build new club rooms and a second playing court, and I'm looking forward to working with John and Craig to see this achieved. As I have said before in this House, sporting clubs hold a significant place in our local community in Casey, providing the opportunity for friendships and fitness, both incredibly important to the mental health and physical health of all of us. I was pleased to join the Lilydale Croquet Club, and I look forward to supporting all sporting clubs in Casey.
Thank you. Member for Macon.
Deputy Speaker, the death of young Kurdish woman Mahsa Amini whilst in police custody in Iran has understandably caused widespread condemnation and protests against Iranian authorities, both across Iran and the world. Mahsa Amini was arrested by Iranian morality police for not wearing the hijab in accordance with government standards. She subsequently died with the cause of death reported as skull fracture resulting from severe trauma. Since her death, dozens more people in Iran have died from the ensuing protests and riots. Iranian authorities are scrambling to deny any responsibility for Mahsa's death and now threatening more force to quell the protesters. Australia must join the international response and condemnation of Mahsa's death. I appreciate that Australia cannot interfere in the laws of other nations. However, the suppression of fundamental human rights, particularly towards women, and the use of brutality cannot be ignored. I join in the condemnation of such brutality and urge the government to take whatever diplomatic measures are available to express Australia's condemnation of Mahsa Amini's death and to bring to justice those responsible for her death.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Wide Bay.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Uniforms for Kids is a charity which repurposes emergency service uniforms and other uniforms into bright and beautiful clothes for kids. As their volunteers in Cooroy know, too many kids go without. Uniforms for Kids volunteers have stitched and sewed old uniforms into 37,000 articles of children's clothing. For some children, uniforms for kids' clothes are their only clothes, such as the little girl in the domestic violence shelter whose mother had no time to pack and fleeing with only the clothes on their backs. Children who lost everything in the Tongan earthquake or were born with nothing in a Port Moresby orphanage. For others, such as the rural boy playing soccer in rags, it's the only new set of clothes that they've ever had. These clothes are handmade mostly by Australian grandmothers who make them with the same love they made their own children's and grandchildren's clothes, upcycling old police uniforms and handcrafting them into unique quality designs. Uniforms for Kids volunteers love what they do and the community they have found in the rooms of sewing machines, scrap fabric and thread. Uniforms for Kids, a police uniform. At Uniforms for Kids, a police uniform isn't just donating an old shirt. A grandmother isn't just sewing shorts. Together they give the gift of self-esteem, dignity, warmth, self-worth to a child who needs it most.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Fraser.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I would like to pay tribute to some extraordinary women from my vibrant electorate of Fraser, the dedicated staff and volunteers of the East African Women's Foundation. Under the leadership of Fatun Farah, the Foundation has provided support for women for over 15 years. Their care has helped women recover from the trauma of war and political upheaval. They run social groups for the newly arrived to counter the isolation as they adjust to life in Australia, and they help women establish businesses to start them on their journey to financial independence. They run programs to help young people develop their skills and confidence and run forums to improve relationships between the community and police. Last week, I had the honour of attending one of the many health initiatives they support. For 5 years, the Western Bulldogs Community Foundation has run the Daughters of the West program, which provides education on mental and physical well-being, physical activity and helps women build valuable social networks. Wednesday night's ceremony celebrated the newest Daughters of the West, women from the East African community who completed a pilot program developed in partnership with Victoria University and was supported by both foundations. It was a joyous occasion with plenty of laughter, and guests were treated to a traditional Somali dance. As Fatun said, look after the woman and you look after the family.
Yes. Thank you. Member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, arts, culture and creativity enrich the lives of all Australians. Yet decades of underinvestment and bad policies by a succession of federal governments have weakened many sectors of the creative industries to the point of ruin. For example, in the Clark electorate, Blue Rocket, a much-loved children's production studio, was forced to close last year because of cuts to children's local content quotas. And another organisation, Wide Angle, will shut its doors soon if it doesn't receive a significant funding boost. Deputy Speaker, compounding problems is that creative industries in regional and remote areas simply don't enjoy the same benefits as their counterparts in big cities. And this hits Tasmania hard, as evidenced by Wide Angle's predicament and their observation that Tassie filmmakers receive just a fraction of Screen Australia and free-to-air TV opportunities. Yes, the federal government is developing a national cultural policy, but the government needs to show it's truly committed to reform with equitable and effective investment and long-term stable funding. And it's got to drill down and get the detail right. For instance, the government must ensure Australian stories are heard by reinstating local content quotas and by ensuring global streaming sites are investing at least 20% of their revenue on Australian content. Anything less, Deputy Speaker, will be too little to save struggling production companies and resurrect wonderful ventures like Blue Rocket. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I welcome the guest of government visit by Prime Minister James Marape this weekend. Papua New Guinea is one of Australia's most important partners, and we are proud to be an economic, security and defence partner of choice of PNG. Our strong people-to-people links with PNG were, in part, forged by a brave group of forgotten Australians called the KIAPs. KIAPs were Commonwealth Patrol officers who helped administer Papua and New Guinea on behalf of first Great Britain and later the League of Nations and the United Nations from 1878 through to 1978. The mortality rate of the KIAPs doing their duty for our nation was high, as 4.25% compared to just over 1% in Vietnam. It was dangerous work. Of the 2,000 KIAPs who served, 88 died from violence, disease, drowning and executions by the Japanese during World War II. Their remains were not repatriated by the Australian government. PNG leaders, including former Prime Ministers Sir Julius Chan and Sir Michael Somare, have recognised the KIAP's contribution to nation building, and it's time that Australia did the same. The KIAPs deserve recognition for their work, such as through a national monument at Lake Burley Griffin, which the KIAPs support. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Kennedy.
Madam Speaker, $170 billion a year goes into superannuation in Australia. More than half of that money goes into shares. So what we have is a giant Ponzi scheme. The young people that are investing this money have absolutely no idea what they're doing. I'm from a mining background. I was floating my own mining company before I went to Parliament. And these people know absolutely nothing. And yet that money is going into mining companies that they know absolutely nothing about. $170 billion is going into speculation, a roulette wheel, John Maynard Keynes called it. Now, I hold that up and everyone says, I say, what's that? I said, what's the map of Australia? What do you think it is? And I said, no, it's a map of Australia without a little narrow coastal belt taken out and Victoria taken out. Well, no one had missed Victoria, I suppose, but that's all. But 95% of Australia, 1.2 million people. It's empty. Worse still, it's continuing to empty. If a very small amount, like 1% of that money that's been wasted on a roulette wheel, a Ponzi scheme, was put into national development as it was up to 1995, then we can produce in North Queensland. We'll give you $100 billion a year of extra income for this
Member
nation.
for Fremantle.
Speaker, today is not only my wife George's birthday, it's also the International Day for the Total Elimination of Nuclear Weapons, and I care about both very much. In recent years, we've been given more and more reasons to be concerned about the existence of nuclear weapons and the potential for their use. This year, the Russian president has made multiple references to the use of such weapons, which, without doubt, present a serious threat to human existence. Article 6 of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty states, "Each of the parties to the treaty undertakes to pursue negotiations in good faith on effective measures relating to cessation of the nuclear arms race at an early date and to nuclear disarmament, and on a treaty on general and complete disarmament under strict and effective international control." Unfortunately, very little has occurred on this front, and in fact there has been a general deterioration in the existing architecture on arms control and disarmament. The exception, of course, has been the emergence of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, an achievement built on an extraordinary global civil society effort through ICAN, the international campaign to abolish nuclear weapons born in Melbourne. It is very welcome that under this government, Australia sent an observer, the member for Macquarie, to the first meeting of the TPNW state parties in Vienna in June. Deputy Speaker, we cannot tell ourselves that eliminating nuclear weapons is impossible. We must instead continue to wholeheartedly pursue all opportunities to achieve exactly that.
Thank you. Member for Fairfax, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Age is no determinant for the value of people's commercial ideas. Indeed, there are so many young people across Australia who have the most extraordinary ideas if only they could get them to market. But the younger a person is, the more they typically lack three things: a business network, business experience and capital to get a good idea off the ground. And that, Deputy Speaker, is why now 8 years ago I started a not-for-profit called Generation Innovation that aims to unleash the innovation of young people. And we run the annual GI Challenge on the Sunshine Coast. Well, the GI Challenge is coming to its final stage, and we have three finalists, three entrepreneurs in this year's mix. Josie Pacey, whose business is Kiola Surf Wax, a natural female-scented surf wax. Bailey Page with Zip Zap chargers, a magnetic cordless portable phone charger, and Eliza Bloomkey with SpeechPal, an app to assist people with speech and communication difficulties. But, Deputy Speaker, there can only be one winner, and we'll find out on the 12th of October who will be the 2022 GI Challenge champion and take out the prize valued at $10,000. But they're all winners, they're all entrepreneurs. Congratulations.
Member for McNamara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I rise to speak about the events in Iran following the death in custody of Mahsa Amini. The images we've seen have been both distressing and inspiring. Distressing because we see the Iranian regime killing dozens of young demonstrators in the streets, and inspiring because we can see the people of Iran, particularly young people and women, protesting against the regime which has oppressed them for more than 40 years. We have seen them taking to the street, singing, dancing, cutting their hair and displaying great courage. Tragically, today we learn that Hadis Najafi, a young woman who had become well known on social media as a symbol of resistance, was also shot and killed by Iranian authorities. The Iranian people are famous for their intellect, their architecture, their rich history. They should be making a great contribution to the world. Instead, they are being cruelly held back. The Iranian regime not only denies freedom at home, but it also sponsors terrorism abroad and threatens the security of the whole region by developing nuclear weapons. The Iranian regime's ongoing denial of women's rights continues to raise significant questions about their position on the UN Commission on the Status of Women. And from Australia, we acknowledge the bravery of those protesting, and we say at this time, we see you and we support your right to protest.
Thank you. Member for Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, September is Rural Road Safety Month. Sadly, 2022 has been a terrible year on Australian roads. In fact, last year's national road toll was exceeded by July of this year. Each year, rural and regional road deaths account for almost 2/3 of the national road toll. Unfortunately, this includes constituents of mine in Barker, such as Izzy Hancock, who was taken from us far too soon. Izzy was to celebrate her 19th birthday the day following the incident that claimed her life on a rural road just east of Bordertown in South Australia's southeast. My sincerest condolences are with Izzy's family and friends who are grieving her unimaginable loss. But it's a sobering reminder to all of us to take road safety seriously. Unfortunately, South Australia's rural and regional road toll stands at 31 this year so far, while young drivers account for 13 of the state's total of 54. Young road users aged 16 to 24 living in regional Australia are around 3 times more likely to be involved in a crash in which they lose their life or are seriously injured compared with metropolitan residents of the same age. As Rural Road Safety Month draws to a close, I pledge not only to be a safe driver on our roads, but to continue to advocate for road funding to make our roads safer.
Member for Pearce.
Thank you. My heartfelt thanks are extended to our policemen and women, heroes in the eyes of many within our communities. One of my team members is the wife of a hard-working, proud, long-serving local police officer. She has previously written these words and has given me permission to share with them today. My darling husband, I see you. At 2 a.m, I see you reach for that same shirt you only took off a few hours ago. I hear the front door gently close so as not to wake me or the kids, even though you know I can hear you and will hear you again when you return. I see you leave to rescue someone from a mangled car, from a violence-filled home, from a complete stranger, from themselves. I love that you just go. You cast no judgment. I imagine their relief when they see your the blue lights flashing, they hear your firm hands on their front door. I can see you through their eyes and you make me so proud. I see you when you come home many hours later, sometimes days, weary and torn. I know every fibre in your body aches for our bed, but our boys want their daddy, and your mind is not ready for sleep after what you have just seen. Your everydays are other people's nightmares. I see you come home and breathe our children in. I see your grateful heart and shining eyes. I can only imagine what you see every day. I am so grateful that you shield me from so much of what you see and know. Thank you for that, but please know that my shoulders are wide and I can share your sorrow and pain too, even if it is just to hold you and let you know that I see you.
Thank
you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last Friday, I was given the privilege of opening the new administration building and 4 classrooms at Sunrise Christian School in Whyalla. The expansion was helped by a $700,000 grant from the Capital Grants Program, but I make the point that the school community contributed 2/3 of the $2.1 million project. Congratulations to the principal and the team at Sunrise Christian College. They are providing a significantly good environment for kids to grow up and learn in. They started only 13 years ago with 36 students, and they now have over 300. Obviously, they have a lot of new facilities that have been assisted by the Commonwealth Government along the way, but worked very hard for by that school community. They deliver schooling from reception to Year 10, and whether or not they'll consider going the full secondary sphere, I guess, is yet to be determined. But certainly they are providing an option in Whyalla that the public is looking for. Now, I'm a great supporter of the public school system, but I'm also a great supporter of choice. And people are making choices for reasons. They like the stability, they like the religious ethic, they like the place that their children grow up and are nurtured in, and congratulations to Sunrise.
And I give a call to the member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, the current humanitarian crisis caused by devastating flooding in Pakistan is heartbreaking. Floods now cover 1/3 of the country, and they're estimated to have killed at least 1,400 people. Many tens of millions of people more have lost their homes and livelihoods. And as ever in crises like these, women and children are being disproportionately affected. Aid agencies have reported that children are going hungry and that many people lack access to clean water and sanitation. Pregnant women are being crowded into relief camps, and many people are unable to access life-saving medicines. Having previously worked as part of international humanitarian efforts, I know that local and international agencies would now be doing all they can to address immediate needs and provide clean water, sanitation, shelter, food and safety. But the task is huge, and it is vitally important that Australia is part of these efforts. With our recent contribution of a further $3 million in emergency humanitarian assistance, our government has now committed $5 million to Pakistan, because we do take our role as a good global citizen seriously. And the severity of these floods also highlights how important it is our government continues our efforts to address the climate crisis. Climate change is making disasters like these floods more severe, leaving more people at risk of suffering, and often in countries that have not been the main contributors to climate change. So this is an effort for us and for people across the world.
I give the call to the member for Bowman.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. A new mental health service planned for Redland Bay in my electorate of Bowman is in jeopardy due to the change of federal government. The former Liberal and Nationalist government committed $3.4 million over 4 years to establish and operate a head-to-health mental health service for the Redland Bay Satellite Hospital, which is currently under construction by the state government. Head-to-Health are a new network of community-based mental health centres which are being rolled out across Australia as part of the National Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Plan. Mental health issues are a growing concern in all Australian communities, but those in the field are telling me that my community is severely underserviced when it comes to all levels of support. I recently wrote to the Health Minister to confirm that the new government was committed to this important project, and the response was extremely worrying. The new government has refused to confirm the funding for the new facility and is refusing to be drawn on the time frame for a decision. The letter indicates that the government is going back to the drawing board to ask the state government and primary health networks to resubmit their proposals, which will undergo a whole new assessment. This is despite the fact that the Redland Bay location was already selected after a rigorous process of assessment based on local needs. If this investment gets taken out of the Redlands and magically appears in a Labor-held electorate, I will be calling it out. I'm putting the government on notice not to play politics with this important project for the Redlands.
Order. And I give the call to the member for Corangamite.
Mr Speaker, in case people didn't know, 2022 is now officially the year of the Cats. For those who were in a cocoon on Saturday, the Geelong Football Club, the Mighty Cats, had a thumping win. Commiserations go to those of you Sydney Swan supporters. It just wasn't your day. But any team in the league would have struggled against the onslaught the Cats delivered on Saturday. The streets of Geelong were jumping on Saturday night, flooded with jubilant supporters, blue and white flags and streamers everywhere. Geelong Footy Club is truly an extension of the community, and that's no accident. Leadership on and off the field has long been their hallmark, and no player has shown more leadership than Geelong captain Joel Selwood. Joel led by example. On Saturday he was a warrior on and off the field. Selwood began the day by carrying former Premier teammate Gary Ablett's son Levi through the banner. After the game, he gave his boots to the Auskick kid who presented him with his medallion and acknowledged contributions of one of the club's young water boys. These were acts of humility and respect. There's no more inspiring leader than Joel Selwood. Saturday, the Cats were a show of strength. They were a reward for their perseverance and commitment through tough COVID times. It was a reward for the fiercely loyal Cat supporters too.
Order.
Go Cats!
I give the call to the member for Fadden.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The first act of any minister tells and determines the priorities for that minister. It's why we're disappointed that the Assistant Treasurer's first move was to water down transparency for the reporting for annual member meetings for expenditure by super funds. To give an example, CSC, and I commend the Finance Minister for it, has fully reported all of their expenditure, $364,000 in partnerships for the year and $698,000 in marketing expenditure. Let's look at Australian Super. $140 million of expenditure not outlined. $30 million aggregate promotion and aggregate marketing. 12 million aggregate remuneration, 109 million for aggregate-related party payments. The AFR tells us through an FOI in the last 5 years the super fund industry paid $85 million in non-donation payments to political entities, mostly Labor-aligned, and none of it disclosed. If we are going to have a conversation this week about transparency and integrity, and if it matters to this House, then how could this government, their first action to be to roll back transparency of super payments? Senator Pocock will seek to disallow these changes in the Senate, and I'm looking forward to both houses regaining transparency when it comes to super.
Order. The member's time has expired. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for the member's statement is concluded, and I give the call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I inform the House that the Prime Minister will be absent from question time today and tomorrow as he is in Japan attending the funeral of former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. I will answer questions on behalf of the Prime Minister. The member for Barton will also be absent from question time today, and questions relating to the Indigenous Australians portfolio will be answered by the member for Kingston.
Questions without notice. I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. Acting Prime Minister, Australians are suffering under your government in relation to rising costs of living pressures at the supermarket, in their electricity bills, in their gas bills, at the Bowser, when they renovate their homes, and certainly in relation to increasing mortgage payments that they have to make under your government. With these increasing pressures on Australian households, will the government rule out tax increases which would further increase cost of living pressures in the upcoming budget?
I give the call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. Our position on tax, as we took it to the election, is well known, and there are no changes to that position since the election. It's ironic, though, that we get this question from the opposition, because one of the great myths of Australian politics is that the Liberals will always tax less, when in fact the truth of the matter is that the highest taxing government in Australia's history is the Howard government, and the second highest taxing government in Australia's history is the Abbott-Turnbull-Morrison government. Those opposite are the ones who go for higher taxes. In fact, when you think about it, over the last 10 years, if you were a Menzian Liberal and you imagined that you were going to support a party which was about low taxes and small government and small spending, and you looked at this lot, it says everything about why Kooyong is no longer in their pile. Now, we are absolutely committed to—
Order. I'll just ask the Deputy Prime Minister, Acting Prime Minister, to resume his seat. Order. Members on my right. The Leader will be heard in silence. I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr Speaker, it's on relevance. The Acting Prime Minister is saying nothing to the hurting households across the country in this arrogant contribution that he's making, which is based on fiction, not fact.
The Leader will resume his seat. The order. The Leader of the House.
Just a point of order. You've previously made rulings about the Leader of the Opposition misusing points of order in that way. He raised a point of order at the beginning and then went on to just a general rant, which should not be allowed.
I call the Acting Prime Minister to remain relevant to the question. He is talking about taxation rates, and I asked him to return to the question.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. And we do understand the pressure that many households are facing with their budgets, with increasing interest rates, and easing the pressure on the cost of living is one of the first priorities of this government. It's why we've increased the minimum wage. It's why this week we have 2 bills in the parliament which are about making medicines cheaper, childcare more affordable. But let me make this point. In terms of the pressures that people are facing in managing their household budgets, a critical pressure is in relation to energy prices, and that is in no small part due to a lost decade of economic reform when it comes to dealing with the question of energy, where they had 22 different energy policies and failed to land one of them. Now, dealing with the cost of living is core business for this government. Our position on tax is very clear. It hasn't changed, but what Australians know is that in this government, they have a government which is going to fight for their household budget.
Give a call to the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to ease the cost of living for Australian families? And is the Acting Prime Minister aware of any alternative policies?
Give a call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Well, can I thank the member for Corangamite for her question, and she and I are partners in this place in representing the great city of Geelong, which, as of about 3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, I can reliably inform the House is literally the happiest place on earth. Mr Speaker, our government is committed to investments in skills, in technology, in education, which is about trying to build a high-value, high-productivity, high-wage economy. But the issue which is front of mind for every Australian right now is the question of the cost of living. And as I said, we understand the pressures that people feel with rising interest rates on their household budgets, and it's why easing that pressure is the #1 priority of this government. Almost the first act of this government was to seek a real wage increase for the lowest paid. Last week, we saw the biggest increase in the pension in more than a decade. And this week, we are dealing with 2 pieces of legislation which continue this week.
Member for Hume.
The National Health Amendment, General Co-payment
Member for Barker.
will see,
cease interjecting.
We'll see a reduction in the maximum co-payment for medicines to $30, which will make medicines cheaper. And the Family Assistance Legislation Amendment, Cheaper Childcare Bill, will, for 96% of users, make childcare less expensive. But I'm asked whether there are any other alternatives, a question of which those opposite used to be particularly fond. And yesterday, the Shadow Finance Minister gave a particularly succinct answer to that question. We're in opposition, she said, we don't have policies. Can you believe that? Although, given the last 10 years, it's surprising that the Liberal Party feel they need to qualify that statement with the word opposition, because in government they had no policies on skills, no policies on productivity, no policies on wages. They did, to be fair, have a whole lot of policies on energy. It's just that they didn't have any that they could agree on. But it does have to be said that in the statement from the Shadow Minister for Finance, there was, compared to the last 3 years, a very commendable and refreshing outbreak of honesty. Mr Speaker, after 10 long years, government under Labor is back in the business of economic management. And under the leadership of the Treasurer and the Finance Minister, we will be putting a budget to this House in about a month which is going to build a much stronger economy for every Australian.
Order. Order. I give the call to the member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Last week, in an interview on Sky News, the Minister for Finance refused to rule out changes to franking credits, changes to negative gearing, and refused to rule out scrapping Stage 3 tax cuts. Will the Treasurer rule out changes to franking credits, negative gearing and Stage 3 tax cuts?
I give the call to the Treasurer.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Every time the member for Hume opens his mouth, he reminds us why, in the 15 seasons of Sean McAuliffe's Mad as Hell, there has never been a funny character than when the member for Hume played himself on Wednesday night. And you can see why Sean McAuliffe tapped the mat after 15 seasons. You cannot top the comedic performance of the member for Hume being interviewed by Laura Jays. The very idea, as the Acting Prime Minister said before, that these characters opposite would have the nerve to ask us about tax and about the cost of living after the wasted decade that they have just presided over. We've made our position on tax very clear, and what we have said is our priority when it comes to tax reform is multinational taxes. And we took to the election and we will implement in the October budget a plan to ensure that multinationals pay a fairer share of the tax where they make their profits so that we can fund the services that we desperately need to fund. And so that's our position, Mr Speaker, as you know. And again, as the Acting Prime Minister rightly pointed out, you'd think that the dregs of the former government would know better than to come up to this dispatch box, having spent a decade taxing more, borrowing more, spending more, but delivering much, much less than its Labor predecessors, to actually have the nerve to come up here and ask us about tax and the cost of living. Now, as the Acting Prime Minister mentioned a moment ago,
Members on my
those
left.
opposite have absolutely no idea, they have absolutely no credibility, and as the Shadow Minister for Finance said, they have absolutely no alternatives to the proposals that we will fund in the budget in October.
Is the Treasurer concluded his answer?
No.
I just ask him to resume his seat, and I ask the Leader of the Opposition to state the point of order.
Well, on relevance is the point of order, Mr Speaker. The question was, will the Treasurer rule out changes to franking credits, superannuation, negative gearing and stage 3 tax cuts? And he's gone no way to answering that question.
Resume your seat. The Treasurer is in order, and I have order. The member for Moncrieff. The Treasurer is in order. He is referring to tax policy, and I asked him to return to the balance of the question.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. And I've made the government's priorities clear when it comes to tax reform, and that is multinational taxes. And as people would have read in the Fin today, there is a measure before the House, which was a measure on franking credits proposed by the former Treasurer, a fellow called Scott Morrison, in 2016. So there's a proposal before the parliament to finish that job that he announced in the MyEFO of 2016. Now, Mr Speaker, as the Shadow Minister for Finance has said, those opposite have absolutely no alternatives to what we're proposing in the budget. The member for Hume is already a laughingstock in this place. The Shadow Minister for Finance is determined to outdo him. The Leader of the Nationals is no better, talking about the little present that they left the Australian people when the government changed hands. The present that those opposite left the Australian people when government changed hands was skyrocketing inflation, falling real wages, $1 trillion in debt, which is becoming more and more costly for the Australian people to service.
Give the call to the member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Minister for Home Affairs and Cyber Security. What action is the Australian government taking as a result of the Optus data breach?
Give the call to the Minister for Home Affairs and Minister for Cyber Security.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I do want to thank the member for Gilmore for this very important question. Speaker, on Wednesday the 21st of September, the Australian government was advised of a significant cybersecurity breach from Optus. Optus have advised that this breach has revealed some personal data of 9.8 million Australians. Of those 2.8 million Australians, significant amounts of personal data has been taken. Responsibility for this security breach rests with Optus, and I want to note that the breach is of a nature that we should not expect to see in a large telecommunications provider in this country. Very substantial support has been provided by the Australian government, and I want to credit the work of the Australian Signals Directorate, the Australian Cyber Security Centre and the Australian Federal Police in that support. For the Australian government more broadly, our focus now is doing whatever we can to help protect Australians who are affected by this breach. This is a very large multi-agency effort which has seen many hundreds of public servants work through recent public holidays, through the night and straight through the weekends, and the Albanese government thanks them for their efforts. The Australian government, the ACCC and APRA are engaging with the banking sector to see what additional steps can be taken to protect customers. This is complex, it's legally and technically complex, but we are working on a solution. We will also be providing additional protections on government platforms such as MyGov. We expect Optus to continue to do everything that they can to support their customers and former customers. One way that they can do this is providing free credit monitoring to impacted customers. This will help protect those customers against identity theft, and I call on Optus to make that commitment today. Put yourself in the shoes of an Optus customer. You might be one of the member for Gilmore's constituents living in Bateman Bay or Nowra. You might be a pensioner whose information has been stolen. This is a time of intense anxiety, and I say to Optus, you can do something about this problem today, and we ask you to do that. A very substantial reform task is going to emerge from a breach of this scale and size, and there's a number of policy issues that I think the public will soon become quite aware of. One significant question is whether the cybersecurity requirements that we place on large telecommunications providers in this country are fit for purpose. I also note that in other jurisdictions, a data breach of this size would result in fines amounting to hundreds of millions of dollars. I really hope that this reform task is something that we can work on collaboratively across the parliament, and I'll speak in coming days about how we will work through those issues in conjunction with other members of parliament. Thank you.
Give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein. Order. Just wait for the microphone. Just pause a moment. Just wait for the microphone to be working. I'll give the call to the member for Goldstein.
To the Attorney-General. There are reports that the government has cut a deal with the opposition to weaken National Corruption Commission legislation to get it passed. Can you reassure the public, many of whom voted for integrity, that should third parties, including unions, business and lobbyists, seek to corrupt government, that they could be investigated, and that the Commission could investigate serious pork barrelling, as Labor proposed during the election campaign?
I'll give the call to the Attorney-General.
I thank the member for Goldstein for her question, and I thank her for her constructive engagement throughout my extensive consultation on the National Anti-Corruption Commission. This is a major piece of reform to Australia's integrity framework, and I've consulted across the parliament, including the opposition and the crossbench in both houses, on the formation of the legislation. And I look forward to introducing legislation for a National Anti-Corruption Commission this week. The Australian people believe in integrity. The Australian people voted for a government which will deliver a powerful, transparent and independent National Anti-Corruption Commission. The Commission will have jurisdiction to investigate serious or systemic corruption and will form a central pillar in the integrity framework of our country. It will help restore trust and enforce standards of integrity and accountability in our federal government system. The government publicly released design principles based on the advice of experts that will ensure the Commission operates effectively. The legislation will reflect the principles set out in our design principles.
Leader of the Opposition.
In relation to third parties, the Commission will have broad powers to investigate allegations of serious or systemic corruption of or by a public official. The Commission will be able to investigate a corruption issue that could involve serious or systemic conduct by any person that could adversely affect the honesty or impartiality of a public official's conduct. In relation to pork barrelling, decisions about the allocation of public funds should be made, of course, in the public interest. The government will not be instructing the Commission on what particular matters it can and cannot investigate. It will be up to the Commission to decide what matters it investigates. To be clear, if the Commission considers that the administration of a particular discretionary grants program gives rise to a serious or systemic corruption issue, then the Commissioner will have the ability to investigate that issue. I hope all members of this parliament can recognise the importance of this significant reform and support the bill.
Give a call to the member for Swan.
My question is to the Treasurer. What are some of the pressures currently facing the budget, and what are some of the options to help Australians deal with the cost of living?
Give a call to the Treasurer.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and especially to the member for Swan for her question about the budget and the cost of living. When the parliament next sits after this week, it will be to hand down the October budget. And what we've tried to do is to level with Australians about the serious challenges facing the economy, global and domestic, and the substantial pressures which are hitting the budget as a consequence of that. And one of the biggest pressures on the budget is the interest costs on the $1 trillion of debt that we inherited from those opposite when they were in office. Now, with higher interest rates, the debt that will now cost the budget more and more to service over the years. Now, to give the House a sense of what we're looking at, the interest bill on the pre-election projections for government debt will be around $16 billion higher over the forward estimates and $125 billion higher over the next decade from higher bond yields alone. And what that means is, to give honourable members an example, the interest bill in 2025-26 is expected to now be about $34 billion. The interest bill in 2032 of about $65 billion. Now, we'll update those figures in the usual way in our October budget, in line with the revised budget and economic forecast, to update all of the conditions that exist at budget time. But it does underscore the pressure from this bid, that the pressure on the budget from this interest bill on the $1 trillion of debt that those opposite racked up will only intensify over time. And that's on top of the areas we need to fund that were either due to expire under the previous government, weren't budgeted for, or weren't delivered on time. For example, the additional $1.4 billion to continue our COVID-19 response that the Health Minister announced last week. More than $3.5 billion that hasn't been spent for road and rail projects that have been delayed in my colleague's portfolio here, and what will likely amount to around $2 billion or more in support for flood-affected communities. Now, just as there's pressure on the Commonwealth budget, of course there is pressure on Australians as well, from the skyrocketing cost of living and falling real wages and rising interest rates as well. And that's why, within the budget constraints that I've just run through for the benefit of the House, the task of the budget will be to provide responsible cost of living relief that has an economic dividend. And that's why cheaper childcare is so important, with an economic dividend. Cheaper TAFE fees, cheaper medicines, getting wages moving again, beginning with the lowest paid Australians. That's why this is so important. Now, I think Australians understand that the new government is doing what they can to responsibly provide cost of living relief to Australians. They know that the mess that those left us can't be fixed in one budget alone.
Time has expired. I give the call. When members on my left cease interjecting, I give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister, and I refer to the government's decision to scrap the cashless debit card, which the Alice Springs Mayor has said will increase domestic violence. Kununurra local Kenneth Green called the card a lifesaver, and Wongatha elder Janice Scott said the biggest difference with the card was for the kids. Suddenly they had food, they had clothing. Given the warnings from local Indigenous communities, can the Acting Prime Minister guarantee there will be no increase in domestic violence or neglect of children as a result of scrapping the cashless debit card?
I give the call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the member for her question and acknowledge that Indigenous communities around this country have had to endure a sad history of broken promises and failed programs when it comes to making real difference in areas like domestic violence, areas like housing, areas like keeping children in schools. But in seeking to help Indigenous communities in this country, we don't do that by stripping them of their dignity. And that's why the cashless debit card, which seeks to do exactly that, that's why at the last election we promised to scrap it, and we will. Because what it did was to strip people of their dignity. What we need to be doing is working with Indigenous communities to empower them.
For New England.
What we need to be doing is working with Indigenous communities to empower them, which is why we've announced over the course of the weekend $50 million to provide additional drug and alcohol services in cashless debit card sites, why we've committed $16 million towards community-led economic development services in CDC sites, because all of these are measures which are about working with Indigenous communities to empower them. Now, since the election, both the Minister for Social Services and the Minister for Indigenous Australians have been visiting Indigenous communities across the breadth of this country to work with them about the ways in which we can deal with the critical issues which are affecting their communities. The cashless debit card did none of that, but they can be assured that in this government they will have a partner to improve their lives.
The member for Page will cease interjecting. Give the call to the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to change policy to make medicines more affordable and list life-changing medicines on the PBS?
Give the call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank my South Australian colleague, the member for Adelaide, for that question. Because at this year's election, Mr Speaker, Labor promised to strengthen Medicare and to cut the cost of medicines, and we're getting on with delivering those promises. Mr Speaker, cutting the cost of Medicare is not only good for households who are dealing with unprecedented cost of living pressures, it's also good for the health of the nation, because we know from the Bureau of Statistics that every year as many as 900,000 Australians go without medicines that their doctors have said is important for their health simply because they can't afford it. Now, this week, legislation will be debated in this House to deliver the biggest cut to the cost of medicines in the 75-year history of the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme, cutting the general patient maximum co-contribution from $42.50 to just $30. And support for that legislation across the parliament will help us deliver that cut on the 1st of January, as we promised. But, Mr Speaker, I'm also pleased to report that Australians will see additional price relief for medicines even sooner than that. This Saturday, on the 1st of October, the government will deliver reductions in the prices of more than 2,000 different brands of medicines, delivering $130 million in price relief into the pockets of ordinary Australians and $930 million back to the budget that can be invested in new, innovative, state-of-the-art medicines. For example, Mr Speaker, 500,000 Australians use esomeprazole for the treatment of stomach ulcers, and after this Saturday, each script for those 500,000 Australians will be about $7 cheaper. About 60,000 Australians use quetiapine for the treatment of bipolar and similar disorders, and each script for that drug will be about $6 per script cheaper next week than it was this week. On Saturday, Mr Speaker, we'll also deliver 6 new and amended listings to the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme. The well-known immunotherapy, Keytruda, will be extended to head and neck cancers. About 500 patients will now have access to that life-changing, life-saving medicine that otherwise would cost $135,000 per course of treatment. After this listing, it will go down to $42.50 per script, and from the 1st of January, Mr Speaker, to just $30. Azelimab will be extended to the treatment of bladder cancers for 400 patients every year who would be paying about $106,000 for each course of treatment. Mr Speaker, the Albanese government's plans for cheaper medicines will not just deliver much-needed cost-of-living relief at this time of unprecedented pressure, it will also mean that no one in this country need go without medicines because they can't afford it.
The call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. Due to record energy prices, businesses in my electorate of Mallee are considering closing, potentially leaving hundreds unemployed. One such business, a brick manufacturer in Stawell, announced it was closing after over 80 years in business. When will businesses in my electorate receive the promised $275 energy bill relief?
The call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for her question. And we certainly acknowledge the pressure that is being placed on household budgets, but in this case on businesses, associated with increases of prices. And as I've said earlier, core business, the #1 priority for this government, is about easing the cost of living, and that also goes to the question of reducing energy prices. I mean, one of the real differences now, compared to when I first entered parliament in 2007, is that cheap energy in this country is renewable energy, and that the way in which we get energy prices down is improving our energy grid and having policy certainty which allows people to invest in renewable energy and have that renewable energy be able to be received by the grid. But the problem is that we've had a lost decade when it comes to energy policy. Those opposite had 22 different energy policies, failed to be able to have a situation where there was policy certainty, and that's why we did not see the investment in renewable energy that we should. On this side of the House, we have done more in the last 15 weeks of this government than those opposite did in the last 10 years. Their inaction on energy has been absolutely shameful. But the height of that shame was what we saw from the former Treasurer, from the Shadow Treasurer, the former Minister for Energy, when he sought to change the law in order to mean that he did not have to tell the Australian people about
the acting Prime Minister will take a break, and I will hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, Mr Speaker, we have a precedent on the question of relevance that was established by Speaker Jenkins on the importance of ministers having to be directly relevant, and I think it would assist the House if this convention were upheld. And I ask you to ask the acting Prime Minister to bring his answer back to being directly relevant to a very specific question.
The acting Prime Minister is in order, and I give him the call now.
The height of the shame of the former government was when the former Energy Minister sought to change the law so that he didn't have to tell the Australian people about an increase in the default retail price for electricity before the election. Can you imagine a more venal, a more pathetic conversation than the former minister must have had with his department when he sought advice about what he needed to do in order to make sure that he didn't have to tell the Australian people about his failure and the failure of his government? And the shame in that is the very reason why now we have the energy issues that we face. But what you've got on this side of Parliament is a government.
The Deputy Leader of the Opposition, a point of relevance has already been made. I give you the call.
A point of I seek leave to table a document, Mr Speaker. Labor's Powering Australia document, which refers to the $275
the Deputy Leader
energy
will
price
resume
cut.
her seat. It's not the time to do that, but if you wish to table a document, wait till the acting Prime Minister has concluded his answer. The member for Barker. When the House comes to order, I'll call the acting Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In contrast to the complete ineptitude of those opposite, what we now have is a government which is actually going to have settled policy on energy, which will see a reduction in energy prices.
Members on my left, is the Deputy Leader seeking to table a document?
Labor's Powering Australia policy, which explains the
wait, just a moment, Deputy Leader. I give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
I seek leave to table a document, Mr Speaker.
Here's leave. I can't read. I can't read. Deputy Leader. Deputy Leader. I don't know what the document is, and the government doesn't know what the document is simply by holding it up. Are you seeking to table a document? If so, can you explain to the House the document? I call the Deputy Leader.
Engaged in a dialogue with me, Mr Speaker. The document is the Powering Australia policy, Labor's plan to cut power bills by $275, explained at least 15 times in this document.
Thank you. Thank you. The Manager of Opposition Business.
We're not going to grant leave to tabling the internet.
Right.
Not the internet.
All right. Next question, and we will move to the member. Order. We'll move to the member for Bennelong.
My question is to the Minister for Education. How is the Albanese Labor government changing policy to make childcare more affordable for Australian families?
The call to the Minister for Education.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Bennelong for his question and wish him well in his first speech in just about half an hour's time. Anyone that has children in childcare knows how expensive it is. It's gone up by 41% just in the last 8 years. One of the most important commitments that we made at the election was to cut the cost of childcare. And this week I'll introduce legislation to implement that commitment. It'll cut the cost of childcare for more than 1 million Australian families. Yeah. And that's good for children, it's good for parents, and it's good for our economy. For our children, it'll mean they're better prepared for school. For parents, for mums in particular, it'll make it easier to do more paid work if they want to. A lot of Australians want to work more, but if they do, a lot of that pay is gobbled up in childcare costs. So it means that it's not worth it. And this helps explain why 60% of mums with children under the age of 6 are working part-time rather than full-time. If you make childcare cheaper, that helps parents who want to work more hours and more days. And for our economy, that means thousands more skilled workers. Treasury estimates that this will add up to 37,000 extra full-time workers to the economy in 2023-24. Mr Speaker, during the election we also promised to get the ACCC to conduct an inquiry into childcare costs. And last week the Treasurer and I announced that this inquiry will start on the 1st of January. The ACCC will provide its interim findings before the 1st of July next year, and it will deliver its final report by the end of next year. And Mr Speaker, just finally, the legislation that I'll introduce this week will also include another important measure. Last year, for the first time ever, the Closing the Gap target for school readiness for Indigenous children went backwards. The gap is getting bigger, not smaller. We've got to turn this around. We all know how important access to early childhood education is in making sure that our children are ready for school. And that's why, as part of the legislation that I will introduce this week, all Indigenous children will be able to access 36 hours of subsidised childcare a fortnight. Mr Speaker, these are important reforms. They're good for children, they're good for parents, and they're good for our economy.
I give the call to the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Northern Australia. I refer to the government's changes to insert its emissions reduction target into the program criteria for projects in Northern Australia infrastructure facility pipeline. Has the minister received any advice from her department that this will lead to gas supply or coal projects in the Northern Australia infrastructure facility pipeline being cancelled, restricted or delayed?
I give the call to the Minister for Resources and Northern Australia.
Thank you to the Leader of the Nats for that unhelpful comment. I do thank the member for their question. And what has happened with the recent legislation in this country is it is aligning all parts of government behind a united aim to reach net zero emissions by 2050 and reduce our targets to 43%. This is something the Australian people voted for. Right across Northern Australia, right across Western Australia, right across Queensland, Victoria, all states in this nation voted for a net zero position. That is a fact, and that is what we are doing. We are making sure that all policy areas align with this government's very ambitious direction to get to net zero emissions by 2050, and that aligns with the rest of the world. And that is something we must be enormously proud of, and only this government will deliver. Those opposite put their head in the sand for the last 10 years and have brought us back down behind everyone else in the climate fight that we need to be able to resist global warming in this country and around the world. We will work with our international partners. We know our international partners, such as Japan and Korea, who we do sell gas to and have been selling gas to for a long time. They will rely on gas as part of their net zero emissions goals. So we will keep providing gas supply, and we will have supply in this country into the future. What those opposite need to know is that the climate change bill has aligned this country with the rest of the world, and I'm very proud of that, and I'm very proud that Northern Australia will be doing it as well. In fact, the only interference that has been made in the Northern Australia Infrastructure Fund was from those opposite when they banned a wind farm that would have created hundreds of jobs in Cairns. So you can talk about that all you like, but you are the ones, sorry, Speaker, those opposite are the ones that have interfered in the NAIF consistently and always. We are the ones that will support Northern Australia and gas into the future.
Order. I give the call to the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to improve the housing affordability challenges confronting Australia? Great question.
Give the call to the Minister for Small Business, Housing and Homelessness.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Hunter. I know that he's very engaged in making sure that more of his constituents have a safe and affordable place to call home. Because, of course, those of us on this side of the House, and I'm sure some on the other side, Mr Speaker, understand that safe and affordable housing is central to the security and dignity of all Australians. Also aware, of course, that rising interest rates and costs and supply issues have impacted on housing affordability right across the country. Indeed, far too many Australians are being hit by increasing rents. Far too many Australians are struggling to afford to be able to buy a home. And sadly, far too many Australians are at risk of experiencing homelessness or are experiencing homelessness. Indeed, we know that there's no quick solutions, but that's why our government has hit the ground running to deliver on our ambitious housing reform agenda with immediate action alongside our medium and long-term goals. Indeed, we've acted very quickly by widening the remit of the National Housing Infrastructure Facility to allow it to invest in social and affordable housing by unlocking up to $575 million. This support will build on our commitment to build 30,000 new social and affordable housing properties through a $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund. Indeed, Mr Speaker, we've had 2 meetings of state and territory housing ministers, and that first meeting was our first in almost 5 years because, of course, those on the other side deemed this not necessary. And our second meeting was at the end of the last sitting week. We've also brought forward, Mr Speaker, the regional first home buyer guarantee to this weekend. So from 1 October, eligible Australians in regional areas will be assisted into home ownership sooner. By helping regional Australians get into their first home with a deposit as little as 5%, Mr Speaker, our commitment will help cut down one of the biggest burdens potential home buyers face and will bring the great Australian dream back into the reach of many. ANZ CoreLogic is saying that the average home buyer in regional Australia now has to save for over 11 years for a deposit to get into the current housing market. We need to make it easier for those people who want to be able to live and work in our regions. And we know, of course, that more Australians are also having trouble with rent because they've been able to buy their own home, and that these measures will help ease pressures for those trying to find a home in the tight rental market. We're also, of course, going to introduce our National Supply and Affordability Council to ensure that the Commonwealth plays a leadership role in increasing housing supply and improving affordability. We've hit the ground running, as I've said. We want to bring new national leadership to housing. We want to get more homes on the ground sooner for more Australians to have a safe and affordable place to call home. And of course, given over the weekend the opposition over there confirmed that they don't have any policies, I look forward to their support for delivering on our ambitious agenda so that more Australians have a safe place to call home.
Order. I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Thank you. My question is to the Attorney-General, the member for Isaacs. The Labor Party went to the election with a commitment to legislating the National Anti-Corruption Commission. One of the design principles in this policy was that the NACC would have the power to hold public hearings. Could the Attorney please explain why public hearings are essential requirements for an integrity commission and rule out any deals which remove that power?
I give the call to the Attorney-General.
I thank the member for Wentworth for her question.
Members on my right and left.
I thank the member for Wentworth for her question and thank her for the constructive engagement that she has shown with me during the extensive consultation that I have had with the whole of the parliament, including the opposition, crossbench in both houses, on the formation of this legislation. And I do look forward to introducing the legislation for a National Anti-Corruption Commission this week. And I'll say again, the Australian people believe in integrity. The Australian people voted for a government which will deliver a powerful, transparent and independent National Anti-Corruption Commission. It's a commission which will have jurisdiction to investigate serious or systemic corruption and will deliver a central pillar of the integrity framework in this country. It will help restore trust and enforce standards of integrity and accountability in our federal government system. Some 3 years ago, Labor released design principles based on the advice of experts which will ensure that the Commission operates effectively. The legislation which we are bringing to the parliament will reflect these principles. And going to the specific matter that was raised by the member for Wentworth, that went to the holding of public hearings. One of the deficiencies of the model that was put forward by the former government, who of course never brought legislation to the parliament, one of the deficiencies was that public hearings would not be available in respect of allegations made against ministers or allegations made against members of parliament. As I said repeatedly during public debate about the model that the former government had put forward, that was wrong. And we have made clear in our design principles that not only that public hearings must be available to this commission, because that's something that the experience of the 8 existing state and territory commissions has shown us. In order for an anti-corruption commission such as we are proposing to be fully effective, there must be the possibility of public hearings, and that's what the parliament will see in the legislation that we bring to the parliament later this week.
Leader of the Opposition. I give the call to the member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. What policies are being adopted by the Albanese Labor government to future-proof our energy network and put downward pressure on energy costs? What will this mean for Australian consumers, and why is action so important?
Order. I give the call. Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question and recognise her leadership on matters of climate change. And, Mr Speaker, of course, this is the first question time that has been held since the government's Climate Change Act passed both houses of parliament and received royal assent. And, of course, the important thing about the Climate Change Act is that it sends the message to investors around the world that Australia is open for business in relation to renewable energy, transmission and storage. And I'm pleased to report to the House that that message has been received around the world, including last week, Mr Speaker, in the United States. I received indications from companies like J&J and Amazon and Google that they are considering major investments in renewable energy in this country, up to $2.9 billion worth of job-creating investments in this country. Now, Mr Speaker, this is the importance of certainty in policy frameworks. This is the importance of one set of rules. And part of our approach to the certainty framework is our engagement in international agreements. Now, Mr Speaker, I heard it said yesterday the opposition doesn't have any policies, which I thought was very unfair. Very unfair to the opposition, because in some ways they're an ideas factory over there, Mr Speaker. They're an ideas factory. We had one last week from the member for Hinkler. The member for Hinkler last week, who had a great idea of leaving the Paris Agreement, Mr Speaker. This was his suggestion for the opposition. Now, Mr Speaker, The opposition would take us into an elite group famous for their investment certainty, their economic robustness of the regime. This elite group that the opposition wants to take us into consists of Libya, Eritrea, Iran and Yemen. They're the countries who aren't in the Paris Agreement. There's only 4. There'd be a fifth. There'd be a fifth now. We'd join that great group of countries with that great investment certainty in that regime. You see, Mr Speaker, on this side of the House, we understand that the cheapest form of energy is renewable energy. The CSIRO knows it. AEMO knows it, who said renewable energy is the cheapest form of energy by a country mile, says AEMO, but the opposition says, no, we know better, we know better. The Paris Agreement is good enough for Russia and Saudi Arabia. It's good enough for North Korea, Mr Speaker, but it's not good enough, apparently, for the Leader of the Opposition.
Give the call to the member for order. The member for Canning.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Cybersecurity. Has the minister spoken personally to the Optus CEO on the company providing customers with credit monitoring or the other measures she spoke about in her answer?
Give the call to the Minister for Home Affairs and Minister for Cybersecurity.
Thank you, Speaker. The answer is yes.
Give the call. Order. I give the call to the member for Spence.
My question is to the Minister for Skills and Training. What policy changes are the Albanese Labor government making to tackle labour shortages and provide opportunities for Australians, including through Jobs and Skills Australia?
Give the call to the Minister for Skills and Training.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker. Can I thank the member for Spence for his question and, of course, his long advocacy for training in the transport sector, representing workers in that field. Today, this chamber, passed the Jobs and Skills Australia bill. It's a very important bill. It wasn't coincidental that the Prime Minister, this government, sought to have that bill be the first introduced into the parliament this parliamentary term. It's because we know how important it is for us to find the right vehicle to advise government, indeed advise industry, to supply the skills that are in demand now, but also to forecast more precisely the areas of emerging demand. And we believe that JSA will provide that vehicle, and that's really important. I also want to thank, while I'm on my feet responding to the question by from the member for Spence, I'd like to thank the members for Indi, Kennedy and Goldstein. They engaged with me and my office about the bill, and in fact we moved an amendment today reflecting those discussions, which was passed on the voices in this chamber. I did engage with the opposition, we did engage with the crossbench, and we do so because we're a government that want to actually engage with the parliament and get things right. When we said we wanted to create a body, we wanted to do so but have a proper level of engagement in this chamber and the other place. And that's what we're doing, implementing the policies we promised before the last election, doing so in a considered fashion. So if a member in this chamber has a good proposition to a bill that I've introduced, I'm very happy to engage with that member. And that's what's happened here today, improving a bill to ensure that we emphasise the need not only to identify skill shortages in our economy, but also think of the ways we can prevent those that are impeded from access to the labour market, whether they be First Nations people, whether they be people with disability, those people over 55 that have often been discriminated against in this country. And of course, in particular, can I say, we need to do better to provide opportunities for women to access the labour market or provided more opportunities within the labour market, and JSA can provide a role in assisting government and industry to do that as well. This is an important bill. We want this bill to be discussed and debated in the other place. We'd like to see it enacted soon because we inherited a very significant acute skill shortage in this nation. We need to supply the skills the employers are crying out for, that workers need for secure employment, and for our economy, which of course will benefit from a skilled and knowledgeable workforce. That will make it a more productive economy and indeed a more successful country.
Give the call to the member for Griffith.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister on Labor's Stage 3 tax cuts. Acting Prime Minister, can you explain the economic benefit of giving a federal politician or anyone else earning more than $200,000 a year an extra $9,000 a year off on their tax, while someone on the minimum wage gets nothing?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question as well. As the honourable member knows and appreciates, I'm sure, the government's position on Stage 3 tax cuts haven't changed for all of the reasons that we've talked about all of the other times that we've been asked in this place and elsewhere. I know that the Leader of the Greens put out a press release in the last 24 hours ago saying that were we to go down the path that the Greens are proposing, then there would be an opportunity to provide more funds in important areas like childcare and healthcare. And I'm very pleased to inform the Greens and the Parliament as well that there will be in the budget in October game-changing investments in healthcare and in childcare. And we are especially proud of the fact that the biggest on-budget new investment in the budget that I hand down from this dispatch box next month will be that game-changing investment in childcare, because cheaper childcare is cost-of-living relief with an economic dividend. And Australian parents deserve to have that option that the minister was talking about before and that other colleagues have talked about on other occasions, to work more and earn more if they want to. And we want the childcare system to be part of the solution rather than part of the problem in that regard. So there will be game-changing investments in childcare. There will be the investments in healthcare that the health minister ran through before. They will be important elements of the budget, but our position on the tax cuts that the member asked me about hasn't changed.
Call to the member for McNamara.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Environment and Water. How is the Albanese Labor government showing leadership on the environment, both nationally and internationally, after a decade of neglect?
Give the call to the Minister for the Environment and Water.
Thank you, and I want to thank the member for McNamara for that question. He is one of the strongest advocates in this place for real action on climate change and for real action to protect our beautiful environment. I was delighted this week, Mr Speaker, when our Prime Minister signed the Leaders' Pledge for Nature at the United Nations. This was an important commitment, joining Australia to the global effort to reverse biodiversity loss by 2030. This is a document that commits us as a nation to working with other nations on stronger global effort to reduce deforestation, stopping unsustainable fishing practices, providing more sustainable food systems, promoting the circular economy and recycling. Not so controversial really, but those opposite refused the opportunity to sign up in 2020 because the Morrison government said, in a moment of real honesty, that this didn't fit. It was inconsistent with their policies, so they rejected the offer made by those dangerous greenies like Angela Merkel and Boris Johnson and Emmanuel Macron and Jacinda Ardern and Justin Trudeau, who invited us to be part of this international effort. And I tell you, they were right that this was inconsistent with their policies, because their policies over the last 9 years saw them cut environment funding by 40%, saw them axe climate laws, saw them sabotage the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, tying it up with brown tape. Those opposite failed to fix Australia's broken environmental laws. They hid the State of the Environment report, had it for months and never released it when they were in government, because it tells the story that Australia's environment is bad and getting worse.
Will just pause, and I call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Mr Speaker, on previous occasions you have directed a minister back to the question following a preamble. We had about 15 seconds on the question, and then it's been a general spray at the opposition's record. So I ask you follow your own precedent and direct the minister back to the question.
I thank the manager. The question was specific about a decade of neglect. The minister is in order. She's referring to the past decade, and I call the minister.
I won't talk about the fact they set recycling targets with no way of achieving them. I won't talk about the fact that they halved the areas of marine park under high conservation. Instead, I will talk about our priorities, which is legislating more ambitious emissions reduction targets, rewriting our environmental laws to build trust, integrity and efficiency into the system, growing the national estate so that 30% of our land and 30% of our seas will be protected by 2030, protecting our Great Barrier Reef with a $1.2 billion investment, delivering on the promises made and broken on Kakadu National Park by those opposite, establishing a world-leading nature market, investing to better protect threatened species. Australians are so dismayed that our koalas are now endangered along the eastern seaboard, doubling the number of Indigenous ranges, adding to Indigenous protected areas. It is only ever under Labor that the environment is protected.
Time has expired. Order. I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
My question is to the Attorney-General. I refer to the fact that the largest shareholder in Omni Bridgeway, Australia's largest litigation funding business, is Green Cape Capital Pty Limited, the manager of the Green Cape Broadcap Fund, a fund in which the Attorney-General has disclosed a holding. Has the Attorney-General disclosed this underlying holding to the Prime Minister under Clause 3.12 of the Ministerial Code, which requires an immediate notification where an investment in a company might give rise to a perception of a conflict of interest?
I give the call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Bradfield for his question. I have complied with the Ministerial Code of Conduct at all times.
Order. I give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for International Development and the Pacific. How are the Albanese Labor government's Pacific sporting programs improving Australia's Pacific relationships and supporting Pacific aspirations?
Give the call to the Minister for Defence Industry and International Development and the Pacific.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Moreton for his excellent question. There is no greater champion of sport in this place than the member for Moreton. If there's a parliamentary sport to be played, he is there. Mr Speaker, sport brings the Pacific together. It's symbolic of our shared values, our history and our people-to-people connections. Now, Mr Speaker, some people in his House might have thought the most important sporting event of the weekend was in Melbourne on Saturday night. But sadly they are wrong. They are wrong. The most important sporting event was the Prime Minister's 13 games in Brisbane last night between Australia and the PNG women's and men's teams. It was a great night. We had Prime Ministers Albanese and Marape there. We had 6 PNG ministers, Minister Wells and myself, and the Leader of the Opposition was there, and I thank him for his presence, demonstrating the bipartisan commitment to the Pacific in this place. Prior to that game, Mr Speaker, I had the privilege of announcing $2.3 million in funding to support the Papua New Guinea Rugby League High Performance Strategy. This is all about growing and empowering rugby league in the Pacific and Papua New Guinea in particular. It's all about generating the next Justin Olam and the next Elsie Albert to bring them on into the rugby league competition. And, Mr Speaker, this is an example of the broader support for Pacific sports that's within this government, started by the Keating government in 1994 and now continued under the $15 million per annum Pacific Oz Sports program. This supports the most popular team sports in the Pacific: netball, rugby league, rugby union and football, through 6 nations including PNG, Fiji, Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, Samoa and Tonga. And it's all about using sport to improve the lives of people in the Pacific, develop communities and especially empower women and girls. And sports brings the Pacific family together. You just have to watch the joy of the Fijiana Drua team when they won the Super Women's Pacific Rugby Cup. It was evident last night when, I'm sad to say, 95% of the crowd was going for Papua New Guinea. And it'll be evident on Sunday night coming up, where we see Penrith play Parramatta in the NRL Grand Final, where 50% of NRL players are Pacifica origin. That's great for our country and it's great for the region. Mr Speaker, sports cooperation and sports diplomacy brings the Pacific together. It's a critical part of Australia's engagement with the Pacific. It's a critical advantage we have in remaining the partner of choice for the Pacific family, and it was great to see Prime Minister Marape and Albanese there last night celebrating Pacific sports together.
On indulgence, the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, just quickly on indulgence, Mr Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for his answer and thank him for the recognition of what was a very significant event last night. And obviously, he's a Sydney Swans supporter, which is why he was happy to move on from the other event on the weekend, or for some reason he didn't like that game. But last night was a celebration of the friendship between our two countries, and there is no more important period in history where our two countries need to come together. And James Marape is a particularly dear friend of our country. Brian Kramer and other ministers were there last night, and we've worked very closely with all of them over a long period of time. And the fact that our Prime Minister, has extended an opportunity for Prime Minister Marape to travel with him to Tokyo for Mr Abe's funeral is to be recognised as well. The depth of the friendship is necessary, and through sport, as the Minister points out, it is a common language, and it's an opportunity for us to develop and to grow even further the relationship between our two countries. And it was a great night. It was a little one-sided by about 70-4, I think, in the results in each of the games, but nonetheless a celebration of a great friendship.
Give the call to the member for Bass.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Since its election, this government has failed to take any practical action to address rising costs of living, and over the next few weeks, Tasmanian families will see a 25-cent per litre jump in fuel prices. Does the Treasurer expect my constituents to wait until he delivers his budget in a month for any sign of additional relief, or will this government do its job and produce a plan for addressing this cost of living crisis?
The call to the Treasurer.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I say respectfully to the member for Bass that if those opposite didn't want the fuel excise relief to end on Wednesday night, why did they legislate that before the government changed hands? And so,
order. Members on my left.
I mean, I find it very concerning that those opposite are either being dishonest about that, or they don't understand that that's the legislation that they put into this parliament, that the fuel excise relief will stop on Wednesday night of this week. And we've been very upfront with people before the election, during the election, after the election, that when you inherit a budget which is heaving with $1 trillion in Liberal Party debt from those opposites, spraying money around to their mates, giving money out to everyone who comes through the door, then that necessitates some difficult decisions on this side of the House. And we could do what those opposite have done and pretend away these fiscal pressures which are damaging the budget and making it harder for us to provide cost of living relief to Australians right around the country, and we're not prepared to do that. So we've been upfront about the future of the fuel excise relief. It will come off on Wednesday night for all of the reasons that we've been saying ever since before the election. It's consistent with the legislation that those opposite proposed and passed through this House. And so I think when people hear those opposite playing politics with that petrol excise relief, they understand that it's those opposite who legislated it to finish on Wednesday night. Now, when it comes to the broader cost of living, Mr Speaker, you'd think after a decade of deliberate wage stagnation and deliberate wage suppression, that those opposites would be too ashamed of themselves to come in here and talk about the cost of living. Now, if it hadn't been for a government that said that a deliberate design feature of their economic policy was to keep wages low, then Australians would find it easier to deal with these costs of living, which are skyrocketing as a consequence of some international factors as well as some domestic factors as well. And so what we've said since the election, before the election, during the election campaign itself, is that we will provide responsible cost of living relief. We'll make childcare cheaper, we'll make medicines cheaper, we'll make TAFE fees cheaper, and we'll get wages moving again after that wasted decade of deliberate wage stagnation and wage suppression. And the difference between this side of the House is that we will always do what's right for working people in this country who are dealing with these cost of living pressures. Those opposite spent a decade making people's lives harder by going after their wages and working conditions.
Give the call to the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Veteran Affairs. How is the Albanese Labor government responding to the interim report from the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide?
Give the call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and Minister for Defence Personnel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for Hasluck for her very important question and for her service as part of Unit 109 Signals Army Reserve as well. When a person enlists in the ADF, they are signing up to serve their country, to serve the people of Australia. But the rate of veteran suicide in Australia is a national tragedy. It is a rate that is significantly higher than across the general Australian population. Indeed, Australia has lost more serving and former serving personnel to suicide over the last 20 years than it did over the same period in operations in Afghanistan and Iraq. That is why the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide needed to happen. And this government called for that Royal Commission when we were in opposition. It's why, when the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide provided its interim report to the government on 11 August, this government saw that it was tabled in Parliament and made public that same day. That day, on behalf of the government, I welcomed the report and provided the government's initial response. Today, I followed through on our commitment then to formally respond to the report as soon as possible, today presenting our formal response. We have a lot of work to do, but we are a responsible government that will take action. We're doing that from today, and the interim report's 13 recommendations fall into 3 key themes: improving claims processing, administration of the Royal Commission and access to information by loved ones. The government has already implemented one of those recommendations. We have agreed to 9, we have agreed in principle to 1, and we have noted 2 others. We have agreed to develop a pathway to simplify and harmonise veterans' compensation and rehabilitation legislation. We'll work to eliminate the claims backlog, improve the veterans' experience of the administration of the claims system, and we're liaising with the Department of Veterans Affairs on their funding needs on a regular basis. And we have removed the Department of Veterans Affairs average staffing cap. We agree in principle to work to increase the protections for people who engage with the Royal Commission. We've noted the importance of access to information whilst protecting the freedom of speech in this parliament and the need for the Royal Commissioners to have access to the information they need, and will improve policies and practices around public interest immunity. We have also agreed to recommendations 9 through 13 to improve the release of information from Defence and DVA to family about a deceased family member. A lot of work is already underway, but we are under no illusion. There is a lot of work more to do. The Royal Commission and the government's response is also an opportunity to shine a light on the supports that are available, and we will continue to improve promotion of them into all corners of the defence, families, veterans and their families' community. Our government is committed to the task of saving lives and ensuring a better future for our defence and veteran communities.
The call to the member for New England.
Just on indulgence, Mr. Speaker, I would concur in my remarks. On an observation of the interim report and listening to the ministerial statement, you can see no great gulf between our 2 positions. Our endeavours are absolutely focused on making sure we deal with the tragedy of veteran suicide. It's a travesty that one of the safer places you can be in regards to suicide is in full-time service or in the reserves. But one of the most afflicted groups, especially ex-service women, on their way out of the services, one of the highest suicide rates, and for those who, by reason of medical discharge, have gone out of the services. So we want to make sure that Civvy Street is as safe as what it would be in the barracks, and we are very proud on this side of having brought about the Royal Commission. And once more, I'd commend the efforts of the member for Wide Bay, the member for Braddon, the member for Herbert, the member for Canning, on their efforts to bring about the Royal Commission. And we note that on this issue, because those who have served our nation, and especially those who have paid the supreme sacrifice, deserve no less from us than our greatest endeavours to make sure that people are safe and those who have served our nations are treated with respect and live a fulsome life that is a warrant to them and to the honour of their families who have given so much for the protection of our land.
Call the Acting Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Call the Leader of the House.
Speaker, documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I present the Commonwealth Ombudsman's quarterly reports under section 712F(6) of the Fair Work Act 2009 for the periods 1 January to 31st March 2022 and 1 April to June 30 2022. I also present the following Auditor General's performance audit reports for 2022-23. Number 4, Australian Government implementation of the National Waste Policy Action Plan, Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, and the Digital Transformation Agency's procurement of ICT-related services, Digital Transformation Agency. I call the Leader of the House.
So I tried to jump in front of you there. Speaker, I move leave of absence until the remainder of the current period of sittings be given to the honourable members for Dunkley and Gippsland on the grounds of public business overseas.
I put the question. All those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 4. Governor-General's opening speech, resumption of debate on the address in reply.
Question is the address be agreed to. Before I call the honourable member for Bennelong, I remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech, and I ask the House to extend to them the usual courtesies. Give the call to the honourable member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land we meet on today, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, and pay respect to their continuing culture and their ongoing contribution to this region. I also acknowledge Bennelong's traditional custodians, the Wallumattagal, who lived for generations in a rich environment of river flats, mangrove swamps and creeks. Mr Speaker, their land is called Wallumetta, and it is a rich sandstone basin oasis. The Wallumattagal fished with prong spears and handlines. They gathered shellfish, hunting birds and small game. Wallumetta was their home until it wasn't. European settlement dispossessed the Wallumattagal, while an earthwork fort at Parramatta forced them to move down the river to the flats, located near Meadowbank. In 1789, a devastating smallpox epidemic swept through Sydney and Wallumetta. Many deaths, particularly senior knowledge holders and women, caused an unprecedented demographic upheaval. It is believed that the epidemic killed so many of the Wallumattagal that there are now no known descendants left. Invasion and dispossession destroyed the Wallumattagal. As we acknowledge them, their tragic history must be known as we continue along the path of reconciliation and truth-telling. Bennelong is also home to its namesake. Woollaraware Bennelong is buried locally with his wife, Burong. He is remembered as courageous, intelligent and good with children. There's something special in the fact that both times Labor has held Bennelong, that we have worked with the Indigenous community to deliver long overdue action and reform. In 2007, it was the apology to stolen generations, and in this term, a referendum on an Indigenous voice to Parliament. Modern-day Bennelong is home to those who wish to be welcomed and those who want to contribute. It is home for those who love our country and want it to succeed. It's a melting pot of stories, cultures and people who collectively want to make our nation better, stronger and safer. Bennelong is home to the modern Australia. We are a vibrant, culturally diverse, entrepreneurial community that strives for success. We want it for our families and our friends, for our local economy and for our nation. Bennelong is the Lane Cove River to the north and the Parramatta River to the south. It is the bustling town centres of Eastwood, West Ryde, Ermington, Putney, Gladesville, Epping and Carlingford, and it is the economic powerhouse of Macquarie Park, Australia's 8th largest economy and home to some of the most innovative businesses in the country and the world. It's the tranquil cul-de-sacs, our new vertical suburbs, the pockets of protected urban forests and the weekend whistles at netball courts and soccer fields. And, Mr Speaker, for the last 16 years, Bennelong has been my home. It's where my kids go to school, where I live with my partner Joe, and where I work. It's where I go to the pub to grab a beer and where I choose to treat myself when I decide to go out to dinner. Bennelong's where I've lived the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. My connection to Bennelong and its community defines who I am. You've heard it all before, but to be here in this place representing my home is something that I'll forever be thankful for. Special thanks to my predecessor, John Alexander, for his 12 years of service to the Parliament and to Bennelong. He is a good man and was a great local member. I had the pleasure of working with Mr Alexander in my former capacity as Mayor of the City of Ryde. We shared a common interest in sport, high-speed rail and the delivery of affordable housing. I also pay tribute to former member Maxine McHugh, who paved the way for Labor to believe it could win Bennelong. Her campaign was the very first federal campaign I volunteered for alongside the member for Reid, and it's such an honour to repeat her extraordinary feat 15 years on. And of course, thank you to the people of Bennelong for their faith in me and their trust in our new Prime Minister. Here's a little bit of trivia for you, Mr Speaker. There have been more former members of Bennelong called John than there have been members from the Labor Party. Bennelong only chooses Labor in the most exceptional of circumstances. Colleagues, I recognise the magnitude of our win and acknowledge the weight of my community's expectations on me to deliver, and I'll deliver for them. My priority throughout my time in this place will be to do as I've done in my 10 years in public office. I'll work hard and be available to my community. I would not be here without the support of a village. Too many to name them all, but naturally I'd like to single out a few. First to the Prime Minister, and no, I am not sucking up. I generally would not have been here if it weren't for him. He persisted, and on his third attempt convinced me to run. At one stage, I believe he was the only person in Australia that believed I could win Bennelong. Turns out he was right. Thank you, Mr Prime Minister, for this fantastic opportunity to serve in the government that you lead. To my wonderful campaign team, to Michael Butterworth, James Gibson, Madeline Knight, Janani Janatana and Oliver Plunkett, thank you for your help throughout my time in public life and for tirelessly managing our ever-growing team during our 56-day campaign and sprint to the finish line. Thank you to my mentor, former New South Wales Deputy Premier and member for Ryde, John Watkins. When I was the first-time candidate, he gave me advice that I still use to this day. Stay active and be yourself. You never know what surprises politics will serve up. How right he was. Thanks also to Evan Hughes, Gerard Hayes at the Health Services Union, Mel Gatfield and the United Workers Union, and Julia Angrasano and Nick Singh from the Financial Services Union for your support. To my good friend and colleague George Simon, a self-confessed Bennelong agnostic, thank you for your guidance and support and for trusting the polling. To our local party and branch members, your support over the last decade has been unflinching. From the ups and downs, the wins and losses, thank you for your loyalty to the party and for continuing to support me as your local candidate. Special thanks to my parents, of course, Alain and Roselyne, their partners Elsie and Alan, my step-siblings Julianne and Eric. To my partner Jo and her wonderful kids, Alfie and Will, thank you for welcoming me into your home and for letting me store A-frames in your garage. Jo, after a few rough years for us both, I'm so happy that you're here as my partner. Lastly, to my amazing and wonderful children, Madeline, Emily and Harry, over there, give them a wave. Thank you for being you and reminding me every day to live life to its fullest. I'm sorry that my face ends up plastered on your school fence every now and then. I'd like to use the floor of Parliament to let you all know how much you mean to me and that my life is made better because of you all. I'm truly grateful for your love and support and hope that during my time in this place I can make you proud. Few people see or understand the toll marginal seat candidacy takes on those closest to us. It is and has been incredibly difficult. The late nights, the way this job consumes the everyday, and of course the unbelievable public scrutiny have all left scar tissue on my family. This is not the politics that I believe Australia values, and it is terrible that it's what we've come to expect. I'll do all I can in the decisions that I make to drag politics out of the gutter and into the real world. Recently, I celebrated 10 years in public life, first as a councillor, then as Labor's second only ever mayor in the City of Ryde, and for 5 years its longest serving. I cherished my time in local government as we transformed a sleepy Conservative council into a progressive powerhouse. We set a 100% net renewable energy target by 2030 and achieved it 8 years early in 2022. We led the way with a compassionate and visionary affordable housing policy, delivering in a few short years around 30 homes owned by the council in perpetuity and leased at affordable rates to key workers. Ryde is projected to own 600 affordable rental homes due to this policy. And of course, we implemented huge investments in parks and playgrounds for a growing and changing city. I thank my colleagues councillors Penny Pedersen, Charles Song, Katie O'Reilly and Bernard Purcell for their support over the years on council and for their hard work to get me here today. Throughout my public life and in my years in the private sector, I've been asked two questions. Why politics and why the Labor Party? And I think about these questions a lot. Like 66% of those who live in Bennelong, both my parents were born overseas. When they moved to Australia, they didn't speak a word of English. My father, originally from Mauritius, a small island off the eastern coast of Africa, came here at 13 years old. The Laxale family, all 9 of them, crammed into a 2-bedroom home on Darling Street in Balmain when, well, Balmain was a bit different back then to what it's now. My grandfather ran a fruit shop and my grandmother became a nurse. Dad never went to school in Australia. At the age of 13, he began a life of work and continues to have a work ethic that astounds me to this day. My mother, from Ile de la Réunion, a French department and an even smaller island off the eastern coast of Africa, met my father on a holiday. She settled here in the 80s and my parents set up a home in Western Sydney. My family always remind me of quirky stories of fitting into a new way of life and how their cultures would sometimes clash with that of their new home. The nights that Dad and his Mauritian mates played dominoes while Mum and her friends played cards, which would then inevitably turn into a party with nearly everyone dancing the Sega, which is a popular Mauritian folk dance, look it up, were all part of my experience growing up. My father told me that upon arrival to Australia, his father was greeted at the airport by an Aussie customs officer. When asked, "Did you come here today?" my grandfather paused, then replies sheepishly, "Today? No, I came here to live." I pay tribute to all those families who left their home, a place with cultures and accents they understood, to set up a new life here in Australia. May Australia always be a destination that welcomes those who are seeking to unlock the hope and promise of this land and our people. Like 58% of families in Bennelong, our household spoke a language other than English at home. We spoke a mixture of French and Mauritian Creole. While Dad quickly learnt English on the job, my mum learned how to speak English by watching game shows on TV. And though I was born here when I started school, I'm told I didn't know a word of English. Des fois, quand je veux garder quelque chose un peu privé, je parle en français avec mes parents et de temps en temps, mon capable parler un petit créole mauricien. You'll need to translate that if you want to know what I said. Schooled in Seven Hills and Parramatta, I made friends with people of all backgrounds. I'd spend my weeknights and weekends at homes where a different language was spoken in nearly every setting. Mauritian Creole in one room, French and English in the other, Cantonese and Mandarin at a friend's place, and a fruit salad of languages when I was out and about at the shops. Every day at school and every weekend at home, I lived the multicultural miracle that is Australia. It broadened my mind, it taught me to embrace the different, and has instilled in me an understanding of the value that diversity brings to our nation. Australian multiculturalism is truly magical. The way we live alongside one another and respect each other is our defining characteristic as a young federation. Like many migrant families, my parents not only brought their language, cuisine and culture to Australia, but they also brought their hunger to succeed. They worked so hard, firstly for others, then for themselves. Dad borrowed $1,000 from my grandfather and set up a small business from the back of the van. Both my parents worked incredibly long hours, growing their business and providing for their family. And what's fascinating about Bennelong is that despite being a community of incredible diversity, you'll hear strikingly similar stories. Just like the Lims, whose family started a small business in Eastwood 30 years ago. They too made sacrifices and worked hard for their family and their loyal customers. Then there are the Lees, who risked it all to set up Eastwood's first Chinese supermarket in the 1990s. It's now a hive of local activity, employing scores of locals and supporting the local economy in the now transformed Eastwood Town Centre. Then there's Karma, an extraordinary local businesswoman and a proud member of Bennelong's local Persian community, a hard worker, a strong mother and someone who I know to be fiercely pro-small business. What I find extraordinary about these three, and so many I've met in my 16 years living in Bennelong, is that we are a community that seeks and values personal success, but also one that yearns for good government and a country that cares for its people. In the Bennelong I know, compassion is always in fashion. Bennelong is full of families who work hard for their personal success, but who also want success for our community and nation. This mentality has defined who I am. It's a reason why I'm here, and it's a reason why I'm a member of the Labor Party. I'm here because I want our tradies, IT technicians, frontline workers and small business owners to have success. But I'm also here because I don't believe that personal success should be at the expense of others. There aren't many professions where one decision can help transform someone's life. A decision to build and invest in affordable housing can change the trajectory of someone's life forever. A cheap, safe, warm roof over your head means just so much. It can break the shackles of generational poverty and inequality that still exists in our nation. The decision to take action on climate change and to put the environment back as a priority will save lives, create jobs, create certainty for emerging industries and protect species across our nation. Decisions to drive wage growth, provide a First Nations voice to Parliament, to fund cheaper childcare, to boost skilled immigration, to allow more people to become citizens and permanent residents, to fix the National Disability Insurance Scheme, to make it easier to see a doctor, to make new medicines affordable, to embrace the latest in medical technology, to repair our international relationships and to fix aged care are all decisions that will transform the lives of people throughout our nation. And some said we had a small target strategy. Well, like many of you, I'm not here to be part of a small target government. I'm in this place because I want it to be home of good government. I'm here to make decisions that will help industry grow, while also ensuring that workers and their wages are not left behind. I'm here to make sure every government protects communities from racial vilification and discrimination, instead of playing politics with national security in the search for cheap votes. I'm here because I want to push the government to be ambitious on matters that matter to Bennelong and the nation. Whilst I'm incredibly proud to be in a parliament that has finally taken action on climate change, I know the science tells us that we need to go further. The drivers of climate change must be acknowledged frankly and fearlessly. We need to work with the big emitters, but we cannot be a government that delivers their talking points and presents their solutions in response to our climate crisis. I would like to use what precious time we have in government to continue to drive down emissions over and above the 43% that this House legislated. This isn't a small ask, but it's very achievable. As we did during the pandemic on climate change and emissions reduction, we need to trust the experts and we need to trust the science. We also need to grow our economy so that my kids and their kids aren't burdened with repaying the former government's debt. Businesses big and small right across the nation are not operating at capacity due to a mixture of low unemployment, once-in-a-generation skill shortages and outdated migration policies that do not meet the needs of our modern, agile and diverse economy. I'm so proud that our government has already used the levers it has to skill up local workers and has shifted the conversation from temporary to permanent migration. The Australian economic miracle was built on the back of successful, skilled and permanent migration. We should encourage workers to come here, to contribute to growing our economy and to become Australian citizens, just like my parents did. I also think we need to have a conversation about how the Commonwealth funds schools. I proudly send my kids to amazing local public schools, but I'd like to share with you today that I went to one of the country's most prestigious private schools. Yes, believe it or not, even these types of schools can produce Labor MPs. Recently, I asked my dad why he sent me there, and he said, "Son, I left school at 13 and I've been working my whole life. I drove past this school, saw its grandeur and prestige, and said, I want the best education for my family." He confessed that when he enrolled me, he didn't earn enough money to pay for the fees. My parents both worked incredibly hard and made extraordinary sacrifices to send me to that school, and I don't begrudge them for doing it. That's what parents do. It was a great school and I received an excellent education. Private and faith-based education should and will always be part of our system, but they should not be the choice, the sole choice, when someone aspires for the best education. The best education should be available to all, at all schools, public and private. And to that end, Commonwealth funding must be fair and it must have strings attached. We now have public schools that are scrambling to fix old toilets, where some private schools are scrambling to build new pavilions. I find this to be unfair, unsustainable and not in the national interest. Mr Speaker, I'm proud to be here as the first member of Bennelong with a non-English speaking background and a funny-sounding name. I'm here as someone with small business in my blood, as someone who is entrepreneurial and aspirational, just like those in my electorate. And I'm here as a proud member of the Australian Labor Party. Having a dig at party politics is all the rage right now, and while I concur that there's always room for improvement, I'm one of those that believe in the potential of a united, disciplined and strong political party. I mean, just look at this side of the chamber. We're a collective of workers, doctors, economists, academics, engineers, unionists, frontline workers and shooters. We represent some of the richest electorates across the nation and some of the most disadvantaged. We are a party that is increasingly more diverse, with a growing cohort of First Nation MPs and senators. I've learned in my years in public life and in the Labor Party that you don't need to be a Green to care for the environment or to be a Liberal to care about economic growth, nor do you need to be an independent to be a true voice for your community. I'm here because I care about the environment. I'm here because I want our economy to grow, and I'm here because Bennelong needs a strong voice in Canberra. As one voice I might have influence, but with 76 voices I'm part of a government, and I know this government won't waste a day. During my time here, I'll try to help individuals succeed while ensuring that fairness and equality remain rooted in our national fabric. I work hard, be accessible and be ambitious for our nation. And while I do, I hope you see in me my history and how those closest to me have helped me get here. In me you'll see my father, Jean-Marc Yvailin, who taught me to work hard and to never get up. Then you'll see in me my mother, Reine-Marie Roseline, who taught me to be unassuming, patient and to always dress well. You'll also see in me my partner, Joanne Mary, who has taught me to be passionate and caring and committed. And I hope in me you'll see my kids, Madeline, Emily and Harry, who are a constant reminder to me not to take myself too seriously and to make sure I have fun along the way. Colleagues, I'm here for my family and my community, and for as long as I'm in this place, I'll do my very best. I thank the House.
Well done.
Order. The question is that the address be agreed to. Before I call the honourable member for Flinders, I remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech, and I ask the House to extend to them the usual courtesies. And I give the call to the honourable member for Flinders.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to give my first speech to this 47th Parliament, representing the great electorate of Flinders. Like those who preceded me, my speech takes the form of a reply to the opening address by the Governor-General, and when His Excellency gave that address on the 26th of July in the other place, he did so on behalf of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Unlike most of my colleagues in the class of 2022, I stand here at the dawn of the new Carolian era, in the early days of the reign of King Charles III. As a parliament, we have spent the last weeks reflecting on the Second Elizabethan age, the only age any of us here has ever known. Queen Elizabeth's reign was a time of great stability, constitutional fortitude and decency. She demonstrated a pure and enduring loyalty to her people, even in places which turned away from the monarchy during her reign. Those of us who stand here in this place at this time will have influence over the continued success or otherwise of the constitutional monarchy of Australia, which has served us so well for over a century. One of the first to speak in the Carolian era, I am honoured to join the 1,240 Australians who have become a member of this House of Representatives. But I feel I am by far the luckiest, for I come here with my pockets and my socks filled with the sand, the sea salt, the twigs, trees and rich soils of Victoria's Mornington Peninsula. I come here with her grapes and green vegetables in my belly, the squeals of her soccer, netball, basketball and footy teams in my ears, the endeavours of her small and family businesses and her tradies in my heart, and the breathtaking beauty of her hills, her beaches, her waters in my eyes. As those of you who have been fortunate enough to visit the electorate of Flinders will know, it is a remarkably special place. I still have to pinch myself every time I drive from one end to the other, as I do most days, from my office in Somerville to my home in Sorrento, a place so good that my friend, the great Australian Tina Arena, wrote a song about it. I thank the good folk of Flinders for the privilege they have bestowed on me, the trust they have placed in me, in the sharing of their stories, their hopes, their fears and their needs, to preserve the remarkable quality of life in such a precious part of this great nation. Like so many in this place, I am the product of my parents, or in my case, my parent, my mother, Anne Shanahan. A cardiothoracic surgeon and later also simultaneously a practising lawyer, Mum brought me up on stories of politics and history rather than fairy tales. On the weekends, as I accompanied her on her patient rounds, she would tell me the stories of the Russian Revolution and the rise of Nazi Germany. She would talk to me of her political heroes, Margaret Thatcher, Robert Menzies, Malcolm Fraser, and above all, John Howard. Always John Howard, a man I would later come to know well and now call a friend. Yet Mum's leitmotif was borrowed from Fraser. Life wasn't meant to be easy. And when she said it to me, as she often would, she did not mean it in a cruel or miserly way. She meant it in a, you better get ready to work hard, young lady, because it is in being useful to others that you will find life's greatest satisfaction. Mum led by example, feared nothing and no one, and it is her values and work ethic which underpin my approach to this place. Mum's life wasn't particularly easy, but her hard work meant that my childhood relatively was. She grew up in Gippsland, completed high school in Melbourne, and placed second in her medical degree to the man she married after graduation, whose name I proudly carry. Between them, they won almost every scholarship and bursary on offer at the time and undertook postgraduate study and practice in North America in a period of enormous political turmoil. And just as Mum was about to start her thoracic training, she conceived me. Finding herself in a career from which it was impossible to step aside and retain one's professional standing, she enticed the head nurse at the Royal Children's Hospital to become my mothercraft nurse, a profession long lost to the Australian vocabulary, but basically someone employed to make sure I didn't die while Mum worked a 12-hour day. A task my mothercraft nurse Molly performed to perfection. I didn't realise it then, but Mum and Molly were a formidable team in a changing time. It was only a decade or so ago that I learnt there had been a practice of removing newborns from single mothers, which continued in this country well into the 1980s. Mum was technically married, but from the word go, she was fiercely determined to raise me on her own, and that put us precariously close, even if only in her anxious imagination, to an ongoing practice of facilitated, encouraged, or in some cases forced adoption of so-called fatherless children. So Molly was my second parent, and she was with me every day until I turned 5, whereupon she went on with her own life. And despite all my efforts to find her, she only reappeared a few years ago in the last stages of advanced melanoma, a cancer I too had developed but survived a few years earlier. I spent hours with Molly in her final weeks, hearing the glorious stories of my 1970s upbringing, including the one experience I will laud over all others who come to this place and try to tell me that they had a blessed childhood. You see, Molly took me to the ABBA concert at the Myer Music Bowl in 1977. But there was something else that reunion with Molly gave me. How proud she was of my mum, and how thrilled she was to be part of a professional female super duo raising a largely unaware little girl. One afternoon, Molly shared a shoebox of photos from my childhood that she had carried through her life for over 40 years. Flicking through them, I shrieked at one photo of me as a 2-year-old, dressed in a hideous, psychedelic, orange and purple jumpsuit that looked a lot like a moving sleeping bag with some protruding feet. "Your mum made that for you," Molly said. And when I quizzed her further, she added, "But didn't you know? Your mum would get home from work at 8 p.m, she'd bathe and put you to bed, and then she'd start making your clothes." Finding Molly in those last months of her life gave me a whole new understanding of what it meant for my mother to raise me as a single parent while ascending to the top of her career. And you will have noticed, Mum, I no longer chastise you for not knowing how to make fairy bread since Molly told me that story. But the story of my parenting would not be complete without my other parents on the other side of the world, where as a schoolgirl Mum sent me in stonewashed jeans and an impossibly new and unquestionably ridiculous Akubra hat to live with a family in rural France. My French parents, Guy and Ginette Dallard, profoundly socialist, school teachers in science, alpinists, scuba divers, cross-country skiers, cave explorers and overall planetary adventurers, gave me new eyes through which to see life. With my French sister Catherine and brother Julien, they taught me what it means to be part of a family, training which came in handy when I landed in my own instant family when Rodrigo, Estella, Raphael and Gabrielle came into my life. Guy and Ginette can't be here with us today, but they are represented by my dear friend François Romanet, who recently walked up their cobbled driveway in their tiny village in Ardèche to check in and tell them how much I miss them and wish they could be here today. Et pour ça, je te remercie de tout mon cœur, mon cher ami François. In preparation for this moment, I looked back over the previous maiden speeches to see how the great men of Flinders who preceded me approached their first words in this place. They all captured a moment in Australia's history and the spirit of the good folk of Flinders. And while it is unfair to summarise those contributions in a sentence or two, I will. I was taken with Greg Hunt's love letter for the people of Flinders with whom he grew up, Peter Reith's plea for an easier life for those whose industriousness he saw as frustrated by unnecessary red tape, and indeed Bob Chenoweth's forecast of the Cold War cascading into nuclear conflict and his fear of the decaying and rotting corpses across the beautiful countryside of Flinders. Philip Lynch, who came to this place in 1966, described his time as an age of revolutionary change, rapid, radical and cumulative, in which the rate of change itself has accelerated faster than men had ever dreamed possible. I cannot help but see my generation of parliamentarians perched up above a similar precipice of accelerated change for the reasons I will go on to explain. Like my predecessors, I am focused on the times in which we live. The COVID-19 pandemic has thrown much of life in Flinders into chaos. Our businesses are crying out for staff, our supply chains are frustrated, and our children have missed the better part of 2 years of their education. As in the city, many of our local businesses are in mutation, and no one knows what the workplace will look like when the pandemic music finally stops. I come to this place as a former industrial relations lawyer, and while I haven't practiced for a while, I do know that trying to shoehorn today's workplaces into a 1983 framework is not the approach we need now. For some time, I have been watching a new Labor government laud the ways of the past, facilitating heavy-handed union input into IR reform, even though that movement represents no more than 15% of Australia's workers today, as opposed to 50% in the 1980s. The recent push to provide paid leave for casual staff at both state and federal levels will weigh heavily on the shoulders of small business in my electorate, many of whom have been keeping their doors open by increasing the home mortgage and putting the family to work. The reintroduction of pattern bargaining, or multi-employer bargaining, as we're now supposed to call it, suggests a rapid return to the industrial wars of my childhood, weeks and months of strikes, costing billions of dollars for business. My party's own efforts to modernise the industrial relations system have failed in recent years. Our party room is now surprisingly short on IR lawyers and practitioners, but Australia's business community, particularly its small business community, needs us to step up and fight for common sense, especially as concerns the digital economy. The modern and rapidly evolving Australian economy requires a flexible workplace, and those who work in it highly value choice and independence. In an excellent piece of work undertaken in 2019 by Alpha Beta, led at the time by my classmate, the member for Parramatta, the need for regulatory reform was highlighted. Around 1.2 million Australians want more flexible work, the report said. Many of these people are juggling study, parenting or caring responsibilities. Others may have side businesses, health constraints, second jobs or travel plans. All of these workers value flexibility. Many could not work without it. Alpha Beta put it simply, the modern workforce wants more flexibility, not less. And it is important to remember that this report was completed before the pandemic, which demonstrated to us all just how flexible and digitally facilitated work can be. Our current IR system is no longer fit for purpose, neither for the nature of modern work nor the way our current and future generations want to work. The increasingly digitally native workforce want many careers, sometimes at the same time, to suit their ambitions for travel, hobbies, rest, wellness and family. This parliament should be concerned with ensuring minimum standards, a safety net for such adaptable work, rather than trying to stifle it with heavy-handed prescription and the straitjacket of one-size-fits-all pattern bargaining. Our future workplaces will be manned by an increasingly digital generation. As my much-loved but overly interrogated stepchildren will tell you, I am obsessed with the differences between their digital generation, which has grown up with a smartphone beside the stroller, and my generation, so imbued with deferred gratification. After all, it was a 7-day wait between episodes of Countdown. My kids' generation is intrinsically digital. Their social lives are lived online, their activities are scheduled online, the next shift at the local cafe is rostered and remunerated online, footy and rugby is watched online, their Friday dinner is delivered online, and their homework is communicated and corrected online. Their access to information is limitless. The world's knowledge sits at the edge of the keyboard in their back pocket. In physical terms, their digital life is one of relative safety. They are injured less, they get drunk and smoke cigarettes less, they fall pregnant as teenagers less, and they are careful drivers. That is, if they ever get their driver's licence. 262 days of lockdown in Metro Melbourne, in which the Mornington Peninsula found itself bafflingly included, further embedded their generation's relationship with screens, social media and other online content. Whatever system our households had in place to balance online time with offline time in the form of study or sport or sleep and social activity collapsed during the COVID-19 pandemic. And worse still, the school system became the dealer of the digital drug, putting laptops and tablets into every lounge or bedroom. Now, this may seem a strange digression for someone who spent the last 3 years as the director of the NBN. However, I was the only parent of teenage children within the board, and as such I viewed the product through fundamentally different eyes. Like so many women of my age, my lockdown fantasy was not a trip to Fiji, but a broadband service which prioritised the download speed to my work devices and throttled the data pipe to my children's devices and their daily diet of YouTube, Netflix, Disney+, Snapchat, Instagram and TikTok. We could not live without technology. We will not progress without technology. I could not give this speech without technology. But increasingly, data shows us that today's adolescents, 24/7 connected to devices, addled by algorithms and autoplay, is showing signs of stress and indeed, in some cases, distress. Self-control difficulties, impulsivity, family conflict, sleep disturbance, inactivity, concentration impairment and poor language development are often observed among those children whose technology use edges above the recommended few hours a day. Of highest concern is the well-documented epidemic of anxiety and depression in teenage girls, which we know correlates with high use of social media. OECD analysis reveals the vast majority of boys and almost half of our girls only read if they have to. In 2018, nearly 40% of boys admitted, "For me, reading is a waste of time." A study conducted by the University of Melbourne last year found lockdown dislodged books in favour of devices, especially among teenage boys, so our reading and literacy results in the OECD's Programme for International Student Assessment, known as PISA, are likely to be worse next year, not better, despite record spending on education at federal and state levels. Everyone here should be concerned for a generation which will one day take its place on these green leather benches without having read The Lord of the Flies, 1984, If This Is a Man, and To Kill a Mockingbird. Outside this place, we should be even more concerned by a generation, a quarter of whom will be insufficiently literate to participate effectively and productively in life by 2030, according to Learning First. We are charged with making public policy to suit the needs and capabilities of this deeply digital generation. We must ensure technology contributes to their fitness for life, not detracts from it. We must help parents who are parenting in digital darkness, and we must help educators understand how to support children and adolescents as they engage with the ever-increasing array of highly stimulating devices and social platforms. In this Parliament, I will work with technology companies, designers and educators to ensure these tools and innovations can be applied to help young people become productive and purposeful, independent and critical thinkers, and to lead to contributive lives, sustaining and building the prosperous nation which we have the good fortune to call home. On my journey to this spot, I have so many people to thank. I have worked with many great Liberal minds in this place who have shown me there is no limit to what a man can do or where he can go if he doesn't mind who gets the credit. I thank those I have worked with in this place in another time, especially George Brandis, Andrew Robb and Brendan Nelson, from whom I have learnt so much about friendship and leadership in this place. I express my deep gratitude to those who have been a source of good judgment, guidance and inspiration over many years, to whom I owe so much, Matthias Coleman and Greg Hunt. I thank my friends who serve or have served on the opposite side of this chamber, who have helped me to see and appreciate your priorities and your worldview and have remained my friend, even though I steadfastly hope, for the sake of the nation, that you lose all future elections. I am grateful for the unrestrained good advice of Senator James Paterson, Senator Jane Hume, Tony Nutt, Andrew Hurst, Mark Textor, Justine Siwak, Simon Berger, Michael Capel, Aldo Borgu, and of course David Luff. I thank Deb Kwasnicki, Kate Fielding, Anna Campbell, Perry Sperling and Sue Robertson for their towering lioness wisdom and golden friendship through life. I am in awe of the best campaign team a candidate could ever have, led by the great Georgie Silverwood, together with James Radford, Julia Doyle, Andrew Barrett, Kathy Casey, Marshall Grundy, Jan Hazel and Tom Burgess. They were complemented by the technical expertise of David Kitchen and the formidable fundraising team of Will Morgan and Lucy and Emma Nicholson. To them, together with the members and supporters of the Liberal Party in Flinders, led by my friend Martin Dixon, I attribute much of our outcome achieving an improved margin against a ferocious tide. I thank our donors, those who believe in us and our potential to shape this nation, from the most generous to the person who gave me $5. She was so furious my campaign car had been defaced with foul graffiti and she thought it might help. Now, it may not have covered the costs of cleaning the car, but by golly, she made a huge deposit in my faith in humanity. But above all, I say thank you to the most remarkable and brilliant man I know, Rodrigo Pintos Lopez. A magnificent strategic mind, but more importantly, Rodrigo is my co-adventurer in life, my best friend above and below the border, the person who has taught me to see my country and my contribution to it through different eyes, and who, above everyone else, put me here by knowing me better than I know myself, believing in me when I was exhausted, and standing beside me throughout it. Te quiero guapo hasta el cielo. I thank the House for its indulgence.
I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
I move the debate be now adjourned to a later hour.
Put the question. All those opinions say aye. Against noes. I think the ayes have it. I'm just waiting to call the member for Wills. Members can continue congratulating the member for Flinders, but whilst the member for Wills resumes his seat to give a report on address about the Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. I give the call to the member for Wills.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I apologise for my tardiness. Mr Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to present the first report of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security for the 47th Parliament on the Committee's review of regulations listing and relisting 8 organisations as terrorist organisations under the Criminal Code 1995. Thank you. Under the Criminal Code, regulations may be made specifying an organisation as a terrorist organisation for a 3-year period if the government assesses that the organisation directly or indirectly engages in terrorism or advocates the doing of terrorist acts. Listing an organisation gives rise to criminal offences for being a member of that organisation or supporting or associating with it in various ways.
Member for Wills, I need to interrupt. You actually need to seek leave to make a statement.
No.
No, I just
Thank
need
you,
you
Deputy
to
Speaker.
ask.
On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, I present the committee's report entitled Review of the Listing and Relisting of 8 organisations as terrorist organisations under the Criminal Code, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted to the member for Wills.
Thank you, member for Wills.
Thank you. In continuation, Deputy Speaker, the review examined 8 such regulations made in February and March 2022. It was commenced by the previous Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security in the 46th Parliament and completed this month by the new committee. The committee has supported the listing of Hamas and the National Socialist Order and the relisting of Abu Sayyaf Group, Al-Qaeda in the lands of the Islamic Maghreb, Hayat al-Tahrir al-Sham, Huras ad-Din, Jamaat Islamiyya as terrorist organisations under Australia's Criminal Code. In March 2022, the whole organisation of Hamas was listed as a terrorist organisation under the Criminal Code for the first time. Previously, this listing had been limited to Hamas's paramilitary wing, the Izz ad-Din al-Qassam brigades. The previous government made the decision to list the entirety of Hamas following a recommendation by the PGCIS in October 2021 and after its own consideration and analysis. In reviewing this listing, the committee concluded that the previous government was within its powers to make that assessment and followed the appropriate processes in doing so. Deputy Speaker, the committee has also endorsed for the first time the listing of the National Socialist Order, formerly known as Atomwaffen Division. NSO is a racist and nationalist violent extremist group and which encourages terror attacks and other acts of violence and has significant global reach. The National Socialist Order is the 3rd white supremacist group to be listed as a terrorist organisation under the Criminal Code, following the listings of Sonnenkrieg Division and the Base in 2021. The committee agrees that in the interest of protecting Australians and Australia's national security, it is appropriate to list all of these as terrorist organisations under the Criminal Code. I commend the report to the House.
I thank the member for Wills and give the call to the member for Hinkler.
To make a personal explanation.
Does the member claim to be misrepresented?
Most grievously, Madam Deputy Speaker. In question time today, the Minister for Climate Change used a very small...
was leave granted?
Yes, sorry.
Sorry.
Someone? Anyone?
Leave's granted.
Go ahead, member for Hinkler.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Question time today, the Minister for Climate Change made a specific statement about me, which was a very selective part of a statement. The statement in full is reality is going to strike very quickly and Labor's plan is going to increase the cost of everything, and the Australian people won't wear that. If you look at what is happening in Europe, where reality is biting right now, we don't want to see Australia turn to that. We should take whatever action is in the national interest, including leaving the Paris Agreement if that is what is necessary. Clearly, the minister is not interested in the national interest. Thank you.
Thank the member for Hinkler and call on the clerk. Member for Fisher.
Speak to the report of the PJCIS. I'm seeking leave, in fact.
Is leave granted?
Leave's granted.
Apologies for missing you earlier there.
It's quite all right, Deputy Speaker. Protecting Australians and their interests at home and abroad is the core duty of any parliament and parliamentarian. I've strived to do this in each delegation, committee and office that I've been honoured to serve in. In my capacity as Deputy Chair of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, I'm committed to doing just that alongside my colleagues from across the political aisle. The scourge of terrorism continues to threaten the global rules-based order on every continent. Terrorism is used as a tool to instil fear, destabilise democratic institutions, sow discord and divide civilised societies. Those who commit acts of terror, such as those we have seen in Australia and in neighbouring nations such as New Zealand and Indonesia, are planning, scheming and radicalising as we speak. Every waking hour, those who would do us harm are at work, often in the darkest corners of the web. That's why I'm proud to take these steps today to protect our nation, work which began under the previous coalition government. Those on all sides of this place can agree that national security is beyond personalities, parties and politics. Today we see the tabling of the PJCIS report into the then Home Affairs Minister's listing of 8 terror groups listed as terrorist organisations under the Criminal Code. Some of these names are well known, and I won't pretend to have the great pronunciation of the member for Wills, but I'll give them a crack. These include Hamas, whose unmitigated violence and hatred against the Jewish people, the State of Israel and her allies has continued for over 33 years. Al-Qaeda and its counterpart Al-Qaeda in the lands of the Islamic Maghreb in North Africa, and Jemaah Islamiyah, an Indonesian-based Islamic State proponent responsible for the 2002-2005 Bali bombings and the 2004 bombing of the Australian Embassy in Jakarta and the 2009 hotel bombings in Jakarta. But there are lesser-known organisations who pose just as great a risk to Australians at home and abroad. The National Socialist Order, which is a violent white nationalist group with a global reach. Huras al-Din, a Syrian Islamist extremist group. Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, a similar group seeking to impose a salvation government in Idlib province. And Abu Sayyaf, an Islamic State proponent operating in the southern Philippines and eastern Malaysia. These organisations seek to dismantle Western civilisation, divide our communities and alliances and destroy the values and the principles we hold dear. They are malicious, they are murderous, they are barbaric. And I'm proud to be part of a bipartisan approach, along with the member for Wills and all members of the PJCIS, in our efforts to name them, shame them and decimate their influence at home and abroad.
Thank you. I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business, order of the day number 3, Treasury Laws Amendment 2022, Measures number 2, Bill 2022, third reading.
Thank you. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Yes, it is.
Minister, I give you the call.
I move that this bill now be read a third time.
So the question is that this bill be now read a third time. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I'll call on the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
Clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 5, Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment, Self-Employment Programs and Other Measures Bill 2022. Motion for second reading.
Thank you. Minister, give you a call.
I present the explanatory memorandum to this bill and I move that this bill be now read a second time. Today I'm introducing the Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment, Self-Employment Programs and Other Measures Bill 2022, which amends the Social Security law and related elements of the Veterans and Family laws. This will make clear that the law operates in the same way when participants access self-employment services through the Self-Employment Assistance Program as through the New Enterprise Incentive Scheme, or NEIS. Small businesses are a vital part of the Australian economy, with 2.4 million small businesses actively trading and employing around 4.7 million people. Supporting and encouraging the development of new small businesses can give Australians the opportunity to be their own boss and own a business that offers them secure work and financial independence. Self-employment is an excellent alternative to traditional employment for Australians who want to use their existing skills and experience in a work environment of their choice. It also assists Australians who struggle to apply their skills in other labour market settings to use those skills and succeed. That's why people with disability who still face significant challenges having their skills recognised by employers are more than 40% more likely to be self-employed than the general population. The Labor government has a strong history of supporting new small businesses. It was the Hawke government that launched the New Enterprise Incentive Scheme, or NEIS program, in 1985 to help unemployed Australians create their own employment opportunities. Since then, NEIS has successfully helped over 198,000 Australians to start and run small businesses. NEIS achieved excellent outcomes for the diverse range of participants who accessed its services. 3 months after exiting the program, 82% of participants remained in employment and 68% were still running their businesses. More than half of the participants who accessed NEIS over the past 7 years were women. Since the onset of COVID, NEIS helped many businesses pivot to deliver services in new and innovative ways and to remain viable. This demonstrated that government can play a key role in helping businesses adapt in uncertain times. The services available under NEIS were expanded when it was replaced by the new Self-Employment Assistance Program on 1 July 2022. Eligible people interested in self-employment will be able to receive free help to generate and validate business ideas so they can make informed decisions about whether self-employment is a good fit for them and their families. Participants in the program who want to develop their skills and prepare their business can access free accredited training and help to prepare a comprehensive business plan. Eligible business owners who have recently started trading or who need help to adapt their business in a changing economic environment will be able to access appropriate business mentoring and advice. As was the case under NEIS, eligible income support recipients who access the program can receive a self-employment allowance from the government. This helps supplement the income a participant earns from their business so they can reinvest their business's earnings back into the business. Self-employment assistance is building on the NEIS program's legacy of success by continuing its valuable support, but through more flexible services that help a wider range of people secure their future. This bill will update the Social Security, Veterans and Family laws to make clear that self-employment assistance payments will be treated in the same way by the law as other NEIS payments. The same will apply if the Employment Secretary notifies a different name for self-employment assistance. The bill will therefore provide increased clarity for participants as they support themselves while establishing their businesses. Self-employment continues to be a viable pathway for many to help them move off income support, earn their own income and contribute economically to their communities. However, it takes time and other support to establish a small business, including financial support. To support and foster self-employment opportunities, we bring this bill to the Parliament. The bill also makes a small number of minor technical amendments to clarify or remove redundant material from the Social Security law consequent to the recent Streamlined Participation Requirements Act. I commend this bill to the Chamber.
Thank the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. So the question is that this bill be now read a second time. I give the call to the Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment, Self-Employment Programs and Other Measures Bill 2022. The former coalition government transformed the way employment services are being delivered with the introduction of Workforce Australia. From 4 July 2022, Workforce Australia has brought together all of the Department of Education, Skills and Employment's workforce, employment and skills initiatives under one single identity. Workforce Australia replaced JobActive and the current Employment Services Network. The new Employment Services model, also known as Workforce Australia, is now in place and is providing more personalised services to better target job seeker needs, invest in those job seekers who need it and make greater use of digital technology. This bill is a result of that change. It is a technical bill that affects changes in the name of the new Enterprise Incentive Scheme, NEIS program, as a result of the change to Workforce Australia to the Self-Employment Assistance Program, to ensure that payments made under it are treated in the same way as for other NEIS payments. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition is passionate about Australians getting off welfare and into work. When we left office in May 2022, the unemployment rate was 3.9%, an almost 50-year low. This did not happen by accident. Getting people off welfare and into work was at the forefront of every decision the previous government made. The Coalition Government's previous employment services system, JobActive, saw nearly 2 million placements since it was established in 2015. The success of this system was a key factor in keeping our unemployment rate low. The new employment services model, Workforce Australia, was developed by the previous Coalition Government over a number of years and commenced on 4 July 2022. The new model seeks to build on the success of JobActive and give job seekers the best opportunity to find employment through a tailor-made approach. The former Coalition Government spent a number of years working with job seekers, providers, peak bodies and employers, developing a model that works for all and supports a pathway for Australians to move off welfare and into work. It will eventually become a one-stop shop for Australians and Australian businesses to find work, retrain and find access to other government initiatives in employment and skills. This bill continues the realisation of that policy scheme and architecture and will assist in achieving the intentions of that scheme. The new Enterprise Incentive Scheme, known as NEIS, has helped almost 200,000 people start their own business since it commenced in 1985, many of whom may otherwise have continued to rely on Social Security or veterans' entitlement payments. The program helped people move off of income support by creating their own job. In turn, many of these businesses have created work for additional people. The Self-Employment Assistance Program commenced on 1 July 2022 to replace NEIS assistance throughout Australia. There is one exception, which is Norfolk Island, where NEIS will continue because there is an existing deed in place that does not expire until 2023. Turning to the detail of the bill, Deputy Speaker, in addition to the assistance available to help participants start and maintain their own viable small business, such as small business training, coaching, mentoring and other support, self-employment assistance and other NEIS participants can receive a fortnightly payment of $642.70, equal to the single no-children rate of job seeker payment for 39 weeks and, if eligible, rent assistance for up to 26 weeks. The main amendments in the bill in Schedule 1 will make clear that the family, social security and veterans entitlement laws operate in the same way in relation to self-employment assistance payments as for other NEIS payments. This is necessary because of the name change. These changes are primarily in sections relating to the treatment of entitlements and clarify in legislation that the self-employment assistance payments are to be treated in the same way as for other NEIS payments. For example, the Family Law Act 1975 defines, quote, income-tested pension, allowance or benefit, close quotes, as a pension, allowance or benefit prescribed by the family law regulations, and for that purpose those regulations refer to payments made under NEIS. so that such payments are included within the definition. This must be changed to reflect the Self-Employment Assistance Program. This is an appropriate change, as self-employment assistance is similar to other NEIS assistance, the difference being that self-employment assistance participants will have more flexibility in choosing and accessing the support that best suits their circumstances. Schedule 1 also means that if self-employment assistance is given a different name, the Family, Social Security and Veterans Entitlement Laws will continue to operate in the same way, provided that the Employment Secretary makes a notifiable instrument giving notice of the change without the need for a future bill. This is worthwhile because it means we can spend less of the Chamber's time with bills like this and focus more on further measures to support employment in Australia. With the new employment services model in place, it builds on work done by the former coalition government in getting more Australians into employment. Indeed, the record of the former coalition government's investment in Australia's workforce had the consequence of reducing Australia's level of welfare dependency to the lowest level in 30 years. Under the former coalition government, Australia was successfully brought through the pandemic, and with that came historic low unemployment rates. The unemployment figure of 3.5% is a testament to that. From the time our Liberal National Coalition came to government in 2013 to the May election in 2022, some 1.8 million Australians came into work with the benefit of the policy frameworks that we established. We were determined from being first elected in 2013 to put in place strong economic policies and labour market programs to stimulate a recovery of the economy and to support Australians into work. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, the strong economic management of the previous coalition government had supported the creation of over 1.5 million jobs. The economy was growing. Australia had a record labour force participation. The unemployment rate was 5.2% in March 2020, and the budget was in balance for the first time in 11 years. The then government's long-term plan for jobs and growth meant that we entered the COVID-19 crisis from a position of economic strength. Our former employment services programs played an essential role in supporting economic recovery by increasing labour force participation and helping workers transition to new jobs. These programs, which included Job Active, Youth Jobs Path, Transition to Work and Parents Next, are working, and they helped to ensure that Australia bounced back from COVID-19 and that we saw more Australians getting into work. Thanks to these programs, hundreds of thousands of Australians have been assisted to improve their employability and indeed to gain employment, with Job Active having supported over 2 million job placements since its introduction in 2015. To assist Australians back into work after this once-in-a-century pandemic, we have improved services for the most affected regions and the most disadvantaged job seekers. Across 25 regions, we established a presence through the Local Jobs Program with a funding of $62.8 million. Employment facilitators developed local jobs plans in 25 regions in collaboration with local stakeholders, employers and training organisations. The new employment services model, known as Workforce Australia, is now in place and is providing more personalised services to better target job seeker needs, invest in those job seekers who need it and make greater use of digital technology. Workforce Australia was the biggest reform to employment services since the Howard government's reforms in the 1990s. This is a strong demonstration of the previous government's commitment to helping Australians into work and to modernising one of the most significant expenditure areas of government. That is a record in which this side of the House takes pride in, and we continue to work, if now from opposition, on supporting the provision of increased employment opportunities. I want to briefly highlight, as part of this policy architecture, some of the other significant achievements. The Morrison government funded $6.2 million for 26 jobs fairs from June 2021 to June 2022. There were 47 jobs fairs held between July 29 and December 2021. We introduced the employer reporting line for businesses to report instances where individuals were not meeting their responsibility to get into work or to seek work and not taking that responsibility seriously. For example, through submitting inappropriate job applications, failing to attend job interviews or refusing a suitable offer of employment. Parents Next is a pre-employment program that helps parents plan and prepare for work before their youngest child starts school. Our government expanded Parents Next, so more Australian parents will be in a position to access vital assistance to help them prepare for or return to work, providing a $24.7 million boost as a result of the former coalition government's commitment to employment services. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill builds on a policy architecture established and championed by the previous coalition government with a view to getting more Australians into work, and it's been a very successful program.
Thank the member for Bradfield. And the question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Small businesses play an integral role in the Australian economy, with almost half of the employment in the private non-financial sector and over a third of production. And certainly in my community, it is small business that holds up our community. In regional areas like my electorate, small businesses account for approximately 35% of all business types, and on average employ around 10 people. Of these small businesses, those with 1 to 4 employees are likely to expand, and those with no employees are also likely to employ as they grow. So, Deputy Speaker, the importance of small business, particularly in the regions, cannot be understated. And in this context, as a member with a large regional electorate, any incentives that assist individuals to start up businesses is supported and encouraged. The new Enterprise Incentive Scheme has helped over 198,000 people start their own business since it commenced in 1985. Consistent with the scheme's intent, many of those who use the scheme would have otherwise continued to rely on Social Security or Veterans Entitlements payments. The Department of Employment and Workplace Relations website heralds the success of the program and provides some individual success stories. For example, Mustafa, an immigrant from Iran with a degree in computer skills, he started a business in Sydney called Mazd 3D, and what he does with his business, he established a stretch ceilings business that prints high-resolution images directly onto ceilings. Mustafa would not have started his own business if it wasn't for the scheme. Similarly, designer Simone began producing face masks for her community in Melbourne when it went into lockdown, a departure from her existing clothing business. This is just two of the many success stories that you can find on the department's website. So the scheme has demonstrable success in providing a pathway, as I said, for nearly 200,000 Australians. But at the same time, while they're being able to perhaps move off government assistance and into their own employment, I've got to say, since 1985, that's a very long time that this scheme has been operating, and very few people actually know about the scheme. If you calculate it out, it averages out at just over 5,000 participants per year, 5,351 to be precise. And so I do pose the question to government, how are we marketing this scheme? Because when I have talked to people who are on Centrelink recipients, people who are creative, people who could really do well with their own business, they have no idea about this scheme at all. And similarly, when I talk to small businesses and say, well, how did you start, and particularly those that are just beginning, in that first year of business, they too had no idea about this scheme. And I do wonder whether perhaps, in the job active world, whether providers didn't encourage people to consider this as a scheme. But I really do hope under the new Workforce Australia, and as we move forward, that we can get out there that you too can own your own business. And if you are creative and if you have ideas for a business, as many people do, this is an excellent program to help you flourish and to help you turn that dream into a reality. So in closing, and I won't speak long to this bill, on this note, I do extend my support for this bill and the scheme, but I do urge government to find a way for us to really amplify this scheme to encourage more Australians to take on and be like Mostafa and Simone and pursue their own economic independence, particularly in our regions. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. So the question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak on the second reading of this social security legislation, specifically to the NEIS program. And just to put some context at the beginning of my contribution, I mean, we do live in a remarkable time with such low unemployment in this country, and when we're hearing month after month ABS statistics talking about, records being broken going back into the 1970s, it's a truly remarkable time. And we recognise that there are some external factors that have contributed to the extremely low unemployment rate. Of course, COVID-19 and closing the international border, not being able, therefore, to maintain our migration program for a 2-year period, clearly had a significant impact on the supply side of workforce, and there was an initial good dividend from that, in the sense that clearly we've gotten unemployment to a remarkably low figure, in fact lower than when I studied economics. Some of the members of academia said that unemployment could get to that level. 5% used to be the sort of notional full employment proposition, taking into account transitions, etc., in the labour market. But to have unemployment in the 3s is truly remarkable, and that's been a great outcome for all those people that might not have had a job were it not for the circumstances we're in right now. But it's equally putting an enormous amount of pressure on businesses who desperately need more workers and can't get them at the moment. And we do feel for them and those challenges, and we feel for the precarious situation we're in right now with such remarkably low unemployment, potentially leading some businesses to make the kinds of decisions we do not want them to make. That is, perhaps scaling down production, perhaps not being able to maintain output at the levels that they would otherwise be able to if they could get the employees that they need. And this is, of course, having particular impact in different sectors and in different geographic regions of the country. And these challenges are not always just the same everywhere around the country. Far from it. They tend to have unique challenges depending on the skills that are required and the geographic region of our where our businesses are located, because obviously we're in a beautiful and enormous continent, and it's not as easy in this country for people to relocate vast distances to satisfy a high demand for jobs. And of course we equally don't have a situation where there's particularly high unemployment anywhere in this country at the moment anyway. So there's not a circumstance where people are looking to leave any part of the country because they can't find work. That's a good thing, but obviously it brings about those challenges. The new Enterprise Incentive Scheme, of course, has been around since the 1980s. 1985, the Hawke government and previous speakers have talked about around 200,000 participants in that scheme over that 37-year period. And yes, I suppose when you divide that by 37 years, it would be nice for that annual number to be higher. But nonetheless, I think this is not many of these schemes survive multiple changes of government and are still here 37 years later, and that probably reflects on the fact that all sides of politics have seen value in the NEIS scheme, and it's to be known by a different name perhaps once we've finished debating this legislation. But nonetheless, I've certainly, the member for Mayo mentioned it was not a very well known or understood scheme. I've known it particularly well myself for a long, long time. My mother happened to work in the federal department in this very program about 20 or 25 years ago, so maybe I know it particularly well because of that reason. But nonetheless, it's something that all sides of politics are supporting to continue into the future. And of course, we in the Liberal Party particularly want to support and do anything we can that will help people start a business and create a job. Obviously, having just made comments about the challenges that business have at the moment in employing people, that doesn't detract at all from the value of someone creating a new job in our economy and a new business in our economy. And unemployment, most probably, let's be honest, is not going to have a 3 in front of it for an ongoing period into the future. We can't count on that, and we want to see every lever being pulled that allows us to increase the size of our labour market. And the way to do that, and particularly what we say on this side of the chamber, is that we want to see more businesses created, and we want to see the economic pie and the employment pie get larger. And that's nothing against people like, frankly, all of us in this chamber who are employees very proudly, but it's, we really want to do everything we can to back someone to be self-employed that wants to, that sees some value in the independence that you get from starting your own business. And of course, there are many people in this chamber that have started businesses and have certainly had all of the exhilaration and stress of starting a business. Yes, the independence of being in command of your own destiny, but of course the stress of not having the salary, the pay packet that you can absolutely count on, the stress of knowing that you've got to be out and hoping that your customers are going to be there into the future, hopefully growing your business, but certainly maintaining it at a level that ensures that you're earning the income that you need. And those are the economic heroes of this country, are people that take that risk to start their own business, hopefully for that business to succeed and grow, and in fact for them not just to be self-employed but to themselves in that business employ a lot more people within that business as they can grow it into the future. We all know the statistics are not, there are successful businesses, but 30% of businesses, it's certainly been the case in the past, around 30% fail in the first 12 months, 70% in the first 3 years. So it's a huge risk that people take when they go to start a business. And of course, at the moment, in an environment of such low unemployment, it is probably more and more tempting than ever for people to decide to take a job rather than create a new business. And we know that for the years and decades into the future, it's people making the decision today to start a new business and maybe, well, certainly hopefully, for them to not be amongst the statistics of those businesses that don't succeed in the first year, in the first 3 years, but in fact create a business that gets through those first few years and grows in the years after, and perhaps in 5 or 10 years is the sort of business that went from something that someone established as a sole proprietor into a business that is employing a handful, if not a dozen, if not tens or hundreds of Australians. And those businesses need to be created now, even in a time when unemployment is low, because they'll be paying a real dividend when perhaps unemployment won't be so low. And certainly, hopefully, we want to keep unemployment low continuously, but we also want our economy increasing. We want more jobs being created in our economy, and to do that we need people to start businesses. So that's what NICE has done. It's been there since 1985 to support people who are unemployed that see an idea or an opportunity for them to start a business, and they do need help and support to get off the ground. And by enrolling in NICE and getting the financial support through there and other elements of the program, that hopefully puts them in the best place we can put them in to back them for their business to be successful. It's not just financial assistance, of course, through NICE and its future incarnation, because we also know that people do need a lot of support around the skills to start a business. And you might have a skill for the business that you want to establish and run, but just having that skill isn't enough to run a successful business. You, of course, also need the skills of running a business, some basic bookkeeping and accounting skills, the ability to develop a business plan, to understand what the government rules and regulations are around the particular going concern that you are planning to launch as your own enterprise. And I know that over the years NICE has done a lot and been a good sort of way of putting people in the program in touch with other supports that government has to make sure people are equipped with those skills. We don't want someone, despite the difficulty in succeeding when you start a business, or probably because of that difficulty, we want to be supporting people, giving them the best chance possible for their idea and for that business that they want to pursue as a self-employed person, to give them the best chance possible. And that means that having the financial support payments in place, and of course having other support structures from government in place to support them, is hopefully going to give them the best chance of them being successful, not only to employ themselves, but of course to grow a business that might in fact employ a lot more Australians. We in the Coalition are very proud of the record specific to business creation, but also just generally the number of jobs that were created. The Shadow Minister talked about 1.8 million jobs created between the time we came to government in 2013 and the recent May election. And governments do a lot of very important things, obviously, but creating 1.8 million jobs is a tremendous legacy of our 9 years in government. And if we hadn't created those 1.8 million jobs, we would have a very different set of challenges that we would be facing right now. That's 1.8 million people more in work, 1.8 million people paying income tax, contributing to the economic growth of this nation and helping us to weather some very significant challenges that are coming our way at the moment economically. And those 1.8 million people, coupled with the entirety of a very strong labour market that again we left having at the election in May, puts this country in one of the strongest positions of any country in the world. And we have global challenges coming our way, and they are many and varied and significant, unfortunately, and we are seeing the manifestation of those already, with interest rates going up. And we hope it not to be the case, but do fear just what impact these interest rate rises are going to mean for all Australians that borrow money, that own their home and owe a lot of money to the bank. But when we think about this legislation and this program, people starting a business and how challenging it is when you look at your business plan and you suddenly realise if you were borrowing money to start that business, what your interest rate was going to be 6 months ago, what you were counting on it being, and now what it is likely you will need to count on it being into the future. And of course, we don't know how much further interest rates will go up beyond the increases that have already been announced over the last few months by the Reserve Bank. But these are some of the challenges that will befall the Australian economy in the not-too-distant future. And we're all here to work as hard as we can to look after our economy in particular. And it's things like creating 1.8 million jobs in a 9-year period of time that put us in a position, the Coalition, to be able to say, well, we certainly used those 9 years to continue to do what Coalition governments do best, and that is grow our economy and keep improving the wealth of this nation and the economic security of the people that live in this nation. And that's the position we find ourselves in going into difficult times. So the new enterprise incentive scheme in this legislation to facilitate transitions into the future is a bill that I'm very pleased to support, as the Coalition are pleased to support, and of course it is part of a framework that we leave behind to this new government of strong, robust systems to help people start businesses, and by starting those businesses, grow our economy for the betterment of all Australians. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak in support of the Social Security and other legislation amendment. The former coalition government was transformative in respect to the way employment services are being delivered Australia-wide, most notably with the introduction of Workforce Australia. From July of this year, Workforce Australia has brought together the Department of Education, Skills and Employment Workforce, Employment and Skills Initiatives under one single identity, replacing JobActive and the current Employment Services Network. Workforce Australia is now in place, providing more personalised services to better target job seeker needs, investing in those job seekers who need it and making greater use of digital technology. Deputy Speaker, this bill is a result of that change. Changing the name of the new Enterprise Incentive Scheme program to the Self-Employment Assistance Program, it serves an important purpose in ensuring that payments made under it are treated in the same way as for other NEIS payments. The Coalition cares about getting Australians off welfare and into work. The unemployment rate sat at an almost 50-year low when we left office in May 2022, with just 3.9% of Australians unemployed. This was not an accident. Getting people off welfare and into work was at the crux of the previous coalition government's policy. The government's previous employment services system, JobActive, saw nearly 2 million placements since it was established in 2015. The success of this system was a key factor in keeping our unemployment rate low. The new Workforce Australia model seeks to build on the success of JobActive, giving job seekers the best opportunity to find employment through a tailor-made approach. The former coalition government spent several years working with job seekers, providers, peak bodies and employers on developing a model that works for all and supports a pathway for Australians off welfare and into work. This model was informed by all key stakeholders and is the culmination of much reflection and advice on how to best serve Australians wanting to re-enter the workforce. In the future, Workforce Australia will be the one-stop shop for Australians and Australian businesses to find work and retrain. Deputy Speaker, the bill itself is merely technical, allowing streamlined efficiency in ensuring access to payments. Schedule 1 of the bill ensures that the Social Security Act and the Veterans Entitlement Act operate in the same way in relation to self-employment assistance payments as for other NEIS payments. This schedule also ensures any name changes of these acts will not require future bills, streamlining the legislative process. Schedule 2 of the bill simply makes more minor technical amendments to the Social Security law, removing redundant notes and simplifying complexities that merely function as confusing red tape. But, Deputy Speaker, I stress that this bill is technical in nature, but importantly, it streamlines policy and ensures funds keep getting paid to Australians on support payments. Prior to the pandemic hitting, the coalition government had reduced welfare dependency to its lowest level in 30 years, getting Australians into jobs. From entering and exiting government, we helped 1.8 million Australians into work. Deputy Speaker, for a moment, let us not think about the abstract numbers. Let us think about the reality for Australians. Let us think about the unimaginable amount of people now working towards their futures, not relying on government support. Let us think of the freedom they have in employment, the independence reached for so many more Australians. That is why these numbers matter. We were determined from when we were first elected to government in 2013 to put in place the strong economic policies and labour market programs that allow the economy to recover and support Australians into work. The previous government's long-term plan for jobs and growth meant we entered the pandemic crisis from a position of economic strength. Our former Employment Services program played an essential role in supporting economic recovery by increasing labour force participation and helping workers transition to new jobs. These programs, including Job Active, the Youth Jobs Path, Transition to Work and Parents Next, are working and have ensured we bounce back from COVID-19 and continue the pathway of getting more Australians back into work. These programs have aided hundreds of thousands of Australians to improve their employability and gain employment, with Job Active having supported over 2 million job placements since its introduction in 2015. $62.8 million was invested in supporting employment in 25 regions through our local jobs program. We coordinated the Workforce Australia reform, the biggest reform to employment services since the Howard government's reforms in the 1990s. In the Coalition's last 3 years in government, 73 job fairs were funded, which attracted tens of thousands of job seekers and thousands of exhibitors. Deputy Speaker, with Social Security being such a large expenditure area for the government, the previous Coalition government recognised the need for scrutiny, careful planning and, importantly, thoughtful execution. At every step of the way, our government improved employee opportunities and will continue to do that, even if now from opposition. The former Coalition government's commitment to employment services was strong and focused, isolating those whereby government expenditure would be most efficient and most socially beneficial to Australians. When Labor last left office, the youth unemployment rate was 12.7%. In January of 2020, under a Coalition government, the youth unemployment rate was 9%, 2.6 points lower than pre-COVID levels in March 2020. And youth unemployment is such an important number to drive down because we know by investing in jobs for young people, we are supporting them today, but we are supporting them and our communities into the future. And this is testament to the former Coalition government's concerted investment to give young Australians the right assistance and encouragement to develop new skills, to become work-ready, to get a job, to look at another job, a better job through the pathway, and to stay in a job. The former Coalition government's Job Youth Path program helps young people gain the skills and work experience needed to get and keep a job. It also supports businesses to trial young people in the workplace and offer a financial incentive when they hire them, which is so crucial because we know businesses and small businesses, they want to support young people, they want to invest in their communities, but we also know that young people don't have that experience that other employees have at different ages. So it's important we encourage business to invest in those young people and they can learn those skills on the job. And what we have seen is that this program is working, with 67% of completed internships resulting in immediate employment for young people, and a further 8% achieve a recorded job placement within 3 months. So transition to work participants receive intensive pre-employment support to develop practical skills to get a job, to connect them with educational training if that is what they need, and really importantly, to find local job opportunities, to connect them with jobs that are suited to their area. In Casey, we have a thriving agricultural industry, but they've also, like many industries, got skills shortages. So transition to work participants will be trained and pushed into opportunities that align with the agricultural industry of Casey, which is one practical example of how this program works. And part of that is to connect them with the relevant local community services, because we know that local community services are in touch with those local industries within their area to find those jobs, providing great opportunities for those on the program, but also local businesses and local communities. And since its commencement, over 64,000 young people have found a job placements. That's 64,000 young people finding their footing in the workforce and working for themselves and for their community and for their country. And as I said previously, these 64,000 are not just finding jobs for today. These are jobs that they will have for the future. So it's an investment in the now and the future. When we invest in our young people, we're investing in the short term and the long term of our communities. So the former coalition government gave immense focus to what is so crucial to our country, the success of our young people. Mr Deputy Speaker, my electorate Casey has had remarkable success in recent years regarding work outcomes. We are fortunate that Casey has tracked lower in unemployment rates as compared to Greater Melbourne, Victoria and Australia consistently over the years of the previous coalition government. And on top of this, our gross regional product has steadily risen, even considering the decrease in population in our area. This hallmark of productivity is another example of the success of the former coalition government's policies, with the median weekly incomes in Casey beating out those in Victoria and Australia for all of the individuals, families and households of my electorate. However, while these numbers are positive, more needs to be done. Like many areas, Casey is struggling with skills shortages. There is opportunities we have to continue to upskill our young people, which I will continue to advocate and work with our local providers in this regard. But we also need to look at immigration and understand that by investing in targeted immigration, we're creating new jobs for Australians, because the biggest handbrake on business in Casey is lack of workers. When I talk to businesses, and forever and a day, a business will invest in a new market and grow, and then they will add employees after the fact. We now have situations, and I was talking to a business, it's the first time I've heard it in 15 years in business. This business will not grow a new market before employing people. They will now look to employ a person and then create the demand afterwards, which is just, it is staggering and it is unprecedented in business for someone to look at that. And it shows the challenges we face with these skills shortages, but it also shows the long-term impacts and challenges that we will have as an economy. Because if business is not prepared to grow and look at those opportunities for growth, that is going to hurt jobs in the long term. And as more young people come into the workforce, if businesses aren't hiring because they've decided to be conservative, then we're in a lot of trouble. So this skills shortage links exactly to these outcomes that we're talking about today. Because, Deputy Speaker, we can talk about the millions in funding and how the averages of certain metrics have risen or fallen, but ultimately we cannot find ourselves lost in discussions of numbers, because this discussion is about people. People once reliant on social security finding their footing in the workplace, feeling the freedom of being in control of what they do and earning money for all their efforts. There truly is dignity in work. So, Deputy Speaker, I am proud to support this bill, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Forde.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Casey for his contribution. And in rising to speak on this social security and Other Legislation Amendment Bill. I want to recognise firstly the history of this scheme going back to 1985 and some 200,000 people having taken the opportunity to start their own business since its commencement, many of whom would otherwise have continued to rely on social security or veterans' entitlements payments. And can I say at the outset, Mr Deputy Speaker, nothing pleases me more to see somebody who has gone through some struggles in life and maybe been on a social security payment of some sort, be able to find their way back into the workforce or starting their own business. Now, the reason I say that, Mr Deputy Speaker, is because we well know the impact of long-term unemployment on people's health and welfare. And if we look at some of those impacts, it's important to bear in mind, because as a number of speakers have already mentioned in this debate, at the end of the day we're talking about a program, but at the end of that program, Mr Deputy Speaker, are people. And some of those people, they might be individuals, they might have a wife, they might have kids have a family. And ultimately what we're seeking to do with all of these programs is give these people a hand up to be able to live to their full potential. And it's why I support programs such as this and other programs like the Australian Small Business Advisory Service and the mentoring and support we provide to small business through those. Because we know that if people are long-term unemployed or disconnected from the workforce, there's a range of impacts on their lives. Loss of income most evident. For some of them, social exclusion and loss of freedom in that they don't have the capacity to do what they used to be able to do. Loss of skills. For some, psychological harm. For some, ill health, loss of motivation. It can impair or undermine relationships in the family and in the broader community. And certainly I've seen situations in my community where kids were playing in local sporting teams and sadly one of their parents became unemployed. Those kids were no longer playing sport, no longer connected into those support groups that help them grow and become better people. They're just some of the issues that you can see quite readily if you see people on long-term unemployment. So programs like NEIS are so vital in helping those that have a motivation to start their own business take that step. And it is a big step, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is certainly not for the faint-hearted. And there's plenty in this chamber who have run their own small business over the years. And as I talk to many of my small businesses around my electorate, the challenges they face every day, whether it's getting new employees or working with their existing staff, being paid by suppliers or being paid by customers on time, depending on the business that they're in. Dealing with supply chain constraints, as we're seeing at the moment. Dealing with the impact of COVID over the last couple of years. For many of these small businesses, their house is on the line each and every day, and so is their family's future and welfare. So I'm pleased to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, when we were last in government as a coalition government, I think we had a tremendous track record in this space, not only seeing the growth of small business across our country, whether it was through programs such as NEIS, but also more generally, but more importantly, the additional number of people in our workforce as a result of our policies, some 1.8 million people. In addition to that, Mr Deputy Speaker, the coalition government has transformed the way employment services are being delivered across the country with the introduction of Workforce Australia. And this commenced on the 4th of July this year. Workforce Australia brought together the Department of Education and Skills and Employment's workforce employment and skills initiatives under one single identity. And I was recently talking to one of my new local Workforce Australia providers, and I had the pleasure, Mr Deputy Speaker, of meeting a couple of their clients who they had successfully placed into work locally. And both of them were tremendous success stories, where they had been long-term unemployed for a significant period of time, worked with previous employment service providers with, can I say, not a lot of success, and since coming on board with Workways, they'd both obtained new jobs and were very appreciative of that opportunity that was being provided. But that's so important in terms of the measures that the former coalition government that I and my colleagues here on this side were part of. Because at the end of the day, Mr Deputy Speaker, we were passionate about getting Australians off welfare and into work, for many of the reasons I've outlined earlier. And we've seen that that brings an enormous benefit to our society as a whole. The Finance Minister and the Treasurer the other day reflected on the fact of the budget bottom line improvement because the government's paying out less in welfare payments than were budgeted for. Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, that's a direct result of the former coalition's government work across the economy, but particularly in the employment space, and seeing, as we did, the unemployment rate in May of 2022 when we left government at 3.9%, a 50-year low. That doesn't happen by accident, Mr Deputy Speaker. It happens by supporting people to build their skills, their capability, their confidence, to enter into work or to start their own business, and giving them the confidence to do so. The coalition government's previous employment services system saw nearly 2 million placements since it was established in 2015. The success of this system was a key to getting our unemployment rate so low. Now, in addition, Mr Deputy Speaker, a couple of speakers have reflected that in part this also reflects the fact that during the COVID period our borders were closed and we didn't have the overseas migration that we had, and our businesses had to increasingly turn to local available workforce. And I acknowledge the comments of the member for Casey, the member for Sturt, and I know the member for Barker is here in the chamber too, in relation to issues that has provided for our agricultural sector and the workforce shortages and difficulties they face. Equally, I have that discussion with businesses in my electorate. But as I reflect on the discussion I had recently at a committee hearing with the Reserve Bank Governor, I remember well the day when I started in the workforce, Mr Deputy Speaker, and in those days businesses trained staff. Now, we talk a lot in this place about training packages and skills incentives and a whole range of things. I don't remember many of those being in place when I started in the workforce some 40 years ago, roughly. And I would say that there is an incumbency in the business sector, and even the Reserve Bank Governor reflected on this in our hearing the other day. There is an incumbency on the business sector to be prepared to start training its workforce again. We can't just have the situation where employers continue to pinch staff from another employer or rely on the people being in the market that they need for their workforce. They need to start training within their businesses again. Now, can we fill some of those gaps with a considered, thoughtful immigration process? Absolutely. Absolutely, but we also need to take into account other impacts that is going to have. And I acknowledge, as the member for Sturt said, labour mobility is an issue. When you have house prices at the level you do, rents at the level you do, rental vacancies at the low levels you do, it is also hard for people to move to areas around our country to take on job opportunities that may be there. So all of these things need to be looked at as we move forward. But in returning to the bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, the bill makes some consequential amendments, but importantly it keeps the program in place and ensures that it's consistent across the board. But I'll go back to my earlier comments, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is this this former coalition government that set up the systems and the processes that we now have in place that underpin our record low rates of unemployment. And I'd like to see those rates continue to fall as we continue to see people trained and encouraged to enter into the workforce and fill the jobs and skills gaps that we presently have. Because we still have some 1.3 million Australians that are unemployed or underemployed. You can't tell me there are not the skills and the capabilities in many of those people to fill the many jobs we have on offer in this country. So, am I calling on the government to continue to do and build on the work that we did when we were in government? Absolutely, because we've demonstrated in the figures that what we put in place works. But I'm also issuing a challenge to the business community to take up the mantle and the challenge to start training their workforce to fill some of these gaps, to create the skilled workforce we need for the future. But I commend this bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, to the House.
Thank the member for Ford. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Monash.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the introduction of Workforce Australia is the latest program that the governments of both persuasions have now accepted. This was conceived by the previous government. It has been accepted by the new government as another iteration of what I can take back all the way to the Commonwealth Employment Service when I first came into this parliament. Now, this is about getting people that wouldn't otherwise get into a job. Sometimes everybody needs a little bit of help, a little bit of a push, a little bit of education, a little bit of training, a little bit of support. Governments of all persuasions since 1990, when I came here, have had a view that if we can just help these people along the way just a little bit, we can get them into a job and change their lives. It's a life-changing experience to go from long-term unemployment or unemployment, generational unemployment, into a job. It does change people's lives because they have the socialisation. They have the income to do the things they need to do. And we also know that once somebody's in a job, they can get a better job. If you're in a job, you can get a better job because you're employed. I had a young woman come to me one day, and I ran a small business, and she said, "Look, Mr Broadbent, I can't get a job because I haven't got a CV. I'll come and work for you for nothing so I can get a CV to say that I've been in work." Well, of course my business always paid over the award, and of course because of her enthusiasm we put her on. She worked for us for a long time and then went on to do other things with her CV in her hand to say, and my recommendation for the next job. I had another one whose mum came to me, said, "Look, my daughter has just failed VCE. No names, no pack drill. And she's just at home doing nothing. Lost all her confidence." I said, "Bring her in." We gave her a job. She went on to manage businesses like mine all over our district. Went on to manage. She had the talent. There'd just been a glitch along the way. A lot of these people that we're talking about now are people that are just that close to getting into work. The difficulty from the old Commonwealth Employment Service all the way through every iteration of governments of what they've done is the hard ones to get into work we don't always put the effort into that we should. They're the ones that are on the margins of our society. They're living on the razor's edge. They're the ones that really, really struggle. And sometimes, as I said before, it's generational, it's family. We haven't worked. We don't work in our family. For families like mine and lots of others, members for Barker, all the members that have spoken, we were in the fields at 15. Like, we didn't get a choice. School holidays, you went to work. That was it. Finish. You know, find a way. Well, I remember bringing my first cheque home to my father, and he said, "I can't believe that you've done this much work." I was cutting swedes and packing swedes. I was cutting my fingers more, Mr Deputy Speaker, than I was cutting the swedes. And I got a great appreciation of just how brilliant these workers were in the field, what they could do. I can remember, and I don't want to get off track here, Deputy Speaker, I can remember starting my row of digging up these swedes, and the guy working next to me after I'd gone 10 feet up the row, he'd finished the row. He'd finished the row. I mean, these people could really work. So every government has wanted to find a way to help people into work. Now, this legislation actually is born out of quite a few years of investment in how can we do this better. That's what the previous government wanted to do. How can we do this better, that we can literally find a job for these people or encourage them? And there's a number of different ways that have been outlined by every speaker on how we might do that. So it doesn't matter whether you want to change from unemployment to start your own small business, which this helps through, which we've had all the way along. And there's 200,000 people who have actually created their own business and gone on to probably employ other people in that business. So that's been a worthwhile investment by government. Has every dollar we've spent meant that we got an outcome? Answer, no. There are people within our community that find it really hard. Another person that I ran across just a while ago had been very well employed for a long time in her life. Then she fell on difficult time through some mental challenges and other issues around family and things that she needed to do. Then when it came time to getting back into work, she found she'd lost all her skills, she'd lost her confidence, she'd lost her ability to interact in a workplace. She thought she should get a better job than those that were on offer, and the period of non-employment went on and on and on, until to one point, I dare say, she became unemployable. But because of some of the programs that we've got in place, she's now actually training for a brand new job, and she will go on and do great things. She'll go on and be very good at what she does. So every one of these programs, and I want to pay tribute to the public service here, who have put an enormous amount of work into, even though this is just a technical bill to advance and confirm the program put in place, Workforce Australia, the new name, Workforce Australia, and the introduction of it, and the technical things around to do to get Workforce Australia as part of the conversation. The public service have actually had the people that this helps in their focus. So importantly, while politicians may set the parameters of what we desire, we rely on our public servants to actually deliver on this. And there's been an enormous amount of consideration go into Workforce Australia by the previous government and accepted by this government as a program to take us forward. I think it's good legislation. I think it will actually make quite a difference to the numbers of people, because when you're down to 3.5% unemployment in this country, there's a lot of jobs out there, and we need our communities to fill the positions that are there, because we're not getting the opportunities from backpackers that have filled up all the agricultural jobs in my electorate. We're not getting very high immigration at this time because of COVID and the things that have happened. We're not getting the normal opportunities that come through and allow people to stay unemployed because they can't compete in the workplace. These people can now compete in the workplace because there's employers that are out there that are desperate for employees. There's not one member that can stand up in this House and say there are not loads of vacancies in their electorates. Cafe after cafe has a sign at the door, we need staff, we need staff, we need staff. Everywhere you go, we need staff. Why are some of our cafes and hospitality venues closing on Monday and Tuesday? Pubs closing on Monday and Tuesday? Have you ever heard anything like it? Because they can't get the staff to open more than the days that they have. So there's a lot of incentive for government to pour a lot of energy into those on the margins. So for every iteration of this, and I want to talk about this for a minute, for Workforce Australia, employers, only 4% of employers are coming to Workforce Australia. They're finding other ways to entice employees. They're paying over the board, they're giving upfront cash incentives for people to come to work for them, they are giving them special rosters so that they can come and work for them. Every employer has done that over the years. If you've got a good employee and you want to keep that employee, you will bend over backwards to fit in with their needs and their lifestyle. So with all of these job active centres that it was previously, now Workforce Australia, we're putting in place something that should make a difference to somebody who was on the margins and needs a job. Because we want them to live a full, active and participating life in the Australian community. I think there's some things that we could do that wouldn't be acceptable to a lot of people, like, give some refugees that are not allowed to work out there, give them an opportunity to work. I'd be giving them an opportunity to work today if it was me. I'd be saying there are refugees here on certain classes of visa where they can't work. We should be just saying, come on, because we need those people. Right now we need those people. We've made concessions on COVID. We've made all sorts of concessions on immigration. We've made concessions on citizenship. We've made concessions all over the place because of COVID. And I think we could say Australia has now a real need for extending its employment base with any opportunity we can. The other thing is there's a whole lot of emphasis here on skilled workforce coming in. As far as I'm concerned, we need unskilled workforce coming in. We need workforce coming in. If you're going to bring people in the country, we need workforce coming in. You say, oh, but they'll be a burden on the community. No, they'll get a job straight away. And more than that, their children and their children's children will be of great benefit to this country, as was the case for the people that came after the war. I don't think the people that came from your country, Deputy Speaker, had a whole lot of skills when they arrived here, and they didn't have much money. But, by gee, they've done pretty well since, haven't they? And I think that there's a real opportunity there for us to really look very carefully at our immigration program. But that's only one part of it. This is all about people that are actually in this country today and the opportunities we want to give them. So that all of the legislation, all the way through, is focused straight out on the people who haven't got a job today, who may need some training and some skills, and there's a number of opportunities within the legislation, within this legislation that makes effect to Workforce Australia. Now, Workforce Australia, as I said before, has been born out of people's consideration of how can we do something better as a nation. That's why we're supporting this bill. How can we do something better? How can we get that one person who's missing out on the opportunities of life because they are not participating within the workforce? That participation is crucial to the health and well-being of them, their families and their communities. Because once they're in that, we had an experience where I find that around footy clubs, cricket clubs, tennis clubs, soccer clubs, whatever the sporting club is, not much unemployment. Not much unemployment. You know why? Because Johnny's dad says, hey, Dad's got a bit of a job out here at the farm, or can you come into... And they learn to be participants within the workforce. Once they're participants within the workforce, they've got the discipline, they know where to go, they know how to go. And I find there's far less drug use, there's far less delinquency if they're connected to a sporting club or somehow based in the community. I remember lots of kids in Pakenham end up going out to work for Evergreen Turf, and that was their start. Or they go to McDonald's, and that's their start. I'm at McDonald's, you come to McDonald's too. That'd be their start. They go to Hungry Jack's, they go to somewhere, they come and work for a business like mine. That's one whole area of our major activity, but they're usually kids that haven't had a stumble, haven't had a fall, they come from families that are working families. We need, and we always will, help those people that come from Struggle Street or come from families that are not as supportive as they could be and need government help. I think that's where government help should come in, and that's what Workforce Australia will do. I believe it's great benefit to Australia. Now, I know I've got plenty in my community that would say, take their benefits off them and they'll soon get a job. Well, it doesn't work like that for everybody. And one of my responsibilities as a Member of Parliament is to always remember those that I represent that can't help themselves, that need a helping hand. And I remember that, always. And I would expect every other Member of Parliament has those. Within a family, you know, the kids that are doing well, Dad lets them go, Mum lets them go. The kids that are not doing well get all the support they need. Our community is no different. And Workforce Australia goes a long way towards helping the kid in the family that's not doing that well. So I commend this bill to the House, and I would hope that all the allocation of funds here and all the effort that has gone into this will be hugely successful.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, before I begin, can I just say what a blessing it was to hear from the member for Monash, someone who's been in this place on and off since 1990, and to hear from him what is very much the long view. I don't know whether he'll thank me for this, and I expect the member for Burt has an even more exaggerated example, given that I think he might be younger than me. But the member for Monash entered. Has it changed? Has it? Anyway, the member for Monash entered the place in 1990. I experienced some change in 1990 as well. The member for Monash might be interested to learn. I moved from primary school to high school in that year, so that's how long the member for Monash has been in the place. But it underscores one thing, and that is that the long view is important in politics. I think it's important in life, but it's particularly important in politics. And I want to talk a little bit more about the long view. A couple of other things. I think the member for Monash said I might have been in the field at 15, if only. Member for Monash at 8, I was driving a tractor, albeit I drove it through a fence, got scolded by my father. I'll never forget the dressing down I got. I think the words were, "That's what you get when you ask a boy to do a man's job." And indeed, when at about 10 or 12 in the packing shed, when I triumphantly told him that I could lift a 20-kilogram bag of onions, he said, "Great, stand there and do it all day." And so, you're right. Many of us have been privileged to be early adopters when it comes to employment, but I say privileged in the sense that I wouldn't exchange any of those experiences I had with my father in his various businesses on the farm, engaging with people, for anyone. Indeed, I credit having worked in our packing shed over a number of years for my subsequent career in the criminal law, because almost everyone who worked for us was on bail, and it was an element in society who back then could only find that kind of employment. My dad was particularly enthusiastic about employing people who were down on their luck, and it was those experiences that led me to kind of not be scared, if you like, when it came to practising in that law. But I spoke about the long view, and I want to take an opportunity to wind back the clock a little bit. It's 2013. I'm a candidate for election, Mr Deputy Speaker. The then Leader of the Opposition, Tony Abbott, and the Coalition had determined a plan. Now, I'm sure, Mr Deputy Speaker, you would have been across this document, perhaps reading it with a more critical eye than I. I was effectively trying to rote learn it to avoid a risk that I might be asked questions about the document and I'd be unable to answer them. But, yeah, that was a famous example that I wasn't keen to repeat, I've got to tell you. But I remember particularly reading one of the elements of that plan, which back then I thought was a ridiculous stretch target. And for perhaps the member for Groom, the member for Menzies, who weren't in the place or involved in that campaign, it was a statement made before the 2000 election as follows: "We will generate 1 million new jobs over the next 5 years and 2 million new jobs within a decade by growing a bigger, more productive and prosperous economy." I remember reading that in my office thinking, my goodness, there's no way any government would be able to achieve the creation of 1 million jobs in 5 years, and albeit and definitely not 2 within 10. But in any event, we were elected. The Abbott government was elected in 2013, and we know that subsequently that administration became the Abbott, Turnbull and Morrison governments. And it might offer us an opportunity right now to reflect on, well, how did we go relative to that stretch target? Well, what we do know is that at the beginning of the pandemic, well, let me start with the 5-year goal. Well, the answer to that question is it was achieved. Almost to the day, 1 million jobs in 5 years. And that was credited as much to the Australian people as it was to the government of the day. But I will say, as someone who'd sat in countless party rooms, countless committee meetings, there was a steely focus during those years on getting Australians into jobs. We were often mocked for saying the best form of welfare, of course, is a job. But in any event, we achieved that 1 million job target. The next question was, well, could we dream of achieving 2 million within 10 years? And of course, the pandemic, at the point of the pandemic, we had reached 1.5 million new jobs, 3/4 of the way to that target. And of course, on leaving government, some 8.5 years after coming to government, we had achieved 1.8 million new jobs towards a target of 2 million in 10 years. So I'd suggest to you, on target, notwithstanding that you would have expected that given the pandemic we would have been blown substantially off course. The point about that is that you might end the conversation there and say, well, 1.8 million jobs, you're on track, these things. But if I can just rush forward to today, it's estimated that there are 400,000 unfilled jobs in the economy today. And when you realise that those estimates are born of statistics that came out of our metropolitan centres, so that electorates like mine, like the member for Grooms, like the member for Durax, like the member for Nichols, all the job vacancies that you're talking to your employers about aren't included in those statistics. So I think we could comfortably accept there is at least another 400,000, if not more, jobs. So there's probably 800,000 unfilled places in the economy today. As we heard from the member for Monash, not one person in this place would dare suggest they've never had an employer tell them that they don't have unfilled jobs. We all do. We hear it every day, and I'm sure you hear, like I do, Mr Deputy Speaker, the collateral issue with accommodation and availability of accommodation in our respective communities. So if you add the 1.8 to the 800,000, our nation has created some 2.6 million jobs. Albeit not all of them filled, because we're having some trouble filling them. And that's a hell of an achievement. One which I hope those opposite can continue, a legacy that they can continue. And why do I say I hope they can continue it? Because each and every one of those jobs filled is a real Australian, in a real family, better for that job. One of the high points of my career wasn't an acquittal, wasn't well-drafted submissions in the High Court or the Supreme Court or these things, but was in fact occurred one afternoon in the Mount Gambier Magistrates Court. I just made submissions on behalf of a client of mine who had been, let's say, naughty, and an employer in the region had sat in the back of the room and heard my submissions, knew me and said, "Tony, any chance I could have a chat to your client about a job?" I said, "Absolutely, he'd love a job. But are you sure?" "Yeah, I am. But I'll tell you what, he'll need to get to a particular post office on Monday, which is a remote centre." This was a pastoralist. "And if he gets there on Monday at 8 o'clock, I'll be there picking up my mail. I'll take him with me and he'll have a job." So the highlight, Mr Deputy Speaker, wasn't the fact that that was arranged, but the fact that about 2 years later he came back into my office, having worked remotely for those 2 years for the employer mentioned, and came into my office and said, "Tony, I've worked for 2 years for employer X. What do I do with all the money?" And he was asking me for financial advice, probably the worst person he could seek any guidance in that regard from. And so directing him as I did to someone who could provide him with some advice about his savings, I sat back in my chair and thought to myself what a difference one job had made to this man, his wife, his children, and it was an opportunity. It was an opportunity that employer provided to him in an unusual setting. I'm not sure too many employers sit in the back of courtrooms waiting for people to walk out of docks to offer them employment. But you see, that's what we do in this place. We build opportunities. We build environments into which employers can prosper so that they can offer opportunities to employees, opportunities to either improve their lot in life or potentially turn their lives around, or potentially simply to go to a better, more skilled, higher-paying job. And that's why, Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of this bill. It's a bill that continues, if you like, the continuum of work, which is a bill which was conceived by those of us on this place, effectively now adopted by those opposite. But it continues that long journey of work that has been navigated by various governments and various parliaments towards getting as many Australians as practicable into employment. And I want to make it very clear, an unemployment rate that's below 4% in this nation, and something we should celebrate, and the fact that we're in such a strong position is a product in no small measure of the work of the former government, which standed us in good stead vis-a-vis the pandemic. But I want to be under no illusion for those opposite. When your unemployment rate is around 4% and the natural rate of unemployment probably sits at around 4%, there is a lot of work to do to shift into employment those remaining Australians who, notwithstanding the close to 1 million jobs that are available, many of which in my electorate, anyone who's keen for a job, my staff hate it when I do this, but reach out to my office. I'm happy to put you in touch with employers who will take you on. I do it from time to time. My staff go, "Oh, no," but then all we end up getting is employers asking to be put on my list if anyone actually does call. But in any event, I want to be clear, for those opposite, it's a difficult challenge because we need to get as many of these Australians into employment as possible, for their benefit mostly, because I think it's fair to say when you're operating at a rate at or below the natural rate of unemployment, the return on investment by government in terms of placing someone in employment and the cost associated with doing that at that rate, long-term unemployed or people with particular difficulties, is a challenge, but it's one we need to accept and work towards, because ultimately it's about making a difference for those particular Australians. I reasonably anticipate that the individual I spoke about, had it not been for this particular employer, who for some reason found it in his heart to offer this young lad a chance, would have spent every day from that day in court to this day today unemployed. And instead, he has gone about his life, worked in a setting that suits him, supporting his family, and he did that because someone was prepared to take a punt. This bill is about providing the requisite supports to ensure that people can transition from those very difficult settings into employment or into employment via self-employment, which of course is another important pathway, particularly when I remind the House that there are many hundreds of thousands of small and micro businesses that operate successfully in increasingly an increasing number. The final contribution, Mr Deputy Speaker, is to remind the House that for not only is it a particularly good thing for the individuals involved to find themselves into employment, but it's the age-old measure. If we can find people into employment, they go from being someone who is in receipt of a welfare payment, a transfer payment from government, to someone who's making a contribution to general revenue. Well, we've just come out of the back end of the AFL Grand Final. It's the best example you'll find in civic life in the industrial relations space of a two-goal turnaround. Instead of someone making a contribution or taking a transfer payment via a payment from welfare, they're making a contribution. It's the fact we got 1.8 million Australians over the last term of government into employment, which meant we're in such a strong position to deal with the pandemic.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution. The question is now that the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Nichols.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment, Self-Employment Programs and Other Measures Bill 2022. This legislation is about creating opportunity and fostering entrepreneurial spirit, which should be encouraged wherever possible. And opportunity was the theme of my maiden speech, Mr Deputy Speaker. The prosperity of my own electorate of Nichols is founded on that great Australian ideal of having a go. Sometimes it's also about getting a go, or as our egalitarian streak demands, getting a fair go. And the Coalition believes in a fair go. We transformed the way employment services are delivered with the introduction of Workforce Australia, bringing together the Department of Education, Skills and Employment's workforce employment skills initiatives under one single identity. Workforce Australia replaced JobActive and the current Employment Services Network, and it has delivered more personalised services to better target job seeker needs, invest in those job seekers who need it, and make greater use of digital technology. The bill, which I am happy to support, is a result of that change led by the previous Coalition government. Jobs, jobs, jobs was the mantra for the Coalition government, and it remains the case of us in opposition. We are passionate about getting Australians off welfare and into work. So much so that when we left office in May 2022, the unemployment rate nationally was at a 50-year low, just 3.9%. It has since fallen to 3.5%, irrefutable proof that the new government inherited a strong economy that on so many measures had already returned to or exceeded pre-pandemic levels. During its time in government, the Coalition helped 1.8 million Australians into work. 1.5 million were able to find work by March 2020, when the nation faced the unprecedented challenge of the global pandemic. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's worth reflecting that when the pandemic struck, Australia had record labour force participation. The unemployment rate was 5.2% in March 2020, and the budget was in balance for the first time in 11 years. The pandemic required an enormous response and many sacrifices. It required a government willing to step up and support Australians through the social and economic turmoil, which it did through the JobKeeper program. The Coalition had in place long-term plans for jobs and growth, and as a result, our recovery from the pandemic has been extremely strong. We entered the crisis from a position of economic strength, and our policies have played an essential role in supporting economic recovery by increasing labour force participation and helping workers transition into new jobs. The Coalition worked hard to assist Australians back into work after the pandemic, including targeted support for our most affected regions and our most disadvantaged job seekers. 25 regions were able to support employment through our $62.8 million local jobs program. Employment facilitators developed local jobs plans in 25 regions in collaboration with local stakeholders, employers and training organisations. And when that collaboration happens between government and people in local areas, and I see this all the time in regional areas, you get success. When it's dictated to from the top, from Canberra, sometimes the success is limited. The Goulburn-Murray employment region, which takes in the electorate of Nichols, was a beneficiary. The Goulburn-Murray local jobs plan sought to address barriers to employment, including adequacy of public transport connections across the region, lack of affordable housing, in part driven by the pandemic, the impact of the pandemic on the seasonal workforce, and the shift of workers away from the hospitality and tourism sector to jobs that were less likely to be impacted by COVID. Brokering opportunities for youth skill development and employment, including apprenticeships, traineeships, micro-credentialing, work experience and works placement, is part of the plan we put in place. Maximising the extent to which local positions are filled by local job seekers is part of that plan, and it is helping reinvigorate the local economy and industry post-pandemic. Boosting employment and training opportunities for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander job seekers in collaboration with local Indigenous organisations, and I emphasise the collaboration is part of the plan. And identifying pathways for local job seekers to be upskilled to meet the needs of major projects, including the infrastructure works planned through the region, is also part of that plan, much of that infrastructure delivered by the Coalition Government. So too is supporting job seekers, in particular people with disabilities, culturally and linguistically diverse cohorts, mature age and youth, to align with our local labour needs. Workforce Australia was the biggest reform to employment services since the Howard government's reforms in the 90s, and it continues to serve the nation well. As I said earlier, this bill is a result of that change. The new Enterprise Incentive Scheme, known as the NEIS, helped almost 200,000 people start their own business since it commenced in 1985, many of whom may have otherwise have had to continue to rely on social security or veterans' entitlements payments. Under the scheme, the people have moved off income support by creating their own job. In turn, many of these businesses have created work for other people. The Self-Employment Assistance Program commenced on 1 July 2022 to replace NEIS Assistance Through Australia. In addition to the assistance available to help participants start and maintain their own viable small business, self-employment assistance and other NEIS participants can receive fortnightly payment of $642.70, equal to the single no-children rate of job seeker payment, for 39 weeks, and if eligible, rent assistance for up to 26 weeks. This bill makes it simpler to align these payments with family, social security and veterans' entitlement laws. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, I go back to the theme of opportunity, that thing I talked about in my maiden speech. It's something that's so important to me, it's important to the Nationals, and it's important to the electorate of Nichols. One of Australia's most successful business owners, Visy Industries founder Richard Pratt, started his life in Australia in Nichols in 1938. He embraced the opportunity that Australia had offered. Richard Pratt was educated at Graham Vale Primary School and Shepparton High School, before going on to University High School and then a Bachelor of Commerce degree at the University of Melbourne in 1953. In 1965, following the death of his father Leon, Richard took over the Cardboard Corrugation Company, which at the time had an annual turnover of $5 million. Over the next 40 years, he built Visy into one of the world's largest packaging companies with revenue of more than $3 billion. Amazing success born in the heart of Nichols. I won't be so bold as to predict that a business of such proportion will emerge from this scheme, but I can assure the House that without opportunity, without the chance to have a go, and the government supporting people who have a go, it definitely won't happen. Many of the people who do take up this scheme will have more modest ambitions, at least initially. They want to create for themselves opportunity, the opportunity to create business and to be financially independent. Nichols is a great electorate, filled with examples of people who started with very little and forged a path in business. The Furphy is not unfamiliar in this place, but you might not be as well acquainted with Australia's oldest continuously operated family business, which now operates as J. Furphy and Sons and Furphy Foundry. And from time to time, Mr Deputy Speaker, maybe there are a few Furphys told in this place, but let you tell me about the Furphys from Shepparton, of which that phrase was named after. Both of those divisions, J. Furphy and Sons and Furphy Foundry, are owned by fifth-generation descendants of the company founder John Furphy. John Furphy was 22 when he began his blacksmith and wheelwright business, servicing the needs of the small agricultural community of Kyneton and later moving to Shepparton. John Furphy would invent, produce and market agricultural equipment, including the famous Furphy water cart, which led to the Furphy becoming part of our language, because that's where the World War I soldiers gathered to exchange gossip around the water cooler, which was the Furphy tank. Or Mawson's, another family business that started in 1927 when Barney Mawson decided to invest in a 1.5-tonne, four-cylinder petrol-powered Chevrolet truck. The truck replaced the wood drays delivering firewood to the Kahuna Butter factory, and over the years the family business grew, carting produce to the market, firewood, and after World War II, they expanded into construction, quarrying and road making. Today, Mawson's, through its construction and concreting and quarries divisions, is a major employer in Nichols and has played a significant role in building the infrastructure that supports our great industries. Around 35% of all heavy transport vehicles registered in Victoria are registered in the electorate of Nichols. Many of those businesses have grown from the opportunity provided by agriculture and food processing. Many started with a single truck, often one of the cheap and plentiful army surplus supply vehicles made available after the Second World War. Many were migrant families who settled in the region and started growing fruit before recognising there was also a need to transport it. They have been, over many decades, early adopters of new technology and clever innovators. The region continues to foster opportunities, including Canatrek, which is establishing state-of-the-art medicinal cannabis supply chain in Shepparton, which will dramatically decrease our reliance on imported products. The pandemic demonstrated the vulnerability of global supply chains and the need to bolster domestic capability, something the coalition government was very quick to recognise and act on. Where would Australia have been in those early months of the pandemic without Medcon, a small entrepreneurial company based in Shepparton that was at the time the nation's only surgical mask manufacturer? Medcon began in 1989 with machinery designed and developed locally with government support and was able to ramp up production to produce personal protective equipment for Australia, which we so desperately needed during the pandemic, Mr Deputy Speaker. Medcon successfully created a niche market before the pandemic based on quality and reliability, despite intense competition from cheaper imported masks. As the global demand skyrocketed, they quickly became the only reliable supplier. Now, as member for Nichols, I haven't forgotten, and I will never forget, the critical role Medcon played in helping us with our mask supplies during the pandemic when we couldn't get supply from overseas. But unfortunately, many large customers, including the Victorian government, Mr Deputy Speaker, have again started sourcing from overseas, and this is both disappointing and short-sighted. Our business can be tough, and we're all familiar with the statistic that 20% of startups fail in the first year and 60% within 3 years. But that's not a reason to try. or a reason not to provide opportunity. And that percentage will be better if we can partner with people who are having a crack on their own and look after them and try and give them every chance to succeed. And if at first you don't succeed, try and try again. Many who initially fail take those learnings and try again, and they do ultimately succeed. Often all it takes, Mr Deputy Speaker, is a good idea and determination. I am really pleased to support this legislation and the opportunity it gives Australians to create secure work for themselves and financial independence by starting their own business. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Nichols for his contribution and suggest when you get home tonight put some Vicks on your chest, big fella. And I give the call to the honourable member for Durack.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment, Self-Employment Programs and Other Measures Bill 2022. When the COVID-19 pandemic hit our shores, the threat to businesses across Australia and in my seat of Durack was seen as potentially devastating. From the small businesses on the main streets in Broome and Geraldton and the smaller strips throughout the wheat belt, together with the large mining giants of the Pilbara, it seemed that no one was safe. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Coalition's strong economic management had supported the creation of over 1.5 million jobs. And as my friend and colleague, the member for Barker, reminded us in this place just earlier, his estimate is, perhaps it was more like 1.8 million. What we saw was the economy was growing. Australia had a record labour force participation, and in March 2022, unemployment was 5.2%. We were determined when first elected to government in 2013 to put in place the strong economic policies and labour market programs that would allow our economy to bounce back and, most importantly, support Australians into work. Mr Deputy Speaker, we have to remind ourselves sometimes of exactly what the Coalition inherited when we first came into government in 2013. When Labor left office, the youth unemployment rate was 12.7%. In January of 2022, the youth unemployment rate was at 9%, some 2.6 points lower than pre-COVID levels. Before the pandemic, Mr Deputy Speaker, welfare dependency had fallen to its lowest level of 30 years, from 16.5% under Labor to 13.5% in June 2019 under the Coalition government. We reduced the tax rate for small businesses from 30% to 25%, the lowest rate in 50 years. But potentially our most significant achievement in government was balancing the budget in the 2018-2019 for the first time in 11 years. This was significant, Mr Deputy Speaker, considering the debt we had inherited from those opposite. The Coalition's long-term plan for jobs and growth meant that we entered the pandemic from a position of economic strength, and this is something that we should be incredibly proud of. The alternative, had Labor been in power and able to continue with their economically damaging policies, as we saw during the Rudd-Gillard-Rudd era, may have left Australia in an incredibly vulnerable position. When we left office in May 2022, the unemployment rate was at 3.9%, an almost 50-year low. The Albanese government also has us to thank for the current unemployment rate of 3.5%, a rate I sincerely hope that we are able to maintain, Mr Deputy Speaker. But this did not happen by accident. Getting people off welfare and into work, this was a priority of the Coalition whilst we were in government. After all, and as we've said it many times, the best form of welfare is a job. It's not just a saying, it's true. It has also been a core value of mine that the best way to support my vulnerable constituents throughout my electorate of Durack is to create opportunities for independence and self-reliance. It is not always easy, Mr Deputy Speaker, to lift yourself out of difficult circumstances, and this is where government can make a tangible difference by providing a helping hand. The Coalition government transformed the way that employment services are being delivered with the introduction of Workforce Australia, Earlier this year, Workforce Australia brought together all of the relevant departments under one single identity, replacing JobActive and the current Employment Services Network. This new model is now in place and is providing more personalised services to better target job seeker needs, invest in those job seekers who need it and make greater use of digital technology. We spent a number of years working with job seekers, providers, peak bodies and employers on developing a model that works for all and supports a pathway for Australians to get off welfare and get into a job. The new model seeks to build on the success of JobActive and gives job seekers the best opportunity to find employment through a tailor-made approach. This bill is a result of that change, Mr Deputy Speaker, and will ensure the intentions of making Workforce Australia a one-stop shop for Australians and Australian businesses to find work, retain and find access to other government initiatives in employment and skills. Due to the changes of Workforce Australia, which came into effect on the 4th of July, this bill affects changes in the name of the new Enterprise Incentive Scheme, or NEIS program, ensuring that payments made under it are treated in the same way as for other NEIS payments. The main amendments in the bill will make clear that the Family, Social Security and Veterans Entitlements laws operate in the same way in relation to self-employment assistance payments as for other NEIS payments, because of the name change. The NEIS has helped almost 200,000 people start their own business since it commenced in 1985, helping people move off income support by creating their own job. And importantly, Mr Deputy Speaker, many of these people have gone on to then create employment opportunities for additional people. What a remarkable achievement that must be. The Self-Employment Assistance Program commenced on the 1st of July 2022 to replace NEIS assistance through Australia. Self-employment assistance and other NEIS participants can now receive a fortnightly payment of $642.70 for 39 weeks and, if eligible, rent assistance for up to 26 weeks. Workforce Australia was the biggest reform to employment services since the Howard government's reforms in the 1990s, showing our commitment to help Australians into work and modernising one of the biggest expenditure areas of government. It was reform like this that allowed the coalition government to leave behind a strong legacy that the Albanese government are, quite frankly, very lucky to have inherited, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm very proud to stand on that record and continue to work where we can on improving employment opportunities for constituents in my electorate of Durack and Australians more broadly. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for Durack for her contribution. And the question is now that the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. What a joy it is to be here with your dulcet tones presiding. I want to reflect on the contribution of the member for Monash and member for Barker's comment. The member for Monash came here in 1990. The member for Barker moved into high school at that time. In 1990, I was working on site for my father as a concreter as an 11-year-old child, something I wouldn't recommend to other children out there. But in rising to speak in support of the Social Security and other legislation amendments bill, it really sort of strikes at the heart of why this is something that is very important to me, because I think back at that time, and although, Deputy Speaker, I can assure you I didn't really appreciate having to work with my father every weekend or every holiday. That was just simply the expectation of a small business, that I'd be there pushing a wheelbarrow, helping along. I look back at it and I realise just how lucky I was from an early age to get that takeoff, that ramp into employment, and to understand at a very, very early age, before I could possibly articulate it, the value that I could bring to others, to a community, by being involved in the workforce, and probably even, Mr Speaker, the values that I was building in myself. It was doing nothing more than pushing half a wheelbarrow full of concrete, if that, alongside my father, trying to prove I was a big and strong concreter like him and the rest of the gentlemen there. But what it was really doing was giving me the understanding of reward for effort at an early age. I don't know what I was first paid. In fact, I don't think I was paid early on. Probably get my father in trouble on some sort of RAR form here, but that was just how we worked. We got on, and as time went, I was able to maintain a wage, and I'm paying small tribute here to my father. But that ability to understand that at such an early age was vital to everything that's followed for me. And I know that if I spoke to many others in this place or in the good electorate of Groom, there'd be other people who had that benefit. But of course, as grateful as I am for that came to me, my father was also an employer of many other people. And I remember working side by side with a gentleman who I'll recall by the name of Dean Batchelor. He was a country lad, came up from Warialda, was looking for a job, and at 18 my father decided to teach him how to be a concreter. Back then there was pretty good money to be made. I understand there's pretty good money to be made now. It wasn't a bad job, and Dean was able to learn the skills of the trade, to be able to not just be a labourer but be able to finish jobs, and he progressed and he came up. He went from a guy who had a lot of energy and enthusiasm to being someone who had skills, the ability to earn money, to keep a family. And he went on, actually, Mr Speaker, to take that. He worked in, after working for my father, he worked in excavator equipment, hire, and became quite a good truck driver. And I'll be down later on to see him at the Lights on the Hill monument in your very electorate just this year. But I recall that the values that he was provided by that first job, I think it's so important just to focus on. And I guess the third anecdote I'd add to this trilogy of how important, how crucial work can be to someone. I was at the Oakey mine, the New Ackland coal mine out there just recently, talking to a dear old friend, Dave O'Dwyer, who's the general manager out there. And he reminds me how different life was when we both graduated as mining engineers. There were no jobs for mining engineers at the time. The cycle was in its nadir, and it was fantastic to watch him get the opportunity to become a general manager, not through direct employment. He became a truck driver. That was the job that was available to him. And by taking that job, it gave him a world of experience he wouldn't have had otherwise. It broadened his capabilities, and it was a key stepping stone on his path to assuming the role that he has. But in all these ways, this bill speaks very much to the heart of these coalition values that we hold so dear, that the best form of welfare is a job. The best thing we can do for someone is to teach them how to fish, and to give them the understanding of their value as a person. And I think that's an important part that we should make out when we talk about employment. We talk about what this we're able to achieve by helping people into employment. We're not talking about businesses. We're talking about employment figures. We're talking about the impact on people, impact on their lives, their families. I would reflect that this is also not something that is just an Australian trait. I had the pleasure of sitting with quite a few leaders of the local Syrian community who've all chosen to make Toowoomba their home. And what astounds me is the first thing they want to tell me when they come in is just how many of them are employed. And it's a joy. You see the pride on their face, talking about how their community has come in, got jobs in Australia, and they're committing, they want to be part of this great opportunity that's before them. And I think they see that this, whether it's young children coming in or whether it's Syrians who are having to change their jobs to fit what the opportunities are here in Australia. They're so proud of this opportunity to build their lives, become strong, contributing members of society. Because a job, look, it's what gives people dignity, a sense of purpose, a way of providing for themselves and their family. And I think it's a value for us to have some humility in that and understanding that we aren't talking, when we talk about people who need this little bit of help that these programs provide, we're talking about people who are but a hair's breadth away from us in many cases. I gave my example of how fortunate I was to have that early job. But that opportunity isn't for everybody, and I acknowledge that. And I think that we should all have a sense of humility. I think it's important that we do provide that assistance to help people come into employment to reap the benefits of it. And it's quite right that we have programs like this that have built upon so much work from both sides of the House. Previous governments of either persuasion have seen fit to pour energy, to pour effort and thought into this. What we're trying to do here is to continue this on, because it is so vitally important. I think it is probably the issue that is on the lips of most Australians at the moment. Addressing cost of living is clearly there, but how we provide enough workers for our workforce to see through these challenging times in front of us. I know I was recently at the Cambodia pub, the Bull and Barley, talking to staff there about just how difficult it was to get someone to run the pizza ovens. It seems like that would be such an easy thing to fill. And it simply isn't. Just finding people to come out and actually do that work is incredibly difficult right now, and that extends everywhere. And I think the member for Barker made the point on immigration. We often talk about skilled immigration. Seen in a broader context, there are entry levels, there are ramps into employment at every level at the moment, and we need to see that. We need to see that provided, and I'm encouraged by the government's statements on this, that this is an area where we can provide some relief. But look, the new enterprise incentive scheme has helped people go beyond just securing employment, supporting them to move off income support by creating their own job. What we're seeing is the opportunity here to provide the market with more options. And of course, there's not a one-size-fits-all solution for people who are looking to come out of unemployment, be it short-term or long-term. And it's fantastic to think that the ability to start a job creates the ability then to employ others and to give others the opportunity and others the benefit of employment. I think I would speak as to why this is so important to me. Having seen the impacts of long-term unemployment, I was in the UK during the GFC and watching the impacts that played across a number of sectors as entire industries floundered and fell apart. People who had every reason to expect long-term employment have it taken away from them for factors completely beyond their control. And I know we saw that in Australia. I'd argue it was a stronger impact in the UK, but the comparison I would make is anyone who's had the unfortunate experience of having to do mass layoffs on a mine site and seeing very good workers being told there's no longer a job for them is very, very difficult. And I think back on my own workforces, the impact on mental health, physical health that follows periods of long-term unemployment are very, very important for us to address and make sure that we're doing everything we can to help people out of that, Mr. Speaker. But look, I think it would be appropriate to give some praise to a group in my electorate, Base Services, a wonderful initiative run by Nat and Tiff Sparry. The entire focus of Base Services is helping people who may have had some challenging backgrounds, who may have either had a lack of educational opportunities, who've in some cases have come out of prison, in some cases people who've had drug abuse issues, and to give them a pathway back into employment. I've been absolutely blessed in my time as the member for Groom to be provided the opportunity to sit and speak with these groups as they go through their training, and just the other night I was at the graduation ceremony for their hospitality Cert 1s, the starting point for these guys to come into employment. What Base Services does is absolutely fantastic. It doesn't just give them training, it gets them on the job and gets them into employment immediately. So they come out the other side with a diverse range of skills. Of the 15 people who went into the program at the start of this year, 14 have graduated. At the graduation ceremony the other night, 12 of those already had jobs. It's a great example of how investing in people works, but even better, at the graduation ceremony I had the opportunity to talk with a young man. I won't mention his name, but he had entered the program having come out of prison previously. And he talked about what employment had meant to him, how it had changed his life. One of the things he'd been worried about was that coming into employment he'd have to leave Toowoomba, where his former associates were, to start a new life. But what he found with employment, he was surrounding himself with like-minded people. He was giving himself the opportunity to very much take control of his own life. It was absolutely fantastic to hear him talk about how he'd been able to find accommodation, how he'd been able to set himself up with a car, how through employment he'd be able to provide further educational opportunities for himself. And I think this is why we, on this side of the House, hold these truths to be so important. What we're talking about, our American cousins would label it the pursuit of happiness, the ability for people to find value in themselves, to build value in themselves and seek reward for effort from that. But, Mr Speaker, I'll draw my contribution to a close at that point.
I thank the honourable member for Groom for his contribution, and I give the call to the Manager of Government Business and call the Minister.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. The bill, as I said when I introduced it, the programs have already been changed in their name from New Enterprise Incentive Scheme to the Self-Employment Assistance Program. That hadn't been corrected in a number of bills, and this legislation will correct that in those other bills, and I commend it to the House.
Would that be one of the fastest summing up speeches in the history of the... Yeah. I thank the honourable minister, and I put the question. All in favour say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend legislation relating to family law, social security and veterans' entitlements and for related purposes.
Is a leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
Yes, sir.
I move the bill be read a third time.
I thank the honourable minister. All of that opinion say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend legislation relating to family law, social security and veterans' entitlements and for related purposes. Government business, order of the day number 4, Governor-General's opening speech, resumption of debate on the proposed address and reply.
I thank the clerk, and the question is now that the address be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable minister, member for Shortland.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I want to congratulate you in continuing on the Speaker's panel. Your knowledge and experience in this chamber is an asset to all of us, and your cooperation across the chamber when occasionally things don't go smoothly is appreciated. Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to make this contribution on the Governor-General's address and reply. This is the 4th time after an election I've had an opportunity to do so, and I want to begin by sincerely thanking the people of Shortland for giving me the honour and privilege of continuing to be their advocate in this House for them and their families. The trust they continue to place in me to be their voice is something I'm truly humbled by, and it remains and will ever remain to be the greatest privilege of my life, which is to represent the 150,000 people who live in my community. This is my fourth term in the House of Representatives, and I must say, so far it's a tremendous improvement to be speaking from this side of House, and I hope I continue to feel that privilege. It's been some months since I've had the opportunity to update the House on what is happening in Shortland, and I'm thrilled to be able to use my contribution on the Governor-General's address in reply to provide a Shortland update. And I'll begin with the floods that have plagued our community over the last few months. Like much of New South Wales, the Central Coast and Hunter regions have been impacted over the past months by severe storms and subsequent flooding from them. Some communities in my neighbour, the member for Hunter's electorate, have been particularly impacted by these natural disasters. I'd like to thank my colleague, the Minister for Emergency Services, Senator Murray Watt, for swiftly including both the Central Coast and Lake Macquarie local government areas as being eligible for disaster payments for affected households. I also note the remarks of the Premier of New South Wales commending the Albanese government for the swiftness in which these decisions were made. At the times of natural disaster, there is no place for party politics, and both the Commonwealth and New South Wales governments have worked collaboratively to address this terrible situation. Unfortunately, we've been warned for many years now that more severe and frequent weather events are a consequence of climate change. And that's why I'm proud to be part of the Albanese Labor government, which takes climate change seriously and is implementing policies that will both reduce emissions and lower power prices. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm very proud of the ambitious commitments Labor made to the people of Shortland, and I look forward to working on them to see them come to fruition. Labor's commitments included funding health services that have been cut by the previous Liberal government, including restoring our much-cherished GP access after-hours service and classifying the region as a distribution priority area for GPs. It also included the Lake Macquarie Economic Development Package, which will unlock over $1.8 billion of economic benefits and help create over 12,000 jobs. This package includes $20 million for a much-needed permanent dredge for the Swansea Channel and extending the Newcastle Grouting Fund to the Lake Macquarie local government area. The people of Lake Macquarie has sadly been neglected for over a decade by the New South Wales government regarding a permanent dredge, so the Albanese government will provide funding to Lake Macquarie City Council for the purchase of a dredge. I particularly want to acknowledge the advocacy of Phil Donoghue and the Bring Back Blacksmiths Beaches group and thank them for their support. Lake Macquarie is the largest saltwater lake in the Southern Hemisphere. It is one of the jewels of Australia, and it is very underutilised because of the issues around sand build-up, blocking channels and causing boats to be stranded on sandbanks. So the provision of a permanent dredge will be a particular hit from both an economic point of view in terms of opening up the area to tourism and helping with environmental factors so that we can enjoy this beautiful lake so much more. And as part of our commitment is that we will be talking to Lake Macquarie City Council to allow the use of the dredge for neighbouring Central Coast lakes when it's not needed in Lake Macquarie. The Albanese government will also co-invest with telecommunications companies to install mobile phone towers in some of Shortland's worst black spots to cover areas such as Lake Munmora, Budgewoi, Halakalani, Elibarna, Jules and Redhead. And again, the refusal of the last federal government to provide this much-needed infrastructure was a sad indictment on them, and I'm proud that Labor is acting on the concerns of my constituents. The fact that my area was excluded from the digital mobile phone black spot program was a disgrace. The fact that half that funds from that pool of money was being returned to Treasury each year was demonstrating that that program was not working effectively and was failing to meet the needs of constituents of mine in regional areas. So I'm very, very anxious to see these services really restored, and I'm also very keen to work hard and keep the pressure on Optus, Telstra and Vodafone to fulfil their commitments around improving mobile phone reception in the Windale, Mount Hutton area. It's a disgrace that even after a tower has been constructed at the Lake Macquarie Fair or Lake Macquarie Square, the Mount Hutton shops, that mobile phone reception is still poor. I accept that Optus is trying to do their best, but my constituents deserve to be able to use mobile phones when they are only 15 minutes from the 7th largest city in the country and only 90 minutes drive from the largest city in Australia. Another of our commitments was $2.5 million to construct up to 3 digital television broadcast towers. Again, for a regional electorate in such close proximity to our global city, to not have free-to-air digital television reception is just incomprehensible in the year 2022. Access to free-to-air television is essential, both not just for entertainment, for actually accessing news and current affairs so that our citizens can make informed choices and exercise their democratic rights. So these commitments are very, very important, Mr Deputy Speaker. Today I'm also pleased to report that the Albanese Labor government is already delivering on its health policy commitments made to the people of Shortland. And recently I was pleased to announce that the Hunter and Central Coast regions have been classified as distribution priority areas. This policy will have a significantly positive impact in addressing the GP crisis that is affecting my region. Finding a bulk billing doctor is becoming even harder in Shortland, but this change will allow medical practices to now employ what's called Commonwealth bonded doctors and doctors trained overseas. Very incomprehensibly, both these sorts of doctors were prevented by the previous Liberal government from practising in my community. And when this issue gets raised in the chamber, I note some of the objections from some of the National Party MPs that somehow my electorate getting access to GPs is at a disadvantage of theirs. That's not true. There are specific incentives for remote and rural areas. But what the last government did by preventing bonded doctors and overseas trained doctors from working in my community meant that my region, which is very fast growing, effectively was being prohibited from getting access to very significant pools of general practitioners. And Mr Deputy Speaker, our commitment to restore the region's GP access after our service is well underway, and I can report to the House that the Department of Health is working with the Hunter Primary Care Network, which runs this vital service, to reverse the cuts. This service is the absolute bedrock of the Hunter community. It's a service that most, if not every family in the Hunter has had cause to use. It provides bulk billing doctors out of hours, and it gives families peace of mind. It relieves massive pressure on our emergency departments that are overstretched already, and it's essential that this funding is restored. And importantly, when the Liberals cut funding to this service on Christmas Eve, we saw an immediate jump in waiting times in our emergency departments. As some nights the waiting time went from 2.5 hours to 6 hours. So this is an important commitment that we are delivering on. Today, Mr Deputy Speaker, I also would like to acknowledge and pay tribute to my constituents who have been recognised in the Queen's Birthday Honours List. Francis Kitcher was awarded an OIM for his services to tennis and rugby league, and Janelle Shakespeare also received an OIM for her service to medical research institutions. Fiona Leatham was awarded a Public Service Medal for outstanding public service to the City of Newcastle during the COVID pandemic, and James Wright received an Emergency Services Medal. So on behalf of all the people of Shortland, I pay tribute to these recipients for their dedication and service to our community. Mr Deputy Speaker, one of the highlights of the year is the annual June Independence Day dinner hosted by the Filipino-Australian Society of the Hunter Valley, which also marked the 41st anniversary of FASHFI and the 161st birthday of the Philippine national hero, Dr. Rizal. I've been involved with FASHFI since my time as a member for Charlton, and I've been proud to support their work. I thank Bob Bell and Rebecca McDonald and their team for always making myself and my wife Kira so welcome, and I look forward to continuing to work with them in the years ahead. And after the election, but before Parliament resumed, I was fortunate enough to attend the 75th anniversary for the Lakes United Rugby Leagues Club. Lakes is one of the premier teams in the real NRL, the Newcastle Rugby League competition, and it's produced many greats that have played not just locally but in the National Rugby League and on the international stage, and that includes Paul Harrigan, Brett Camorley and Adam Muir. And it's got a proud history, and I'm so glad that the Albanese government will be providing funding to upgrade facilities at their home ground of Carl Oval. I wish the Seagulls all the very best for their next 75 years. And importantly, that funding will make sure that the club and the sport will be much more open to female rugby league players. I was at an event yesterday where the CEO of the NRL, Andrew Abdo, made the point that over the last few years, the number of women and girls registered to play rugby league has exploded from 10,000 to 40,000. It is the fastest growing part of rugby league, and it's something that we should be doing everything to support. Mr Deputy Speaker, I always have great confidence in our future because of the youth of Shortland, and I'd like to take this opportunity to recognise two local sporting legends and sisters, Erica and Michaela Enderby. Erica, who is 15, competed in the Junior World Orienteering Championships in Portugal in July. She started orienteering at the age of 6 and has received multiple state and Australian titles, alongside winning the women's 10 at the 2015 Oceania Orienteering Championships. Michaela competed in the 18s division. This is an incredible achievement for the Enderby sisters, and I wish them all the best in their future sporting endeavours. They are certainly two athletes to keep an eye on. Mr Deputy Speaker, NAIDOC Week is a very special time of year for Australia, and there was much to celebrate in Shortland. I take this opportunity to say how proud I am to be a member of the Albanese Labor government, who is implementing the Uluru Statement from the Heart, and the Prime Minister, of course, in a very powerful speech at the Garma Festival, outlined the way forward in establishing an Indigenous voice to Parliament. In June, I visited Redhead Public School to participate in their NAIDOC Week celebrations. Over the last few years, students in the Redhead community have been busy creating the Awabakal Learning Space. It features a yarning circle with native plants and Australian animal mosaics made by students in 2019. Keelcroft's Amali Smith from Butterbar Land Council performed the smoking ceremony, and I'd like to thank Redhead Public School, their teachers and their student leaders and the broader school population for having me participate in such a special occasion. While I can't recognise all the NAIDOC celebrations, I do want to highlight a few. The suburb of Windale is one of the most disadvantaged communities in the country and has a large Indigenous population. It is a special place and a wonderful community, and Windale Public School's NAIDOC celebration included wise words from local elders singing and dancing. Swansea Public School also recognised NAIDOC Week in a special way. In line with this year's NAIDOC theme, Swansea students are getting up, standing up and creating a better future for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. NAIDOC Week celebrations are central in us celebrating the fact that we live in a land with the oldest continuing civilisation on earth, and I take this opportunity to pay my respects to the Awabakal and Darkinjung people of my home region and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. And Mr Deputy Speaker, over the weekend it was a pleasure to be back at the Living Smart Festival at Spears Point Park. The first time in 3 years this was able to be held because of COVID. It was brilliant to see thousands of people attend this event focused on sustainable living. The ABC's gardening guru Costa was certainly popular with those that attended, and the second day the event became the Living Together Festival, celebrating our community's diversity and wonder that is multicultural Australia. This is a great festival, and I pay tribute to all the organisers of it, especially Lake Macquarie City Council. And some of the messages that I received on the stall, I was there from 9 o'clock to 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the festival closed for the day, was about the importance of Labor delivering on its election commitments, particularly around climate change, delivering on a National Integrity Commission, delivering on a mature adult government that will think before it acts and not use megaphone diplomacy. In the time remaining, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd just like to thank a few people who were instrumental in helping me get re-elected. First off, I'd like to thank my family, to my wife Kira and kids Rachel and Mikey. Thank you for all your support. I could not be here without you. And one of the privileges, the privilege of being a member of the House of Representatives and at the moment a minister, is the requirement to be away from my community, my home, for so many weeks of the year. So I want to thank Kira and Michael and Rachel for your unstinting support and your belief in what we are doing here, and your support for a progressive agenda for our nation to improve our country and the world. So thank you very much, Kira, Rachel and Michael. I'd also like to honour the Labor branch members who I would not be here without them. I am their proud delegate in this place. I'm proud to have been selected by the rank-and-file members of the Australian Labor Party, and it is they who have worked tirelessly to support me to win re-election. So I want to thank them for their hard work and their dedication during the campaign. And for the first time in almost a decade, they now have a Labor member who is part of a Labor government, and I look forward to working with them over the next 3 years to deliver Labor's progressive agenda. I say to each of them I value their guidance and counsel, and I know this will be forthcoming over this term of parliament. I'd also like to thank the many volunteers who weren't members of the Labor Party who got so involved in the campaign, from door knocking to phone banking to helping on street stalls. This was a community campaign that was critical and instrumental in us winning re-election. So I'm particularly proud of the grassroots campaign we ran, and I want to thank my campaign manager Lisa Pifke and my volunteer coordinator India Jones for organising the most engaged and energised campaign I've been involved in. So, Deputy Speaker, I'd like to conclude my remarks there by saying that the Albanese Labor government has a strong and progressive agenda, as exemplified in the Governor-General's address to open the parliament. It's incredibly important that we deliver on the commitments we made. We've already done that. We are working hard and smart to deliver on those commitments, to fulfil the honour that the Australian people have given us by granting us the privilege of government, and we intend to maintain that trust and deliver for all Australia. Thank you.
The question is that the address be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and very happy to be here making my contribution to the address and reply. Look, I'd like to congratulate all those who've made their maiden speeches before me. It's a fantastic feeling to come in here and lay yourself bare, to be open, to tell people what it is you're about, what it is you want to do. It's been fantastic to see them here with their friends, family. I was here on the weekend watching all the visitors come through Parliament House. And I make these reflections because when I came in, much of that wasn't the case. I came in the middle of the pandemic. The gallery was almost as bare as it is now. When I gave my maiden speech, I think I had about 8 people were allowed in at the time. I think back upon that, how much has changed. It's a great sign that Australia now, Parliament is returning back to a more normal state of affairs. But, look, Speaker, I'm very privileged to have the chance to address the Chamber today in what is still the first flushes of this, the 47th Parliament. I think it's appropriate in this speech to speak firstly as an Australian and to congratulate the Prime Minister and to wish him good health during his term in that role. First and foremost, I am an Australian, and I hope this government succeeds and looks after the nation to the best of its capabilities. It's an honour to be here representing the people of Groom who have placed their trust in me for a second time. And I think it is very important. I listen to other speakers on this point talk about what an honour it is to be here as their elected representative. It's quite a humbling experience when someone from your electorate comes to you and asks for your help and wants you to help them overcome some issue, and you realise that is entirely the job, helping people. And it's fantastic when you get the opportunity to do that. So, Mr Speaker, it's wonderful to be here in what is my second term, reinvigorated and looking forward to the opportunity to do that more. It may seem quite an obvious statement, but success in the federal election campaign is never guaranteed nor an easy feat. So I would like to very much thank those who stood beside me and supported me during the election campaign. And of course I start with the party members, of whom I always consider myself first and foremost to be one of. It's a very strong party group we have in Groom. It's built upon the fantastic SECs of Toowoomba North, Toowoomba South and Condamine. And I'm very grateful for the activity that they undertake to ensure that we continue to have strong support and good representation here, and I'm truly humbled to be their representative. I think back to the conditions, Mr Speaker, in Toowoomba on the day of the election. It was probably one of the worst election campaign days since the 2016 Toowoomba South by-election for David Janetsky, which some of the party members reminded me of often. It started out cold and wet and miserable, and it just got worse and worse as the day went on. But so many of our wonderful party faithful came out and were there on the ground doing the hard work of electioneering on that day. There's too many to thank, but of course I do want to thank particularly my FTC executive, Mr Isaac Moody, Mr Bronwyn Evans and Mr Jim Curtis for all their hard work, and of course our campaign manager, Beck Anderson, for her tireless efforts. But I'd like to pay a special tribute to Mr Alan Travers, who sadly passed away earlier this month after a battle with cancer. Alan and his wife Louise were key contributors to my campaign, standing out on the Toowoomba City pre-poll in what can only be described as terrible conditions, in between doctors' appointments and mandated rest breaks. And by the time of the day of the election, Alan could really only just speak in whispers, but he still managed to stay there, handing out hundreds of how-to-vote cards to Toowoomba residents. And I guess I want to be very, very clear, I don't take the support of people like Alan lightly, and I don't think anyone in this House does. When you have a party member who is there because they believe in something, they believe in values that drive them to contribute, they have a vision for Australia, they want to see us continue to improve on the path that we've been going down. And you know they're not there just for you, they're there to support you, they want you to succeed. But they're there because they believe in something. And it's a fantastic thought to think that you could share that belief with someone like Alan, who is willing to contribute so much of his time in such a difficult period of his life. And I thank very much Louise for everything she's done. During this term, I've also lost two other party members who contributed significantly and made a big difference in my time as a party member, Mr John Redman and Mr Boyd Schuber. Boyd was the cheekiest how-to-vote card giver-outerer you'll ever see. Even if someone didn't want to get the card, they were going to get it from Boyd. He had a magic way of just ensuring people walked in with it. It was almost a challenge to him. I remember his contributions fondly. I'd also, of course, like to thank my family. An election campaign is not something you can do without seeing the impacts on your family. I think my children saw very little of me. My wife probably even less. I thank them for their contribution, and I acknowledge their full support. I'd also like to thank my staff, who continuously go above and beyond in supporting me. It's a fantastic thing to have good people around you. And I would also make quick mention at this point, Mr Deputy Speaker, you don't come into politics expecting to find friends, but to be able to find people who you can deal with, who you know you are working with truly towards the betterment of the nation, is something that is very, very important. And I found many of those there. And given that he's here, I'll thank the member for Fraser for the collegiate manner in which we've been able to work together so far on the Economics Committee, and I hope that so far is a very long far. I'm sure it will be. But while I now represent my community from the opposition benches, I promise to continue fighting for the wonderful local opportunities and projects I outlined in my maiden speech, whether that's inland rail, improved trade partnerships, or building our local defence force. I can't reiterate enough how important inland rail will be to Toowoomba. This is what sets us up as the distribution hub for South East Queensland. It's a critical piece of infrastructure that has been so long in the planning, and we are fantastic to see it now, the enabling works projects happening in Groom over the last couple of weeks on the site of Interlink SQ. To know that this project is now so close and that the opportunities it will present are so close to our region, I commit myself fully to ensuring that we see the full benefit of those opportunities coming into Toowoomba, because it's something I strongly believe is what will set us up for generations to come. I also want to see us capitalise on the Railway Parklands project. I was successful working with the Chamber of Commerce, working with Council to achieve funding for under the SEQ City deal. This is a crucial piece of infrastructure that will address two very key issues that Toowoomba faces. One is, of course, what so many places face, which is the housing crisis. This provides the options for medium-density housing right in the centre of Toowoomba's CBD. And what that does is address the other issue we have, which is revitalising our CBD, providing vital foot traffic, something that our CBD was built on over 100 years ago and now needs care and attention again to ensure that those local stores have that work and that business coming through. So this is a vital project to see delivered. I remain very much committed to that. If anything, more motivated now than ever to fight for our community. Over my first term as a member for Groom, I've been lucky enough to see and meet so many more people, community groups, businesses, who have strengthened for me the vision of what our community wants and needs. Just last week I was at Oakey with one of these local community leaders who just do so much good, Katarina Medland, working with the Oakey PCYC, providing a place for Oakey kids to get out and enjoy themselves, and fitness, mental health. It's fantastic, and I linger on this point because Oakey is a part of my electorate that has a special place in my heart, because it's a town that has faced and overcome a lot of challenges in recent times, be it the PFAS, the closure of the mine, or uncertainty around the future of our Defence Force, our Defence base there. And it's faced these challenges, and it's coming through, and things are starting to turn around. It's been a very, very resilient town, filled with very, very resilient people. And it's great to see that mine coming back, Mr Deputy Speaker. But I've enjoyed listening to the community, whether it's over kindly offered cups of tea while door knocking or a quiet word after a community meeting, listening to the hopes and needs of our community. And I do thank all those who offer me a cup of tea when I'm out door knocking. I know it's a wonderful experience when someone wants to take you in as a member and really lay out for you what they want, what their vision for their local community is. I'm very grateful for every one of those opportunities. But as I led off with in my maiden speech, our region is a place of strong community values that is both proud of its ambitions for the future and of its history. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, we saw some great figures come today from the Toowoomba Regional Council about just the strength of our local economy, and I think it's important to touch on that. There is $13.1 billion in planned infrastructure projects or major projects going on in our region. That's both private and public. We've seen this great flood of investment, and it follows on from previous investments like the Second Range Crossing, which did so much for us. Where it leaves us is the Toowoomba regional economy is the second largest in Queensland outside of the metropolitan areas. We're growing strongly. We're growing more and more diverse. Our top 5 industries are healthcare, mining, manufacturing, education and training, and construction. But what's fantastic is following behind that is the growth of newer industries that maybe weren't so traditional in a regional setting. Our financial and insurance services is following hot on the heels of those, and it's growing and expanding. Of course, we've long had Heritage Bank, but what we're seeing is these smaller institutions come in and continue to invest and grow, and it's absolutely fantastic. But what this has solidified in me is the view, Speaker, that we have yet to really realise the benefits of the hub-and-spoke model that people talk about for regional service delivery. And I think for a long time we've had this view of Toowoomba as being the hub. And unfortunately, during my time, quite frankly, I've seen that challenged. I was at a hospital visit at St Andrews, listening to staff there tell me that the radiologists who provide breast cancer screening all travel up from Brisbane each day. Such a vital service that is such an important thing for us to have in our community, and yet we're reliant upon that driving in and out of Brisbane. And I think, for me, what the hub-and-spoke model means is that we have that latency. We're the ones who are providing that out from Toowoomba. And that's what the end of the golf swing looks like, when we're able to have that support and provide it out to the smaller communities around us. So I have this increased impetus to see us deliver on that model. A large part of that will be in improving our health services, and I very much welcome the state government's forward commitment to funding a new Toowoomba hospital, and I acknowledge the tremendous advocacy for this that's come from the member for Toowoomba North, Trevor Watts, and the member for Toowoomba South, David Janeski. This has been a long fight, and it's been something that has been fully embraced, be it the council, be it Chamber, TISB. We've had every community group get behind this, and it's a fantastic win to see come for our region. It's vital we put a firm date on the commencement of construction as soon as possible. And we need to see that happening now, because we know that the facilities that we have are already past their use-by date. The new hospital will not only service the existing needs of our region, but will provide specialist staff. And as we're seeing increasingly, it's coupling with the education sector to provide a new pathway for kids from the Toowoomba region who see a future in healthcare. During my first, I'm coming up to 2 years in the role, there is, from when I started to now, there is now a pathway via which children can go through school, can study medicine, can train in a medical field, and then go into practice, all within the Toowoomba region. That's a new development for us, and it's absolutely fantastic, because we've for such a long time been known as the healthcare provider, not just for southwest Queensland, but also for northern New South Wales. And to know now that we can address the issue of how we get medical professionals to come out to the region. We know that if they train in Toowoomba, they're more likely to stay in Toowoomba, and that development is a great result of the work of the previous government. It's something that I think we will see the benefits of, not immediately, but it will build and build and build. And I look forward to watching that. We're seeing a lot of other exciting new opportunities for kids emerging as well. And I almost pinch myself when I talk about Toowoomba becoming a centre of excellence for space engineering, for space research. Who would have thought that a town built on the dairy industry would be a place that now leads the conversation in Australia in this field? It's extraordinary. And yet that's where we stand. And it's not just a one-off investment that has done this. This is a lot of work by a lot of people over a long time that have come together. And yes, there has been government support, and I was very, very proud to have worked with both the Chancellor and the Vice-Chancellor of UniSQ to fight to get Trailblazer funding under the last government. It's an absolutely fantastic success story, because that funding wasn't given as a starting point for them to build space engineering as a new subject. It was topping up all the work that they had done, and I think of Professor Pete Schubel and his team and staff for all the hard work they've done in building that up. But of course what we're seeing is that that's being supported by local industry. So we've seen investment from Boeing with the Loyal Wingman program coming into our region. And just the other day we heard Virgin Orbit sign a contract that they will be doing their test launches out of the Wellcamp Airport, just down the road from UniSQ. This is a fantastic combination. We're seeing industry come in, we're seeing research. We know that this will work together, but I guess the bit that excites me even more is that when we think about the defence capabilities that have long been in our region, and of course space engineering, space research will have so much crossover with defence. So I think about the opportunity that provides us to grow, to build upon the hard work that's already been there. And I thank you very much, and I throw a quick shout out to Trent Groves out at Oakey, all he does for the local community with Ramey, and at Kabala, and I note the member for Pearce is here with me, and I reflect upon his previous experience up at Seven Sig, and I thank the boys from the Seven Sig rugby team for always finding 5 minutes of time to allow me to come and play with them. They're great contributors to our local community, such an important industry for us to grow and build upon. But if we can secure this specialised industry in Toowoomba, we can make our region a space and defence hub for the nation. That's where we can go. And of course, at its most basic level, the advancement of Toowoomba region will rest on roads and water infrastructure. We need a second road to Highfields to support our Western Growth Corridor. It's a part of Toowoomba that is growing at an exceptional rate. We need a proper fix for the Gore Highway, which seems to wash away every time it rains. Those incredible black soil fields that stretch out west of Toowoomba do provide us with a challenge, and we need a new dam to draw from to ensure our growth is never limited again, as it was during the Millennium Drought. And I think it's important for us to focus on that we are in a competitive market. We need to grow. We need to show that we're ready to grow, that we want to invest in growth if we want to continue to see that government investment. My core role as a member will be to ensure we get our fair share, and that these important projects will remain front of mind for this government. And I think what's important, Mr Speaker, and I'll finish on, is during my first term, what has crystallised very clearly is my vision for our region, and I speak to the City of Toowoomba, the idea that we could provide inner city living in a regional location is something we should aspire to, that we can go beyond just being a country town that has the things we need, but becoming a city that has everything that you would want. That's where we can be going to, and it fills me with enthusiasm and excitement that this is a vision that is shared across our region. And of course, the stronger we can make Toowoomba, the stronger we make that hub, the better our entire region will be. Thank you very much.
The question is that the address be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Kingston.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And it was an absolute honour just a few months ago to be sworn in as the member for Kingston in the 47th Parliament for the 6th time. I am very, very grateful and humbled by the confidence that my local community has again placed in me to represent them in this place. And I remain deeply committed to listening to the views and priorities of my community and making sure that they have a voice in this place, as I have done for almost the last 15 years. Of course, the previous speaker spoke about the privilege it is to be invited into people's lives and into people's homes, and I have to say that I continue every day to be absolutely astounded by the graciousness and the kindness shown to me by so many people who want to raise concerns, want to wish me luck, who want to give me encouragement in this role. And through the election campaign, it was no different, where I continued to really appreciate the hopes and dreams of so many of my electors being shared with me, and I can commit to them that I will continue to make sure that their hopes and dreams are not only shared in this place, but that I work every day to realise those hopes and dreams for them. Of course, not only was it an absolute privilege to be elected as the member for Kingston again, but it was also a huge privilege to be elected as part of the Albanese government. I think during the election campaign, there was a lot of angst and a lot of frustration about the chaotic years of the former government. I think what came back to me time and time again is that the people in my electorate, indeed people around Australia, wanted a plan for the future. They wanted confidence that decision-making would be based on evidence, that decision-making would be based on consultation, and that decision-making would be done in the best interests of the Australian people. So I am very, very pleased that I have not only been re-elected but also be re-elected as part of the Albanese Labor government. And through the most recent election, the Australian people have chosen a better future because our government will stand up for working people. We do want to provide secure local jobs and support Australians living with the challenges of cost of living, particularly in the area of childcare, particularly in the area of medicines. These were some of the key issues that were raised through the election campaign. But of course, in addition, things like health, and education were also regularly raised with me, and I'm so pleased that our government had some serious commitments in these areas that will be delivered to the Australian people. I would like to particularly congratulate our now Prime Minister, who, on his election victory, I think his leadership during the 3 years, but of course during the election campaign and since becoming Prime Minister, has really reinforced, I think, to me, about what good leadership is. Good leadership is something in which you make decisions based on the evidence before you, but for the greater good. Not about yourself, but for others. And I think he's shown that. He takes advice, he listens, but he also makes decisions that, of course, are in the best interests of the Australian people. And I have to say, in the last few months, as I've gotten around my electorate, there seems to be one sort of saying that comes up over and over again, and it feels like the adults are back in charge. That is what my electors are saying to me, and I can tell them that I certainly, along with the government, intend to continue to make thoughtful, thought-out policy that delivers for them. Of course, it's been wonderful to share this new parliamentary term with so many new members of Parliament. I would particularly like to make mention of the new member for Spence and the new member for Boothby, who have joined us in this place from South Australia. But it was an absolute privilege for me to, during the election campaign, to go round, and in the lead-up, I must say as well, to go round and visit so many of our wonderful candidates. I was always in awe of the passion, the commitment, the drive that each and every one of those candidates had on our side of politics. Sometimes you forget, when it's not your full-time job, just how hard it can be to balance an election campaign. At the same time, you don't have incumbency, you don't have the resources, but you go door to door, person to person, changing hearts and minds. And it was such a privilege to join so many of our candidates right across the country. Whether they won or lost, the passion was there, the commitment was there, the values were there, and it was an absolute privilege for me to join them. Since the election, I've also been extremely humbled and proud to have been appointed as the Minister for Social Services. The portfolio of social services touches everyone's life in every corner of this country. When I got briefed about all the programs and payments in my community, every single payment and program touched my community. That is the extent in which the portfolio of social services extend. And every one of those programs has a very, I think, a very important mission, and that is to make a difference in disadvantage, to try and shift the dial when it comes to disadvantage, to make sure that everyone in society gets a fair go, and of course the opportunity to live a fulfilling life and participate in their community. And so I take a huge privilege and a huge I'm very humbled that I am able now to contribute as the Minister in this portfolio. It has been a busy time since I've been in this portfolio. We have 3 pieces of legislation already in the Parliament, another piece of legislation to be introduced this week. But all of these things are incredibly important in delivering on our election commitments and to making sure that we're supporting people when they need it. I think that there is, I also would note in my speech and in my portfolio, a lot of work to do. There is a lot of work to do. there are a lot of things that need attention and need careful attention. And I really look forward to delivering on those as well, particularly the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children. That 10-year plan came to an end in July this year, and I've certainly made it an absolute priority to make sure that we're getting on with the job of delivering that and bringing the country together to drive investment across the Commonwealth, states and territories in a way that makes a difference. Of course, in addition, we have also delivered on our commitment to have a Jobs and Skills Summit, making sure that we are looking at some of the barriers to workforce participation. And I would like to thank everyone that participated in the Jobs and Skills Summit. I'm a bit biased. I think that the panel that I convened was probably the best, but you know, it was not because I convened it, I might say. It was because we heard the lived experience of those that have faced barriers in the workforce, those that are carers, those that have been in out-of-home care, those that have been discriminated against because of their ethnicity, and those that have actually had a disability and have had what are artificial barriers. And I think it was really powerful for everyone in that room to hear about those barriers and all think about what we can do. Of course, we've already announced that we will introduce an extra work incentive bonus to support pensioners take up more work. We've also announced, of course, that we will enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Business Council of Australia to look at how we drive some of those barriers away so that those living with a disability that want to work are able to fully participate. In addition, we also looked at how we would support people with a disability in the visitor economy through the Visitor Economy Disability Pilot. This is a really important area where many would recognise there are huge skill shortages, and there's those living with a disability that want to participate in these types of jobs, and looking at how we actually drive that. And of course, we've also announced that we want to provide a framework to support employers become better places of work for those with caring responsibilities. Very clearly at the Jobs and Skills Summit, we heard that there are people with caring responsibilities that do want to work. It gives them a feeling of purpose in addition to their caring responsibilities. It gives them, I think, at times, to make them feel like they are contributing in a range of different ways, and making sure that that happens is critically important. So we've been delivering on our election commitments in my portfolio, but of course we've been delivering right across the election commitments. And of course, taking action on climate change, I would say that this election was a significant call to arms for action on climate change. I mentioned this is my sixth term. I feel like and I feel like I have been having this false debate about whether or not climate change is real. Of course, us on this side of the House have recognised that for a long time. In fact, I've said this many times in this place, I learnt about how climate change works at school. So it shows how long this debate has been going on. But I think the fact that we have now had a resolution of this issue, that this government has a plan in place to actually deliver on what it said it would do to tackle climate change, but also make sure that we see the jobs benefit that comes with it is so important. Of course, in my local area, and it always comes back to local politics, I look forward in delivering on a number of local commitments that I made during the election, particularly the investment in Flinders Hospital. The Flinders Hospital is an important tertiary hospital that services my electorate. Might be a bit biased because I was born there, but it is a very important hospital, and we are are looking at how we invest in that hospital, along with making sure that we have an urgent care clinic that will support our community. And this was, you know, at times ridiculed by those opposite, but in my electorate it was incredibly warmly welcomed, because people understood that you don't want everyone that needs to see a doctor having to turn up at emergency. And indeed, in the lead up to the election campaign, that was me. My son broke his arm. We tried not to go to the hospital. We tried to go to the GP clinic. Unfortunately, they couldn't do an X-ray of his arm, so after trying a number of options, we had to go back up to the tertiary hospital and, of course, added to the waiting list. His arm was broken and was quickly attended to after a wait, but we should be having other options, healthcare options, in our community. Of course, we made commitments around Majors Road and to ensure there's an on-off exit ramp onto Majors Road, critically in connecting the southern suburbs, and particularly the suburbs of Hallett Cove, Trott Park, Shido Park, and also indeed Flagstaff Hill onto the Southern Expressway, to make sure there's easy access both to the southern, further into the south, and of course to the north. There was investments we made commitment to at the Christie's Beach High School and the All Saints Primary School, really important to supporting them to make sure they're delivering great education. Whether it was our investment in our urban rivers of Pedlar Creek, Conservation Park, Serpentine Creek and Panatalinga, and the Fountain Valley Reserve, important investments in our local urban environment. And of course, to our playgroups, investment in our playgroups, being very clear that the informal learning as children move to formal learning is critically important, and that supporting parents and children around play is so important, and investments in playgroups was widely welcome. As always, and we've heard in first speeches, and I've said many times in my addresses in reply, you don't get there by your own. We don't get there by our own. We are there on the backs of so many people that put so much hard work into our campaigns. And there is so many people who, once again, bought into the campaign for Kingston, Labor for Kingston, so many people that worked so hard. I particularly wanted to single out a particular person to start off with, and that is Jordan Munford, who was my campaign manager. He was an exceptional young man who has a very, very bright future. He took on my campaign with gusto, with ideas, started to talk to me about direct messaging and tree messaging, SMS trees and a whole range of things. He brought modern into the Kingston campaign. Of course, Ella Shaw, Kylie and Alastair Douglas, Kaylin, Bonnie, Nathan, Dante and Alex, who also worked very hard. We had over 300 volunteers who contributed to the campaign. With so much community support, I can't name all 300 here right now, but I would like to recognise John Spur, Mark McEwen, Jeanette Thorstein, Bill and Maxine Watson, Jim Phillips, Naomi Piper, John Gorsey, Bill Pedersen, Vic Phyllis, Phil and Joe Giles, Jordan Fell, Chrissy Sales, Peter Chabowski, Fiona Broadbent, Della Price and John Naylor. They were really critically important and helped out so much. We all have, if we've been in this place for a while, some amazing staff. And my electorate office staff, and I've said this not just in election time, but every day, put the people of Kingston first. Give them care, give them support, give them help sometimes at their most difficult. And so I would like to acknowledge my electorate staff, particularly Ethne Lange, Jordan O'Reilly, Grace Nangerville, Connor Watson, Alison Taylor, and of course in the portfolio area I had some amazing support from Tara Fete, Gemma Slevic and Owen Torpy, who worked incredibly hard to make sure that we had the platform in early childhood to convince the Australian people about. But I would also like, and I'm so pleased that he's in the gallery right now, is my good friend Josh Peake from the SDA Union, along with who is the Secretary of the South Australian NT Union, and Sonia Romeo. Both of them are stalwarts of the union movement, but Josh has brought a level of enthusiasm, a level of inspiration, I would say, to the retail union. And it's hard for most people to keep up. But he has been an incredible supporter, an old campaign manager many years ago, but now a great supporter, and I thank him in this union for that support, along with Ian Smith from the TWU, Peter Lamps from the AWU, Nick Townsend from the CWU, John Adley from the ETU, Jason Hall from the FSU, Jamie Newland from the MUA. In my final moments, I would like to say that the Labor movement is made up of an industrial wing. We don't shy away from that. We believe that the rights of working people deserve a voice in this place, and I'm proud to have had the support of those unions. Finally, and I don't have much time left, but the party machinery is so critically important. People that work behind the scenes, I would like to say a big thank you to Reggie Martin, who was the then State Secretary of the ALP in South Australia, who then passed it over to Eamon Burke, who has got a huge future ahead of him driving the ALP in South Australia, Paul Erickson, and of course Peter Malinauskas and the SA Labor team. As a newly elected government, our Premier was very supportive of the election of an Albanese government because he knew you could do things better together.
The question is that the address be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is an honour and a privilege to be re-elected to the Federal Parliament for a 5th term, and I thank the people of the Riverina for bestowing upon me that great privilege, and I will certainly not let you down. I've worked hard over 4 terms to ensure that the trust and the faith that you've placed in me is rewarded, and I will certainly do my very best, albeit in opposition. But you can still achieve things from opposition, and I'm just glad that certainly when I was the Deputy Prime Minister for 3 and a bit years, my door was always open to every member of Parliament, and I've got a good relationship with most, if not all, members on the government benches, and certainly look forward to working with them and, of course, my colleagues to build a better Australia, because at the end of the day, that's what we're all here to do. Sometimes we do it in a very bipartisan way, sometimes not, but every member of this place, all 151 people in the House of Representatives, are sent here by their communities to do a job. And people of Australia want, need, expect and deserve those members they send to Canberra to do the job for and on their behalf, and I will earnestly and honestly represent them as best I can, as I've always done. On election night, just before the election was called, I made this comment to the wonderful volunteers who served the National Party so well, and I said, I also want to thank tonight those many, many volunteers of the National Party whose yellow-shirted warriors who've stood out in 2 weeks of pre-poll, in some circumstances from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And they've handed out on coal cement, they've handed out on early mornings, chilly mornings, they've handed out in the dark of night, and they've done it because they believe in the National Party. They believe in what the National Party represents, and they know that the National Party delivers, and I'm very proud, very humbled, very, very humbled by the fact that those National Party people always turn up and they are always behind me, and they're always magnificent people. And we've got some people with health issues and other things, but they've still managed to find the time to turn up for 12 hours a day in some cases and hand out for the National Party, and I owe them a debt of gratitude. Not only, though, at pre-poll, they've also handed out, of course, across the 84 booths across the Riverina and Central West. We've had every single booth supported by National Party people handing out and giving people that choice to maintain the National Party representation here in the Riverina. And I have to say, as the member for Riverina now going into a 5th term, I'm very humbled by the fact that I have people who are so keen, so dedicated and so committed to the National Party cause, and that is one of the reasons why we keep getting re-elected, but we also keep getting re-elected because people believe in the National Party. I mentioned National Party there a lot, but also I do want to thank the other candidates who stood and represented their parties, and in one case an independent, for putting their hand up too, because it takes courage to put your hand up for election. It takes courage to put your name on a ballot paper, and this is what democracy is about. It is about giving people choice. I'm just glad that the people of the Riverina have reaffirmed their faith in me, and as I say, I will do the very best job for them. I also want to thank my family, my wife Catherine, my wife of almost 36 years, for being alongside me for all of those 36 years, but certainly in the 12 years I've been a Member of Parliament. And to our children, Georgina, who's about to get married in a couple of months' time, to Alexander and to Nicholas for also being very supportive, because you cannot do this job unless you have backing of your loved ones. And I'm very thankful and very grateful for the support that they have always shown me. The government that did not win office at the May election was, I believe, a good government. I know it was a good government, and we did a lot of good things for Australia and Australians. Yes, the electorates across the nation decided on something else. They went for the Labor Party, and good luck to the Labor Party. That is democracy. We decide our elections without violence, without people getting hurt, and that has to be seen as a good thing. But I note that the media has been there's been a rush to gush about the new government, and I wish the Prime Minister well in his role. He's been a long time in the waiting to fulfil this lifelong ambition he has had to be in the Lodge, and I do hope that, in one sense, that he succeeds, because his success means Australia's success, and certainly we want our nation to succeed. And no matter what partisan beliefs we have, we do want our nation to succeed. But we also want to make sure that the government does what it says it's going to do. And we also want to make sure that the legacy of the last government is not trashed by the Labor Party, who have shown a want to talk about the $1 trillion of debt. Now, what the debt that has been incurred enabled the nation to do was to keep people safe, to keep people alive, to keep people in jobs in the worst pandemic, a global pandemic, in 100 years. Now, this wasn't just an Australian thing. This just wasn't something that had occurred in our area of the globe, in our corner of the world. This was something which beset the whole world. And I was in those meetings with the Treasurer, and I'm so sad that he is no longer in the Parliament, the member for Kooyong, with the Prime Minister, with the Health Minister, who did such an outstanding job, and I wish him all the very best in his future endeavours, the previous member for Flinders, with the Defence Minister, now Opposition Leader, with the then Foreign Affairs Minister, Senator Maurice Payne, and others from time to time, to work a framework around what we were going to do when the Chief Medical Officer, when the Chief of Defence looked across us from that table around the National Security Committee and spelled out the disaster that COVID-19 had the potential to do. And I well remember the Prime Minister, the member for Cook's rapid action to close the borders to China. I well remember the swift action that we all took to ensure that our nation was kept safe. These were not easy times, and whilst now we're still having COVID deaths, you don't see them reported on the news on a nightly basis. Let's remember that we were reporting on cases, not deaths, cases, and only a handful of them in those early stages when other nations with very good health systems. Let's take the United States of America, for example, where they were burying people in almost mass graves, literally on Manhattan Island. They were going to all sorts of measures. The morgues in Italy, another country with a good health system, were filled to overflowing, and they were using churches, and there were coffins stacked upon one another because they couldn't bury the people who were dying from COVID quickly enough. Those images, which were being beamed into living rooms across Australia and across the world, made for some panic. And we all remember how everybody thought they needed 10 rolls of toilet paper every time they went to the toilet. We remember how people were. I won't tell you that I'm a folder, not a scruncher, but I don't know what. But indeed, Parliament needed to know that, didn't they? But indeed, these were panic times. People were hoarding food. People were going to extraordinary lengths to, and I can remember well, a fire-ravaged supermarket at Batlow was stripped bare by a bus which turned up and took every single item on the shelves, every single item. And legislation had to be put in. The same happened at Parkes, mind you, yet the Batlow community had been ravaged by fire, which made it worse. We had to put emergency legislation in to stop those food stores, to stop that vital protein from leaving our shores. This was something that we hadn't seen in 100 years, and action needed to be taken, and the Treasurer formed JobKeeper. JobKeeper saved at least millions of jobs. There's no question. There's no question how many businesses it saved. How many businesses which now would have their doors shut and employees out on the street, but for that JobKeeper assistance which was provided, and 700,000 jobs is the figure saved through that measure alone, let alone the indirect jobs which also would have doubtlessly gone to hundreds of thousands, hence the millions figure. This was a crisis time, and the government acted responsibly, it acted quickly, it acted practically, and it saved jobs, saved people's lives and livelihoods. Now, I know there was a lot of criticism at the time for the numbers of people who were lost in aged care, and yet now the aged care numbers of deaths would far exceed those which occurred at that heightened time of crisis. I know how much there is criticism, was criticism of the supposed slow rollout of the vaccines. Not the case. The vaccines were on order, but it was felt at the time that Europe, where the vaccines were made, in fact wanted to keep their own store of those countries, their own store of the manufactured vaccines, because people were dying in Europe in the order of tens of thousands each week. And we felt, as a government, that that was probably necessary, that they needed them at the time, perhaps more than Australia did, given the fact that our case rates, not death rate, but our case rates were being controlled. Now, of course, we've come a long way since March 1, 2020, when James Kwan was the first who died from COVID. And of course, we've now lost many thousands of people, but not in the order, nowhere near in the order, 14,500, but nowhere near the order of what was being first suggested, upwards of 50, 55,000. And with food queues and jobless queues in the order of what we saw when the Spanish flu occurred after World War I, when the soldiers started coming back in 1919 and 1920, and we thought we were going to go down the same sorry path in 2020 and 2021. But we didn't because of the Morrison government's quick action to save people, to protect their jobs and to save their lives. And some of the things that we did were quite extraordinary. A record high number of trade apprentices, 220,000. 1 in 4 homes with rooftop solar. And I know those opposite decry the policies of what we do as far as climate action, but 1 in 4 homes with rooftop solar, the highest in the world. 20% reduction in emissions since 2005. So not only meeting but beating the targets and the promises that we made in Paris all those years ago. We not only met them, but we beat them, and that is what a responsible government does. But we did that without costing tens of thousands of jobs in the mining industry, without putting power prices up for farmers far in excess of what they would expect to be able to do. And our farmers are the world's best environmentalists. And I see the member for Parkes in the chamber supporting my remarks. And I'm sure when the member for Parkes decides that his parliamentary career is over, he will return to the farm at Warriolda and do a darn good job, just like every other farmer in this nation. And we thank him and every other farmer for growing the world's best food and fibre and being the world's best environmentalists, because they are. They are. Now, when it comes to what we did and the response we took with COVID-19, I have to say the world recognised Hopkins Index ranked us number 2. John Hopkins Index ranked number 2, that was Australia, in the world for pandemic preparedness. That is something that we should be proud of. That is something we should be extolling. That is something that every member of this place should say, I had a hand in doing that. But what we hear from those opposite all too often is the old line from the talking points, $1 trillion worth of Liberal debt. Well, it's not true, and what we did was to make sure that we kept people's jobs and we made sure that we ensured people's lives. And to be a member of those important meetings, as Deputy Prime Minister of this country, I was very proud that I was there and helped make some of those decisions which save people's lives and save people's jobs. But more than that, more than 500,000 people on the NDIS. Now, when we came to government 9 years ago, yes, I will give Julia Gillard and the Labor government credit for the NDIS, but did they put a cent towards it? No. Did we? Yes. We not only backed it, but we backed it and we made sure that Australia's most vulnerable were being looked after, because that's what a responsible coalition government does.
Order. It being 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I would like to take the opportunity to update the House on 3 major projects the Coalition had committed to prior to the new government being elected that are within my electorate of Capricornia. Mr Speaker, these projects are in the budget, and I have major concerns that the new federal Labor government will pull the funding. The wealth of the nation comes from regions like Capricornia, and we expect a fair share of funding. The Coalition government committed $14.4 million to replace the Phillips Creek Bridge on Saraji Road. Consistent with the usual funding arrangements for regional projects, this $18 million project will need the Queensland government to fund the remaining 20%, which is $3.6 million. Saraji Road is a key link between Dysart and Moranbah, northwest of Rockhampton. Mining businesses in the region rely heavily on the route to get their products to market. A replacement bridge will make the highway safer, more flood resilient and keep motorists, coal and agricultural produce moving. The Coalition has put money on the table because we know how important this project is to motorists, businesses and the economy. When the trucks stop, so do the royalties that pay for all the services all Australians rely on, and that's why we're pushing to get this project done. This project would also provide an important economic boost for local communities, supporting an expected 42 jobs during construction. Mr Speaker, the Coalition will always support our resources sector, but the importance of these businesses to our economy seems lost on a Labor state government that has so far shown no interest in this vital project. I am calling on the Labor government to provide $3.6 million to Phillips Creek Bridge replacement, and I'm also calling on them to do so to ensure the safety of motorists and miners alike. I'd also like to mention the Nebo Showgrounds Master Plan in the Isaac region, another project located in my electorate of Capricornia. As the federal member for Capricornia, I made a commitment of $2.8 million towards the funding of this essential upgrade. The first stage of this project includes primary infrastructure upgrades, construction of heavy vehicle access, general camping upgrades and car parking. Nebo Showgrounds is one of the Isaac region's most utilised recreation facilities. It is home to Australia's biggest one-day rodeo, attracting 5,000 people from across regional Australia. It is hired for more than 80 days of the year to cater for over 20,000 people to deliver an estimated local economic return of $1.2 million. This investment in Nebo Showgrounds has the potential to attract a higher level of visitation from neighbouring regions and across the country. The national events held in Nebo, like the Nebo Rodeo, play a vital role in supporting the agriculture sector. Communities in regional Australia are built on places like the Nebo Showgrounds. The upgrade of the Nebo Showgrounds is an important project for the residents of Nebo and the surrounding areas. The federal Labor government needs to deliver on this funding and recognise the value and economic potential the Nebo Showgrounds delivers to the region. Finally, Mr Speaker, I'd like to update the House on the $100,000 in funding I committed to the Collinsville Queensland Women's Association, the QCWA. The Coalition delivered a commitment of $325,000 in 2019 to build a new hall. The initial builder has pulled out with building costs on the rise. The project costs have increased significantly. The ongoing effects of COVID and the strain it has created within the building sector has also contributed to the increased cost. A new QCWA hall will provide a meeting place for the community with everything from dancing lessons to local business and organisations, and of course the QCWA utilising the space. The entire community will benefit from a newly constructed QCWA hall. Mr Speaker, the QCWA has enabled communities to connect and provide invaluable networks and initiatives that have worked for the common good across Australia since it started. The federal Labor government needs to recognise the invaluable role QCWA has played in Australian regional and rural communities and deliver on the funding needed to complete this project. To not deliver on funding for these vital projects would serve as an example of the lack of real understanding Labor have of the livelihood and essential services regional areas deserve. It's time for federal Labor government to stand up for Australia's regional and rural communities and commit to delivering on these important projects that will contribute to the future economic growth of regional Australia. Thank you.
The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I'm listening to my electorate and will continue to stand up for my electorate and for action on climate change. Because, Mr Speaker, future generations, our children, our grandchildren, will judge us for what we do right now in this place. Science tells us that we have a small window to reverse the damage until it can no longer be reversed. So we must transform our energy industry, transport, food, agriculture and forestry systems to ensure that we can limit global temperature rises. And I, for one, will not waste the opportunity, Mr Speaker, that I have as a Member of Parliament to raise this urgency. We are fortunate, of course, that we now have a government that sees and understands this urgency. And we recently successfully legislated our climate change targets. This means we have enshrined into law our emissions reduction target of 43% by 2030 and net zero emissions by 2050. This is historical and important for many reasons, but primarily because it gives businesses, industries and investors certainty. Certainty to invest in renewable energy, new clean technologies and storage. And after a decade, Mr Speaker, of uncertainty caused by the previous government's denial, division and scaremongering, this certainly cannot come soon enough. But, Mr Speaker, this isn't the only thing we're doing. Passenger cars make up almost 10% of Australia's CO2 emissions, and it's imperative that we begin to change that. This is why we have a positive policy to increase the uptake of electric vehicles, for example. And this is, once again, desperately needed because Australia lags the world on take-up of electric cars. And why is that? Because, once again, the previous government ran a scare campaign against electric vehicles. We heard about the lost weekends, that they would be gone once electric vehicles came in, and the other day we heard about there goes your ute because there's no electric utes, and the following day the Minister for Climate Change proved the Shadow Minister wrong by producing photographs of utes that were electrical. So who can forget the former Prime Minister telling the nation that electric vehicles were going to destroy the Australian weekend? Currently in Australia, just 1.5% of cars sold are electric and or plug-in hybrid. This is compared to 17% in the UK and 85% in Norway. So in total, there are only around 24,000 registered electric vehicles on Australian roads of around 15 million total cars. Australians, from what we hear, are saying that they want to buy electric cars, but they remain unaffordable for most people. And this is why the government's introducing the electric car discount to make electric cars or electric vehicles cheaper, so that more families who want to buy them can afford them. And this will reduce emissions, Mr Speaker. The government is committed to a range of discounts that will make electric vehicles more affordable, and this includes exempting many electric cars from import tariffs. In addition, there's an exemption on fringe benefit tax on electric vehicles that are provided through work for private use. These exemptions are offered to vehicles valued under the luxury car threshold. So, Mr Speaker, the idea is that car manufacturers will be encouraged to import and supply more affordable electric models in Australia. And we're also working with industry, unions, states and consumers to develop Australia's first national EV or electric vehicle strategy. And this will include further measures to increase electric car sales and infrastructure. Now, Mr Speaker, we also will explore policy settings to encourage Australian manufacturing of electric vehicle components, especially batteries. And this is an area we know we can contribute to, and possibly cars themselves. And we'll investigate ways to address the policy implications of declining fuel excise. Mr Speaker, these are just some of the examples of the way that we're taking real action to address climate change. I could also point to the growth in renewables, storage and growing our battery industry. But, Mr Speaker, I know as many on this side of the House, we're proud to be a part of a government that is finally taking climate action with the urgency it deserves, with the urgency that this planet deserves, and with the urgency that the next generation of Australians deserve, and that's our children, grandchildren and great-grandchildren. I, for one, don't want to be in this place and have my great-grandchildren say, "What did you do when you were in Parliament?" and have nothing to show for it.
The question is the House do now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Herbert.
Thanks, Speaker. Earlier today, I moved a motion in the Federation Chamber about the mission of the Australian Defence Force to rescue Australians and those who supported our nation throughout the war on terror from Kabul as it was taken by the Taliban just over a year ago. I want to put on record that the Taliban are a illegitimate government. They are a terrorist organisation, and what we're seeing come out of Afghanistan prior to the fall and during and after highlights that the Taliban are no friend of democracy, no friend of women and no friend of Australia. I would like to acknowledge those brave men and women who answered the call and stood shoulder to shoulder with our partners and went into Afghanistan, knowing that their nation was behind them and knowing that they had one of the most important roles of our lifetime, and that was to go into the belly of the beast, where there was no support, there was no QRF, there was no call up if you need a hand. It was by themselves. Myself, when I was in Afghanistan, we had the support of a quick reaction force. We had the support of those that were close to help us, whether it was medically evacuated or if we were in contact to come bolster numbers. They didn't have this. And I do want to acknowledge the 1st Battalion Royal Australian Regiment, the other military attachments that were there, with the appropriate battle honours to highlight the unique operation that was conducted in the most hazardous, chaotic and challenging circumstances. What you've done is you've saved countless lives. More than 4,100 people evacuated owe their life to our Australian Defence Force. But I didn't want to speak on their behalf. I wanted them to speak for themselves. So I got soldiers who deployed to Afghanistan to write stories and tell me what they did. One RAF soldier told me that people had brought through the wire into the airport would be held in an assembly area with the relatively safety of about 15 metres from the wire, so DFAT could process them, and we would move them down further to AMK9 if they had been cleared to go. Not all people would be cleared to go down to AMK9, and those people were to be placed back outside the wire, where we've just dragged them from, through a somewhat hidden gate. This became a very difficult task. I had been told 3 women, maybe in their late teens, early 20s, didn't have documentation and were to go back outside. I had myself and 2 others to assist with this task. Leading these women back to the hell that was outside the wire is a prominent memory. The weight of one of the women dragging on my body armour and her begging for her life is something that I won't forget. Her fear of death and rape by the Taliban and her emotional cries skewed my moral compass. We did eventually, reluctantly, get them out, and I won't ever know her fate. Along with her, there were plenty more people that didn't have the correct documentation. A mother begging for her own death by our hand in front of her 2 young boys. A father abandoning his son, who he had no documentation for, so he could be secured a trip out of the country with his son left behind. And countless families with women and children rejected, all of which carry a heavy psychological burden. Another member spoke of a place they called Heartbreak Gate. This is what they told me. Heartbreak Gate doesn't need much more explanation than its name. Due to miscommunication, some people were brought through the gates that didn't have the proper documentation or didn't meet the criteria to come to Australia. This meant that if no other country would take them, we had to take them back out the gate. This Heartbreak Gate was separate to the entry. It was set up that people only had one way to go, which was out. Throughout the time, we had to take multiple families out those gates, often splitting up big families. I think everyone will remember the look on people's faces and their pleas for you not to send them out once they realised they were getting close to the gate. I distinctly remember a woman looking into my eyes and telling me, shoot her there and then, because what was waiting for her on the outside was far worse. I won't ever forget that. The people of 1RAR and the attachments deserve recognition, and they need to be supported by the opposition, by the government and the parliament and the people of Australia.
The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I'll give the call to the honourable member for Solomon.
Thanks, Speaker. And I'll just quickly associate myself with the member and those words around those difficult times in Afghanistan, unnecessarily difficult times, I might add, because of the way that whole evacuation was handled. However, I did speak earlier in the Federation Chamber, echoing our country's admiration for the members of the 1st Battalion and the attachments for the work that they did during that difficult time. But, Speaker, I want to talk about the last 4 months in the Northern Territory, where we've proudly hosted the air forces of 17 allied and partner nations based out of RAF bases in Darwin and Tyndall, as well as in Queensland in Amberley. Earlier this year, we hosted exercise Diamond Storm in May-June, which included 3 integration exercises, Diamond Seas, Diamond Shield and Diamond Storm, which aimed to develop expert air warfare instructors. And as the exercise director, Group Captain Matty Harper said, quote, "We could not do this without the understanding and support of the Northern Territory community," end quote. 2,500 personnel also took part in the biannual exercise Pitch Black 22, which saw 100 aircraft, jet fighters, practising tactics in realistic air combat scenarios over the Northern Territory's vast ranges. Now, this brought to 14,500 the total number of Australian allied and partner troops deployed to the north in recent months. This year's exercises saw a number of firsts, Mr Speaker: 5 Japanese Mitsubishi F-2 fighter jets and 8 KF-16 Fighting Falcons from South Korea's Air Force, which made their debut, demonstrating our strengthening defence ties with those countries, and also the US and Australian F-35 Lightning II Joint Strike Fighters, which also made their first appearance in pitch black. Germany's 6 Eurofighter Typhoons and other planes also saw their first appearances in these multinational exercises. The Luftwaffe was also there, deploying planes to the Indo-Pacific in 24 hours, which was truly remarkable, which included a lot of air-to-air refuelling. These German pilots flew alongside our strong defence partners of the UK, France, India, Indonesia and Singapore. And I know the member for Ford, who was on the ADF parliamentary program, was very impressed with these countries and what he saw. But I'd really like to thank the people of Darwin and Palmerston, the rural area, Territorians generally, for their forbearance during this year's exercises. I've spoken to the Minister for Defence about this. These were 3 very large-scale exercises with more aircraft noise than usual, so I really thank our community for their understanding. Those F-35s are pretty loud when they take off. But also I want to thank the Department of Defence for the measures that they put in place to reduce the noise and disruption to local people's lives, such as reducing the number of daily flights, reducing the afterburners and increasing flights altitude to 2,000 feet. So thanks for those efforts on Pitch Black, which really showcases our strong relationships and the high value we place on regional security and fostering closer ties throughout the Indo-Pacific region. It's an opportunity to test the ADF's force integration on one of the largest training airspace areas available in the world. So there's been a lot happening in the airspace, but we also had Exercise Kakadu 2022. That concluded just on Friday last week after it was cancelled in 2020 due to COVID. It is the Royal Australian Navy's largest international engagement in Australian waters. There was 3,000 personnel, 19 vessels, 34 aircraft from 25 participating navies. It's huge. This year's was the biggest Exercise Kakadu in history. If that's not enough, we've got Talisman Sabre. So you get the picture, Mr Speaker. There's a lot going on in the north. We've got excellent training areas. We love working with our partner security countries. And the more we work together, the better we'll fight together should that be needed.
The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Ford.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I associate myself with the remarks of the member for Solomon, and we had a thoroughly fantastic week as part of the ADF parliamentary program at Exercise Pitch Black, and it was just another terrific example of the quality of the work that our servicemen and women do, particularly this time in the RAAF. So it was greatly appreciated. Mr Speaker, today I rise to praise the entrepreneurial spirit of the business people of my electorate of Ford and Logan more generally. Several weeks ago we had the Logan Chamber of Commerce 2022 Business Distinction Awards, and I never cease to be amazed, Mr Speaker, at the calibre of not only the winners but the many finalists as well in the various categories. And can I firstly take this opportunity, Mr Speaker, to thank Stuart Fleming and his committee at the Logan Chamber of Commerce for their tireless efforts to put these awards together, but also ably supported by Kerry Severin and her team at the Beenleigh-Yatala Chamber of Commerce and Cheryl Pridham and her team at the Logan Country Chamber of Commerce. To all of the finalists, congratulations on being nominated. Sadly, for each category there can only be one winner, but you have all demonstrated a tremendous achievement and initiative in building your businesses to what they are today, such that they can feature in a Business Distinction Awards. Any business owner knows how hard things can be, and particularly during the tough times that we've had over the past couple of years, we've seen people suffer through the COVID-19 pandemic, floods earlier this year, and now significant and growing pressures in business from supply chain restrictions, staffing issues, rising interest rates, to name a few. But, Mr Speaker, I believe that these busy, creative, entrepreneurial business owners have demonstrated an enormous capacity to thrive, let alone survive, despite these obstacles, and they deserve to be recognised and honoured for their achievements. The 2022 Logan Chamber of Commerce Business of the Year was BNC Plastics, a plastic injection moulding business based in Meadowbrook, just outside of my electorate. It happens to be in the Treasurer's electorate, the member for Rankin. The winner of the New and Emerging Business Award was the Picket Fence, a successful photography service started by two airline pilots who lost their jobs during the pandemic. Taking out the Automotive and Transport Industry Awards was Browns Plains Mazda. It sells more than 900 new and 350 used vehicles a year and services more than 400 cars a month. If you'd gone out to the western part of Logan over the years, you would have seen the enormous growth out that way. Bathcom makes the claim that your bath relaxation will be taken to the next level. They were winners of the Health, Beauty and Wellbeing Award. The Education, Employment and Training Award was split in three categories: Marsden State High School winning the large award, YMCA Vocational School the medium, and Karen Ann Lonsdale, a musician, music educator and consultant, taking home the small award. Big Swing Golf, an indoor golf and hospitality venue at Underwood, won the Event Services Award, and I'd also like to take the time to mention a number of other award winners. The Financial Services Award went to the Bank of Queensland at Jimboomba. The For Purpose Charity and Not-for-Profit Award went to the YMCA Vocational School. The Large Hospitality Award went to the White House at Waterford, a fantastic business on the Logan River. The Hospitality Small Award went to Devon Pixies, specialists in bridal showers, birthday celebrations. The Manufacturing Construction Award went to Snapfresh. If you've eaten a meal on a plane, it was probably a Snapfresh meal, based at Crestmead, who have done a wonderful job over the years. Media and Advertising to Rebel Connect, and great family local media business. Vet Services Award to Daisy Hill Veterinary Clinic, and many others, Mr Deputy Speaker, are a tremendous testament to the great work that is done across the City of Logan. Congratulations to all the finalists.
Order. The member's time has expired. The questions of the House do now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Bruce.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Another day, another adjournment. You hear them all. And I've got the very last spot for today, the last speaker. So I might sort of pick up where I left off in my last adjournment. Last time, I'm sure the Speaker would remember, I went through a roll call of failure of the previous government, trying to pick the biggest mess, the biggest stuff-up that we were left. We talked about aged care crisis, the state of the budget, $1 trillion of Liberal debt, the energy and climate crisis. You had 22 plans. You didn't implement any of them because you couldn't agree on one of them. But without a doubt, for me, Mr Speaker, in my community, it's a mess in the visa and citizenship processing area, the black hole of carnage that is the Department of Home Affairs, human misery and economic damage. It's a broken system. Now, there's good news and bad news for the government, of which I'm a member. I'm pleased to note that since then, at the Jobs and Skills Summit, the government announced 500 new staff to start to deal with the backlog. And that's having an impact, Mr Speaker. The minister had about 1 million visas on hand that he inherited from this incompetent mob. Instead of processing the visas, they wasted $92 million of taxpayer money trying to privatise the visa system.
Didn't get anywhere with that, and Crab walked away because the reason they couldn't award the tender, of course, was because they couldn't find one of the tenderers who wasn't a mate of the former Prime Minister. They couldn't get through the probity. That was their agenda, though, but we've got a long way to go. The thing we need to watch is those 500 staff, so far I think, are only there for 9 months. So we're going to have to wait and see, and I'll hold our government to account for what happens in next year's budget, because we're going to need more ongoing. But not everything is getting better, and I want to call out the mess of partner visas. In June this year, the average waiting times were between 20 and 32 months for 309 visas. Now it's 29 to 38 months. So despite all these resources, things are actually still going backwards. It's not good enough. The Department of Home Affairs needs to lift its game. It's a function of 4 things. There's the planning level, so-called planning level, how many visas the government says it's going to issue each year, and if you don't get that high enough in the migration program, things will just keep slowing down because Australians still fall in love and we get more applications in. There's the resourcing, which we're dealing with. There's discrimination still in the program, which finally the minister said, to his credit, he's going to deal with, but we still discriminate against people, particularly from Afghanistan, that are pushing those numbers up. Thousands of people in my community have been waiting 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years, Mr Speaker, missing their children growing up. It is not good enough for our government or anyone else that these numbers keep going in the wrong direction. And there's also the culture and management in that department. Now, I'm absolutely delighted, as I said, that the minister is reviewing the Ministerial Direction 80 and that discriminatory provision that former ministers over there have left there. I do call out, though, the department. They've now got what I think is a racist procedure, where if I want to raise something on behalf of one of my constituents from Afghanistan, they won't deal with it. I can't email them now if they're from Afghanistan, even if it's a partner visa of an Australian citizen. You have to fill out this stupid web form that no one replies to. Now, I do understand that the department cannot respond to queries on the more than 220,000 people who've applied for humanitarian visas. I do understand that. But it is not acceptable to condemn Australian citizens who are inquiring about their husbands and wives and children from Afghanistan to a web form. They need to be treated like everyone else. So that's one for the Secretary, if he's listening at home. On the partner visas, I do believe that our government must not continue the approach of the past, and I commend the Minister for Home Affairs for initiating a substantive review of migration. Partner visas need to be uncoupled from the annual migration program. We have to stop this farce. Twice the parliament, Prime Minister Hawke and Prime Minister Howard, tried to get legislation through the Senate to give the minister the power to cap partner visas, and on both occasions the Senate rejected it. So no government has the power to cap partner visas. They should be demand-driven. Australians should have a right to fall in love with someone from overseas and bring their husband, wife or partner here in a reasonable time, not 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 years if you fall in love with someone. We have about the highest fee in the world, $8,000, if you want to bring your loved one here. We make a lot of money off that fee. Surely we can do better than 3 years. So I look forward to the migration review and seeing us make finally some proper changes that will get these waiting times back down to where they were, roughly around a year, when we were last in government and left office, before the Liberals created this appalling mess. I commend the ministers on the actions that they're now starting to take to clean up the mess, but we need to keep doing better.
Order. It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.